llave pa' descubrirme y a ver qué te sale. Tócame, tú tienes la llave pa' descubrirme y a ver qué te sale. Super easy, yo estoy super easy. Pa' ti no estoy busy, bebé como tú y sí. Super easy, yo estoy super easy. Pa' ti no estoy busy, bebé como tú y sí. Zumba, zumba, vamos a portarnos mal. Que esta noche te da pa' darnos. Sé que tú quieres jugar. Tócame, tú tienes la llave pa' descubrirme y a ver qué te sale. Tócame, tú tienes la llave pa' descubrirme y a ver qué te sale. Zumba, zumba, vamos a portarnos mal. Que esta noche te da pa' darnos. Sé que tú quieres jugar. Tócame, tú tienes la llave pa' descubrirme y a ver qué te sale. Super easy, ya estoy super easy. Pa' ti no estoy busy, bebé como tú y sí. tócame. Tú tienes la llave para descubrirme y a ver qué te sale. Tócame. Tú tienes la llave para descubrirme y a ver qué te sale. Super easy. Yo estoy super easy. Pa' ti no estoy busy. Bebé como tú y sí. Super easy. Yo estoy super easy. Pa' ti no estoy busy. Bebé como tú y sí. Zumba, zumba. Vamos a portarnos mal. Que esta noche te apagarnos. Sé que tú quieres jugar. Tócame. Tú tienes la llave para descubrirme y a ver qué te sale. Tócame. Tú tienes la llave para descubrirme y a ver qué te sale. Zumba, zumba. Vamos a portarnos mal. Que esta noche te apagarnos. Sé que tú quieres jugar. Tócame. Tú tienes la llave para descubrirme y a ver qué te sale. Super easy. Ya estoy super easy. Pa' ti no estoy busy. Bebé como tú y sí.
This stream contains fast-flashing images that may affect viewers who are susceptible to photosensitive epilepsy or other photosensitivities. Viewer discretion is advised.
Soba, or was it energy drink or something?
Yes, your eyes are not deceiving you. Today's broadcast will feel a little different. The scenery may have changed, but VCT Americas is still coming to you live from the Riot Games Arena in Los Angeles, California. I'm Uber here with Baby Bay and Van Silly. I don't know why they put us back together again. We must have done something right, but here we are, boys. How you feeling?
Yeah.
Yeah, we had fun.
A little too much fun.
Exactly.
What is this?
A little too much fun.
Dude, are you throwing me like pizzas from like a Ninja Turtles truck?
We have the
creating
Pogs.
chaos.
We'll get to this. We have the VALORANT Pogs, I think, coming up. But this weekend, we want you to help decorate our set. Because clearly we've not done much in terms of adornment here. So scan the QR code and submit your works of art, and we will get them on the set.
Let me take a moment for this one though.
Yeah.
This
can we get a close-up right there?
This is Prius in a neon. One, I think it's cool, but secondly, should it be neon? Because neon's supposed to be fast, right?
Yeah.
Prius keeps missing 1v2s.
Okay. I mean, boy, that could be fast.
Did you say Razomaniacs?
1 versus 2. Jeez, man, this
Goddamn
crazy.
name already, bro. What the hell are you doing, man?
Well, I think that is a brand.
I think we've set the tone for how today's going to go. We've reached the midpoint, though, of stage 1.
Oh
So
my
let's have a look
God,
at
what
our
is
standings, 'cause
happening?
There's a couple of things we need to take stock of, including some potential tiebreaker
crazy.
scenarios.
Yes, this group alpha right now, these bottom 3 teams, there's a real chance that all of them are 1-4, and there's a tiebreaker amongst them, and it might be crazy.
APA
like
is gonna
none
push
of them
mid
are
and
out.
join.
2G still has a chance of making it.
If it was yesterday and Loud actually did win their matchup, it was going to be guaranteed EG not going through. But with the strength of the schedule and everything that's back, yes, definitely. It might have to go down to 2G versus EG versus Loud. This Team 1 versus Team B versus Team C. I'm glad I'm not doing the math for that one.
So again, what's not indicated by this graphic necessarily is
that Lev is at the bottom.
I don't think glasses to tell that is actually indicated by the graphic. But what's crazy is that Furia have actually won 1 map more than Lev. They have the same bloody round differential. So figure that one out. Again, top 4 teams will qualify to playoffs. That's what's most important to take away from that graphic. For more on today's first matchup, let's play a quick game of over and under. So I've got a bunch of stats here. I'm going to give you some fraudulent stats, and I want you to tell me if the truth is over or under that.
I'm ready.
Yep.
I'm ready.
Let's go.
I'm ready.
Let's go.
Let's kick it off. Here's number 1. First up, Kesnit's ACS in stage 1 is 270.
Ooh.
Is exactly?
Is over or under?
I forgot the name of the game.
I'm going over.
Suck at this, bro.
I'm going over, brother.
I'm just not good at directions.
Kesnit's a beast, yo.
You think
He's just been unchained.
You think more than 270?
I'm going
Yes,
for it.
that's an easy
I don't
one.
know for sure. I'm
That's an
going
easy
for
one.
it.
This man's-
If there was a person to do it, it's him.
Yeah, he's Mr. Consistent, rather.
Kesnit's ACS is 273.2. It's highest in Americas. Highest ACS right now.
Easy.
Okay, I'm easing you guys in. I don't get too cocky. Bloody hell. It's 4 of these.
You're too easy, bro. You're too
You
easy.
think I wrote these? I didn't write anything in the prompter either.
More
Here's
washed
number
than I
2.
am, brother.
Bro, you know it. Here I am. Askia has played 3 agents in stage 1.
Oh my gosh.
Under or over?
Oh, man.
Wait, he's been playing
man.
duelist, so some Yoru and Lotus. I would assume he played some Jet.
I'm going to hit the under. I'm going to hit the under.
Yeah, you guys suck.
I wasn't even listening to what you
suck
said,
at
bro.
this game.
There's some
Askia,
Jet for sure, right?
He's played 2 agents. This stage.
we're right.
Yoru and Raze. Oh, you have under. Sorry, yeah, I'm reading the wrong one. Yeah,
Wow.
I don't know directions. You
Put
can't
some
read.
respect on our
I
name.
rescind my feedback, guys. Fair enough. Yeah, come on.
You
Okay.
need these glasses? You need to read?
No, bro.
He might need our glass. You know what? Actually, just put
give
these
it to
on.
him, give it to him.
Put
The
these
only way
on,
I can
buddy.
tolerate working with you is seeing you through roasting the glasses anyway, bro. You know what I'm saying?
Oh my! And he throws the
Here we
glass.
go,
The
bro.
That's too eloquent for me. I don't
Can we do
understand.
more? Can we do more, please?
Yes, let's go. Let's go.
All
Let's
right.
go.
Over and under. Silence has a 40% headshot percentage in stage 1. Over or under? 40%.
Silence. Wasn't it like 100%? For one series? It's over. It has to be over, yeah.
Are you sure? You want
Yeah.
over as well, Dre?
Did he have 100%?
I don't know.
on the
I'm
max?
going under just to contradict this guy, honestly.
Okay.
I don't know.
So Silence has a headshot percentage of 46%. Tied with
Just wear
Tex. Tied with Tex for highest in Americas. Tex
That's...
but they won't let him play duelist, though, will they, guys? They won't let him play duelist, man. Crazy.
Yeah, but the thing is, too, is like...
What a fake stat. I'm sorry, go
exactly.
ahead.
I was going to say fake stat because Tex, yes, he's maybe like had this 46%, but when they played their game against C9, like he was getting wrecked a bit on that Ascent game, so maybe it was like 5-6 kills at 46%.
What do you think Cortezia's headshot headshot percentage is? He was like 100. We'll get to that later. That's another discussion. Last one. Shy has a 50% clutch win rate in stage 1, over or under?
I'm going over. This
you
guy's
mean
the clutch
over
god.
50%?
I mean, listen, again, he's the clutch god. Even he was saying it.
Yeah.
In reality, it might not be, but it's still going to be an impressive number.
I feel a lot of
whatever the number is going to be impressive.
A lot of them are probably one-on-ones, and then also like his number, and I think Kickoff was like 28% with the amount of clutch situation that he had. So it's still high, but probably not 50.
Shy has won 4 out of 10 of his clutches in stage 1, so 40%. What are you excited about?
Okay, I don't know directions. He can't read. He can't math. This is the best analyst desk ever. That's why they wanted us back.
Between us, we have one functioning brain cell.
Let's all fusion into this so we look at least normal, please.
Last week, the big story, though, was that roster shakeup with 2G. Despite all the drama and last-minute swaps, they actually took down their regional rivals. The team that in the past was heralded as being the best team in Brazil, well, no longer. 2G able to get their first win on stage against Loud. That's kind of crazy.
It's insane. You have Askia that just joined mid-season. Then you have PXS that just joined, and they talked about having like 1 week of practice going into this game. Yet they made a fool out of Loud, who are supposed to come in with a pretty decent roster, probably the strongest one going into Americas for this year, outside of potentially MIBR, or of course MIBR. And it's crazy to see the results towards the end for 2G. There's got to be something in the water of like, first time on the stage, we have something to prove, and they've done it here for 2G's side.
It was a ridiculous upset.
Yeah.
I mean, let's just keep it a buck. And I guess after watching yesterday's game, I guess what 2E's was the problem, I guess?
Yeah,
I mean,
it's all these debuts of like
what?
I don't know. We've had some incredible debuts already in stage 1, but on match point, Zipper actually told us that we shouldn't be surprised to see a 2G win at all.
Loud lost to 2G today, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. We don't talk about that.
And by the way, whatever happened, whoever they lost the past couple of days, 2G and Scrims, they're showing it. That's all I'm saying. They're looking insane.
Yeah.
So following Zap's rather controversial departure, LZ actually had to step into the IGL role. And guys, I mean, I feel like it passed the eye test at the very least. They got the result. A lot less yelling involved as well.
The yelling is good, though. Come on.
Yeah, but that was the main focus, right? I mean, PXS kind of slid under the cracks because of this man right here. I mean, to bring it back, what a comeback story for him to IGL and also put up amazing numbers against a team like Loud with DG just popping off.
And he's always been like a good, consistent player for the team over at TG so far. So having that responsibility to IGL on top of that and still put good numbers for the team is huge right now for another potential upset for 2G today.
I think it keeps like it's guessing as to what the role of IGL requires, seeing so many of these players step up and be able to pick it up so beautifully. And also great performance from LZ, right? Like that pistol moment there when he goes back to Waterfall, that was pretty nutty.
20 bomb on the first map.
The defaulting is really good around LZ so far, so you have to keep an eye on this team. I think they're looking awesome for a big run towards that second half of this split.
I mean, there's still potential for playoffs for this team, which is kind of crazy.
Exactly, we just talked about it,
It's going to take a fair bit. Let's hear, though, from the last-minute sub that never actually played Initiated. It's PXS with Elizabeth.
At PXS, we saw you last week, first time on stage, play the Initiator role, a role that we haven't seen you on before. You usually play Duelist or Sentinel. This week, are you going to stay on the Initiator role, or are you going to, now that you have more time with the team to acclimate, will you move to a more comfortable role?
Even though I never played Initiator before, I'll be still playing Initiator for them. You know, I'm just feeling for them.
Well, best of luck today.
You step in to play Sova, there's so much already that's like protocol-wise in a team. You have to come in there and pick up the util structure. That's kind of insane.
And it looked good, because he not only played Sova, but a lot of Breach too on that Lotus map, and he found good moments to find cracks between like the setups of the fault line, setting up his team. He's looking actually quite comfortable already on this role, so I'm not surprised about this, man. He's been cracked as a Sentinels over in Challengers.
So they may have a lot of momentum, 2G, after scoring their first win in Americas, but so does Crew Visa, who absolutely smashed Sentinels last week. Not a particularly close game. We talked about it yesterday. Those second halves were awful for Sen City. This team, again, is throwing it back to last year's Stage 1 where they went 5-0.
And the most impressive thing is it's not just individual mechanics. I mean, yes, we saw this, especially this clip right here. This was absurd. But it was overall macro, too,
Yes.
and Vance, you were the one that was pointing this out. I mean, they outplayed Sentinels.
Especially if you looked at the replay from Lotus and you want to keep an eye on and try to study the tape. Crew was always a step ahead into what Sentinels were trying to do in the post plan. Sentinels, yeah, they looked like they had an open site to take, but in those moments where you're playing a composition that doesn't have refreshable utility, boom, Crew comes back in as soon as that util's gone, they overflow, they own Sentinels there. So it's looking so good. Yeah, this is
saying,
aura.
the Messi buff doesn't hurt either. That is kind of wild.
Oh, my. 2 GOATs.
Honestly, like, he's a little shorter than I thought.
Who, Messi or
Lionel
Kesnet?
Messi.
What are you
Yeah.
talking about?
No.
Everybody over at Crew is over 7 feet.
Bro, that's Luis Suarez as well.
Yeah,
Ex-Liverpool star. Let's go, dude.
I mean, listen, the vibes are flowing. You
Yeah.
beat Sen, you get to hang out with Messi. Is it a wrap? Is it going to be another 5-0 for Crew?
I mean, it's going to be a
stage
pretty big confidence builder.
Oh,
It's like, he comes in like, good job, my sons. You know, keep it up. I kind of like that.
One
Yeah.
day you'll get to me.
No, it's like, I'm GOAT status, you're there to be a GOAT status for the team. I think this is super awesome to get the aura here from Messi.
Speaking of auras,
This guy's
you know,
stuck on the.
No, they all got washed off. They all got washed off. What are you talking about? They're all washed off.
I never heard
I took
Skippy
a shower.
Ohio, actually, so there was a lot of missed opportunities in that segment. But last week, Mazino, by the way, was the raid boss to Sentinels party, and the team did not exactly min-max their builds for him. This guy popped off. Somebody we'd looked at as more of a role player on that Leviathan team, but here, he just took them to task. He got down to business real quick, and business, Dre, was good.
I feel like it was just a matter of time before he had that pop-off moment.
Yeah.
He was kind of quiet, you know, seeping through the cracks a little bit on this Crew roster, but now that they're more comfortable, more confident as a unit, he's had these individual moments to shine in, and he's looked great. We always knew he had the firepower behind him. It was just, when is he going to show
Is
it?
this the best Crew we've ever seen?
100%.
Yes.
I think he left Leviathan. He has something to prove going back into Crew. He gets to play again with the Chilean team. And also, he's been trained by VT Cartoon at the same time, like an aim trainer.
With the aim lab shout-out is crazy.
That's what I'm saying,
Look at
man.
the stats.
Shut up the Voltaic.
A 2 KDA is absurd.
Yeah.
In stage 1.
And then when you talk about him as a raid boss, he was also setting up the whole team. He's playing a controller on Icebox. You need him to stay alive, and now you have him alive for the util. You have him alive for the clutch. I mean, from top to bottom, that is looking like a strong roster for Crew.
Yeah, the opener, the facilitator, the closer. It's the whole package there from Mazino.
Exactly.
We had to hear from this guy after his performance, so we got Elizabeth to catch up with Mazino ahead of today's matchup.
Now, Kesnet, Crew is a very prep-heavy team. So what was the preparation going into 2G like this week? What do you expect from them?
La verdad es que yo me preparé 2 días haciendo el antitáctico. Fue muy difícil, espero que dé todo cierto. Pues creo que sé todos los movimientos que van a hacer, sobre todo ahí de Price. Eso. Vamos ojalá que salga bien.
The truth is, I did all the anti-stratting for this match. I prepped really hard for 2 days. And especially, I know every single movement that they're going to do, especially Price. So let's go.
Well, good luck, Prize, and good luck to you.
He's trolling. He's not telling the truth, bro.
What were the laughs at the end there?
I have no idea.
Dan couldn't even keep it composed. She knew Kesnet was capping.
I think it's just the confidence of Crew going into this one. You kind of want to be politically correct, but I think
Bro,
Crew
he's not even trying to sell it, man.
Yeah,
Just
I don't know.
no control.
Okay,
no
dude.
control.
That's a saucy one. Is anyone, though, brave enough to actually pick 2G today? Let's have a look at the predictions from the broadcast team. Elizabeth, any thoughts? Any?
Oh, yeah, seems like it again.
She's done it again, bro.
Looks like
That's
you got again.
crazy. Okay. All right. Now, okay. A win against Loud is one thing. A win against Crew might...
What? Liz, you have a mic? Explain yourself.
I have nothing to explain. I have literally nothing to... I'm so sorry that I cooked with Loud yesterday and you don't want to believe it.
Wait, you mean you got cooked?
You
Loud
got
did not
I literally
cook.
was so close to being right.
Yeah, so close. It's not being right.
She's the
I'm
Luffy meme. Where it's
dressed
like,
like
bro,
I'm from New Jersey today. I will talk to you like I'm from New Jersey. Don't even start this with me, okay?
Just throw this at Vance. Throw
No,
it at me.
I can use my words.
What do you think,
What
2G?
do you think? I can use my words. Listen to me. Come here. I'm going to be right with 2G. I believe in those boys so much that I pray to them. I'm willing to stand on the sword, fall on the sword, whatever it is, because I believe in those boys, okay? And you're gonna laugh at me. You're gonna say, Liz, you're so silly. That's what they all said. The S in Elizabeth stands for silly.
I said that yesterday. I was right.
Silly.
You were so close to being wrong. It wasn't even funny.
Silly. Yo, you never had to do that apology, though, so...
Yeah, he's sad, bro. That was sad.
exactly.
Thank God for that one. Okay, so anyone willing to flip-flop now after Liz has
Hell
made
no.
such a compelling case? No.
I'm not compelled. I'm not compelled.
What about now?
I'm not compelled whatsoever.
What if I pay you? What if I give you some
Can't
money?
do that. Can't do that.
I cannot be bought.
Chat, we never bribe.
I cannot be
I
bought.
would never involve fiat or monetary
How much we
currency
talking?
in these
At
discussions.
least like $1. At least $1.
You know what? Give me a panini. And on
All right, today we've got back-to-back
I'll do that.
matches, and it's a close quarters battle. VCT Americas and all the insanity that follows starts right now.
Contra 2G yo creo que va a ser un match divertido porque nunca se puede subestimar a ningún equipo. Los equipos siempre van a ser fuertes y por algo estamos acá. E isso vai ser um partido bueno.
Tá na vantagem do Asca. Vai pegar jogador de lado. Que isso, meu Deus! Consegue levar mesmo assim o Cauã. Também com o Asquinho, vem pra cima. Asca de novo. Que 4K do Asca! Que round do Asca. Ace pra ficar mais bonita.
A gente está muito confiante agora. Eu acho que a gente estava no momento do time que a gente precisava muito dessa vitória. A gente tem que manter a cabeça no lugar, vamos continuar trabalhando duro e para obter os melhores resultados e a gente conseguir se manter firme na franquia. O que eu acho do Mazino, eu acho um player muito bom, ele é muito consistente.
4 para 3 porque viene en el suelo. Juega perfecto entero, Boris se intercambia. Busca la mano. 13 segundos. Ben recibe. Todo en manos de Mazino. En el 1 para 1, Mazino. Otra vez Mazino.
Então, esse é o nosso próximo confronto, a gente vai estar muito ansioso para poder entrar no palco.
Welcome back to VCT Americas. We've got a little bit of a silly show, in case you guys didn't deduce by the sunglasses and Van Silly being allowed on camera, which I still don't know why we do that. I'm Doug. With me is Sean, who's the resident expert on all things brains.
What does that make me?
You're the looks.
Yeah, you're the looks.
Because it's not him.
Yeah.
We've got a series.
That's crazy.
We've got a banger of a series up ahead. The Devs was talking about it a little bit. We're going to take a look at map select. We're going to look at agents, and we're also going to take a look at the stage. Boys, what do you guys make of this debut of the stage?
I think it's so awesome. It's like old school esports right here. Everyone's close. You can see everyone. You can see the pop-offs. I can't wait for the individual pop-offs and the players just stand up and look each other in the eye.
They're like right across from each other. I like that we have like the little like screens in front of them too to keep them from climbing over their monitors and fighting the other team. Things might get a little heated. It's a little packed in there.
Yeah, it is. And something to keep in mind here is, you know, the comms, right? That's why the white noise has to be pumped into this room right now.
It's loud in there, right?
Yeah.
No, it's not loud in there. It's 2G.
Oh, my.
Brother.
We've got to set the tone, boys.
Vance is gone, and
We got to set the tone. This is too stuffy already. We need more puns. We need more dad jokes.
It is too stuffy.
Right?
One too many people on this couch
I'm
right
here
under.
with two dad. Yeah, I know. We could clear this out. We could, if we want a brains cast, I know who we're discarding.
Sean? Oh,
no, you said he was the he's the whole package.
Right.
He's the whole package.
But let's take a look at the maps. You've got Haven and Fracture banned right off the bat, and that's going to give us our 3-course meal of Icebox Ascent, and then if needed, the dessert will be Pearl. Gentlemen, thoughts on the maps?
Cool, I love it. We haven't seen either map out of 2G. Crew picking Icebox, and then Ascent as their second map. I mean, these are like very good maps for Crew historically, in my opinion.
Yeah, I mean, especially the Icebox, right? Like, Kesnet was flying on that just the other week versus Sentinels. Mazino's Harbor looks incredible. And I kind of want to, like, chat a little bit about their composition on Icebox, because we've seen both Crew and now MIBR playing the Harbor on this map, and that agent looks insanely good in Mazino's hands especially.
Yeah, I'm literally going to start a poll right now. You know, I think we should change the looks of Harbor in-game and just make it look like Mazino. Mazino is Harbor.
Just give him the skin.
That performance on Harbor last week was crazy.
He was winning like every single clutch, like 3Ks, 4Ks. This is an agent like most players struggle to like actually get frags on, and he makes it look so simple.
Ooh, Teo KO. I don't know if I've seen this double initiator combo on Icebox. The solo Viper and the standard Jet. So we get Jet v Jet.
Yeah, I mean, that's going to be fun. But yeah, the KO Teo is interesting because I've seen like Sova KO is like the classic old comp. I've seen like some Sova and Teho, right? And go like very heavy on the scouting front. But I'm going to be honest. I really just like the comp that Crew play with. I think, especially on the defensive side, they use the Harbor. They play a very passive A side, I would say, for the most part, but they're able to use the Harbor to very quickly flood back into the site with nice push walls.
Well, boys, let me ask you this, because Harbor Viper was a heavy part of conversation back in, what was that, 2023? It feels like it was forever ago, and we saw it fall out of favor. Why do we feel like it's back?
I think it has never fallen off on these particular maps that we're seeing it on. And honestly, I think it's a lack of harbors in the scene that's the problem, right? It's not a super fun agent to play in ranked, if I'm being honest. So your only reps are really going to come in these pro settings. And Mazino is one of those players that's kept to it. He's thought through all these creative cascades. And if you can get value out of the cascade, especially on a map like Icebox, I'm going to draw a lot of attention throughout this game as to how they're progressing up, how they're getting map control with the cascades, how they're flooding back into the A site on retakes. It's quite amazing to look at.
We're loading into, again, this first map of this best of 3. It's time for the Samsung match start. Load up fast with Samsung SSDs. 2G starting off on the attacking side. We've already got the Viper wall leaning that way with a little util B.
Pretty interesting that Crew are leaving the B site basically open. They've got that pretty deep alarm bot spotting out mid while 4 players push into that A space.
Yes, and Plant's already going down. This is very aggressive right now from 2G, holding the flank. Oh,
LZ! Dude's on fire!
Unreal start for him. He's going to get a shot at another Shy. The wall's closing in. Shy will clean him up. No more of those funny business. Monkey business, funny antics. I messed it up, didn't I?
You can say funny business. That's allowed.
All right, perfect.
You can also say monkey business. These are all options.
2v4. I don't know how Crew's going to get back into this. Mazino has already taken so much damage, as has Shy. The last one remaining. And feeling the options dwindle real fast.
Yeah, Shy already super low. Very unlikely. See the 0 point, scans him. He's just going to look for a kill.
It's a pretty atypical setup coming out from Crew, right? I don't think they ever showed a mass flank like that in their game versus Sentinels.
And you know what? I don't blame them, because you look at this 2G team, you would think, they lose Zap, their IGL. Luis steps into this role for the team, and you expect it to be very basic. A side, A side, A side, A side. The standard Icebox play. But that was a set play pistol off barrier. They had the missiles. You saw the KO pop flash, and immediately into the Teo drone plant. It was so drilled, and Crew was just always behind because of how fast-paced that was.
That also helps that Luis is getting a 3K.
Yeah, I mean,
right off the bat.
Pretty calm on that Ghost. Looks like Crew are going to go for a little bit of aggro down into mid as well on the eco, right? See if they can maybe find that lurker. There might be an opportunity to catch some of these players rotating through spawn. Not going to be there with Luis finding the openers, though.
Give him 3 more.
Just crazy.
Dog.
Well, this guy took over IGL, and he just went Super Saiyan. Like, I don't understand. He is incredible the last 2 weeks.
It's the era of fragging IGLs, man. The guy's 6-1 so far.
I was so worried he would be bogged down with, all of the new information coming into him, having to make all these macro decisions. And he's actually embraced it, and he looks more comfortable now that he has more control over the team.
Yeah, like last week on that debut performance IGLing on Lotus, like he drops, what, a 20 bomb on the Omen, like just looking insanely good here. But now Crew actually have some money behind them, using that harbor wall to get Kesnet forward on the B line.
Now, alarm bot across the middle of the map as well with the turret. Watching further back, a lot of lean towards B.
You can see this intention here, the 3-2-1 on the harbor wall. They're ready to disrespect this controller utility.
It's something you kind of need to do against the double controller, right, is taking the timings through the wall, because a lot of time it'll be fake aggro. Here, though, Kesnet adjusts, and it's a 1-for-1, but the rotates already came through. Crew have no one on the B site.
I will say, taking out the Teo in that scenario is the best case scenario for Kesnet, right? You eliminate some of the late round potential, the rechargeable missiles gone, and the rotate coming in. There's one of those cascades, getting some space over from Snowman, stalling out this play. Perfectly connects into yellow, and the high tide stalls things out completely.
Yeah, brother. Like, how do you get past that? I thought it was just a cascade at first, but then you've blocked it back
Crew's making a play, Doug.
Askia waiting on the other side.
Oh my.
Waiting for that wall to go down. The dart is out. They're both still just huddled up back there, trying to do their best to swing out. Silence able to get 2 quick kills. A 2v2. Both of them here. The spike still not planted. 30 seconds left in the round. And a bit of damage dealt on both. Asuka looking for a window that he can play around. Molly's going to clear the close angle. PXS has his knife, not choosing to invest it yet. And Verso's timing was perfect as he gets 3 and Crew get on the board.
He has been so good on this Crew team. And, you know, I'm not gonna lie, I was a Crew super fan since that LCQ run.
Yeah, are you in the Crew community?
I actually am. I showed you on Twitter. I showed you. I actually joined the Crew community on Twitter.
He's the president.
Indeed.
Are you Messi boys?
I'm sorry?
Are you and Messi? You guys boys?
Of course, of course. Of course.
I mean, if you're in the community, you're there with them, of course.
Of course.
But yeah, okay, look. Now I wanna get back to this one because Crew have switched up their setup, leaving Kesnet over towards B. They do this a lot where he's kind of isolated on that side of the map, and they'll show early presence in A. At least they did versus Sentinels, but very often will fall back and play much more passive angles and just sort of try to bore you out of some of these rounds, force 2G to spend a lot of time taking the A space.
Yeah, I like how 2G took that A space right there, ignored the cascade going towards Belt, put down an aggressive alarm bot. Already recalled it, actually. But
to see if there was that quick walk up, you know?
And we missed it there, but Adverso actually just droned out A. We're going to see the rotates already coming in from Crew. But Kesnet's alone.
Go get him, little guy. Kesnet again feeling a lot of this pressure. The flashes. Oh, he slammed his face into that.
Oh.
But again, still connecting. Kesnet has to get out, and he does.
Oski was a little passive there going for the fight off the flash, and it's allowed Kesnet to survive. Now that Harbor Wall coming in as well, so Crew have the insane stall once again.
They've got a little over 30 seconds left in the round. They haven't really taken any space past B long. This is tough.
It is, and they lost that info back at A. Like I said, they collected the alarm bot, so they're feeling iffy about going back to this A site. And Crew, they're doubting it because they also have no info at A.
Yeah, you had Melzer still playing there, but playing all the way up into heaven. So it's just Kesnet here spamming out. That's a big kill, only 10 seconds left in the round.
I can't believe the cutting of the noise, draw the rotations over, and Kesnet might be able to save this thing anyway. A second attempt at the plant.
Poison's gone.
LZ not able to get away.
Still though, 2 kills, even with the spike going down. Crew are in a great position to have the Harbor Wall come back up and go for the retake.
Here's the Harbor Wall, the aforementioned. The dart through, both players lit up. Colbert looking to find safe passage across, cannot, and he will fall. Oscar left in a 1v4, and he's not even gonna get a shot at it.
Man, watching these teams that are running Harbor right now, it's so cool how they're pairing the Harbor util with initiators. It's not very intuitive, right? But you see the high tide go up right there, and the way it blocks off all of the crate, all of the container of 1B, no one can break the dart other than the player that's challenging. And you don't want to turn around and break that dart as you're challenging.
Right.
So it's just going to scan.
It's going to scan if you do turn around to break it. Like, there's players scaling up off of that as well. So it can be really frustrating to deal with when you don't have the threat of players swinging in from main, because it's not like it's just a normal wall there too. It's hitting you with the slow. So you're always getting traded out, even if you do try to disrespect and get in front of it.
Tied 2-2. First time out has been called, courtesy of Crew Visa, who, I mean, I want to get your guys' thoughts on this. They kind of get pushed a little early by a team that, I mean, were you guys expecting this out of 2G?
I was actually, yeah. I think a lot of these teams in VCT right now that are scrimming against 2G are complimenting them a lot. And I was blown away last week when they didn't run double duelists. They'd lost 8 straight maps before PXS joined the roster.
Yeah, that sucks, bro. That feels bad.
Yeah, they went 2-0 last week, but it wasn't with like high variance double duelist comps. It was single duelist comps, and they were playing rotations and running set plays really, really well. It's a totally different look. They're decisive. Whereas before, there was a lot of, it looked like miscommunication within the team, breakdowns in the mid-round. I'm not seeing that as much anymore.
And it's especially shocking because you have new IGL, right? Luis taking that position for the team. Also, PXS coming in now trying to play flashes for the team. And yet his setup's been fairly good, especially on these, these pop flashes towards back yellow. Oskia trying to scale off of that. All those small little setup plays that 2G can lock those in, set themselves up in a good position. Got good news, guys.
Right. So I want to draw attention. I rarely do this, but I'm going to do it this time.
Okay.
I recently saw a thread on Reddit where they were breaking down by region, the amount of, like, the percentage of tech pause rate per casting pairs.
Right.
And unfortunately, for Dre and I, it was criminally high.
Whoa. More than
Hang on.
Pansy?
Well, I don't know about EME. I'm talking about America.
Okay.
I don't know. But I was hoping that Dre was the issue.
Yeah.
Right? Because I'm like, I mean, it couldn't be me. Right?
That's the thing.
And so now I'm thinking, I still don't think it's me. I think it's the new room. And I think it's all the
This
room.
is insane levels of cope.
This is huge cope.
I think it's the room.
No.
Oh yeah, guys, because the room and Mercury's in Gatorade and all that stuff, and it's the room. It's not me.
Gatorade? Dude, what is this guy talking about?
Mercury's in Gatorade.
Yeah, tell
You
him.
know about that?
No.
Oh, he doesn't know.
Not a knower.
It's okay though.
Tough.
You're just keeping me out of the joke. This is that. Usually it's just two people, so like Doug would have to tell me the joke because he'd be so
like,
desperate for a laugh, someone to be in on it. But no, you two can have your little thing.
You like fake the laugh because yeah, I get it. It's like the box like a fish from yesterday. As soon as I figure out what's going on in the room, I will keep you all informed. Again, it is a bit of a tech pause issue, courtesy of player. Now, I wanna go back to the game here, fellas. We've talked about the Harbor Viper comp, and it seems like 2G has been able to dance with it a little bit. Yeah, they've been stalled out a bit, but do you feel like 2G has been able to kind of get a read on how they want to play against this double wall comp?
I think so, yeah. I like how they're disrespecting the Harbor walls, and they're not using KO flashes to do that. And I think that's a very important thing. I was going to point out early in the game, when we saw the Harbor Viper meta, I thought KO was a terrible pairing against the Harbor. The flash gets like no value through the walls because no one wants to go through it. The knife does almost nothing because the walls are already up, so it doesn't even matter if you suppress the Harbor at that point. And this was most noticeable watching a team like Sentinels, where Tens was playing a lot of KO versus, like Loud and some of these double controller teams back in 2023. It was a hard realization for me because I thought KO would be good against Harbor, but it turns out that's not the case.
Not so much, right? Because even just the delay or hearing the knife, you have time to get the wall out and everything. Yeah, I'm kind of expecting 2G because now they've lost, right, the bonus, they've lost the one rifle round coming in. They've done a lot of these B hits coming in towards the end. Are you expecting them? Because I kind of think they're going to try to play more on site, especially after getting walled off on main. It's really hard to hold that B post plant with only players onto yellow. And maybe they can use the KO flash to fight in a little bit more before these retakes get underway.
Yeah, this feels like a map game plan out of 2G, if I'm being honest. They're trying to set the precedent of going heavy B early round. And again, the early KO flash. Ooh, good trade.
Yeah, that early KO flash you were mentioning was very valuable. Askia does fall, and I think there was an adjustment from crew here. It wasn't just Kesnet who was playing here on an island as he had been the last couple of rounds. He had a little help courtesy of Mazino.
Oh, that turret does not see him.
Oh my.
He has slipped the net, hasn't he? Busted.
Wow, that's crazy awareness.
The thing is, though, like, Melzer plays that spot every round. Crew love to play, like, one player deep in heaven there, and then one player screens. That's usually their A-hold, unless Kesnet is opping on this side of the map. They've got double mollies down to stall out the plant, and what that usually means is Crew can get 2 or 3 players over, floating from mid to quickly flood in. Now, that's not an option this time because their Harbor was stuck over in main, so Crew are going to slow down the pace a bit.
Yeah, we're seeing Mazino come back. We're going to see the high tide come and cut across all of the A site, and here it is. And the flood should come soon.
Ew.
And that has a lockdown.
Wait a second. This all of a sudden is growing some legs. It was just 3 shares. The flash on the other side of the wall going to delay a little bit. Shy, not able to commit and stick to the defuse. They have to vacate the site.
Oh my.
The fact that Silence is getting the kill on the Sova with the Hunter's Fury 2, so he can't cancel the ult is huge. Now the clock is gone.
Are they going to be able to find their way in? The Cove breaks. 2 kills coming through. All of them fall, and the defuse should land just in the nick of time, I believe.
.2.
Oh my God! What? I can't believe you were wrong.
Oh my. Wow. The crazy thing is that literally just won Stick It. Our match point segment.
Yeah, you
that's
know
better than every pro that's been in an isolated situation trying to defuse the spike.
You're right. That's a hard-hitting analysis I was looking for out of you.
Put him on the leaderboard.
The pop-off from Shy.
Just another clean anti-eco there, folks. Nothing,
Nothing to see here.
Nothing to worry about.
We've seen both sides of the A anti-go, right? We saw 100 Thieves yesterday with EU pushing so aggressively, giving the Phantom this time full retake. Oh,
Kesnet with the op. First time we see it, and he's posted up A.
Good scaling protocols from 2G, though, not taking the wide angle. Because there's no chance they're winning that fight.
Again, 2G with the intentions of hitting this B site. This is a clear game plan feel out of 2G.
This time putting the shallower alarm bot, so they're still in range for that for this duration.
Man, it doesn't catch him sleeping. This fight mid is going to be big. Luis dropped. Boy, Shy has been insane this year, hasn't he?
I think he's always been those.
Nutmegged him. Going in between his legs, but Kesnet does not miss the second time around.
Dry fights everywhere, no Viper.
Still got a shot with it. Again, a second kill found with the op. Yeah, you can't back up. You got to throw that thing forward. PXS having to push the pace a little bit. Now you have the Reckoning you're going to have to deal with. Askia left in a 1v3, trying to stay alive. Finds comfort in the Cloudburst off the swing. The Cove goes up. The kill goes through, and Crew get another.
Yeah, good round there from Crew. Honestly, just too hard for 2G to play, I think, once they lost the Viper. Like, actually sticking on that site, you've got no wall to block any of those sight lines.
I mean, you mentioned it. Shy in that 1v1, losing the Viper was everything. But Shy in these mid-range 1v1 fights.
Nice jump. That is acrobatic. Like a ballerina out there.
He's already dead, no?
It looks like he was already dead, but, I mean, he's the pro, not me.
Oh, okay. Oof. 2G, I mean, I think they've played these rounds really well. The retakes from Crew, particularly, I mean, Mazino's not having a great mechanical game, maybe, but his util is getting so much value on these retakes.
So, I mean, why you run a Harbor?
So far, Kesnet's only played behind the Harbor wall, so him having the op here when they show the Harbor wall B main could surprise 2G.
That's not the kind of gift they're looking for here.
Okay, Teo droning out B right now. I kind of feel like the game plan for 2G was first 6 rounds B, try to set the precedent, get them to over-rotate to B, and you can see Mazino leaning.
Oh, I thought he'd hit that. Dashing away, double dipping for the fight. Both Jets now gone.
Kesnet not ready for this aggression.
No, he's not. Reverso wasn't either. Askia at the tip of the spear, finding a little bit of value early on. Gee, I thought he was going to connect onto 2. A 3v3, you've got the pit you're going to have to play around as well. As Mazino decides to scale forward, spamming, not connecting. A dangerous game. As Mazino now falls, the pit still in play. Kesnet and Melser trying to figure out how they solve this. Cabrera has his ult too for a post plant. And look at his position already on the minimap. He's playing so far off.
And salvos as well. The Cove is gone. This is very unlikely, Doug.
Yeah, this feels very secure. And so you wonder here, if you're Crew, do you try? I mean, do you take a shot at it? You've got the op, you're going to try to recover, but Kesnet will fall again, leaving Melser all on his own. What are you up to here? One. Stone. Another one on the other side. And Luis will clean him up, but a great round from 2G, all things considered. You were right, the aggression, they weren't ready for it.
No, yeah, and I think it was like I said, it's because of how 2G has started off this half, right? They have gone B or had intentions of going B all of the first 6 rounds. This was a clear game plan to get Crew to lean towards the B side early on in this game. It's opening up the late A hits that normally are dominated by this Harbor. They're trying to pull Harbor away from A, and it's working. But now with the Hunter's Fury online, things change a little bit.
I do think the way 2G have also scaled up has been pretty impressive, not falling to the op shots early on. Even with Kesnet backside, yeah, when he's re-swinging the second or third time, he's finally getting it, but 2G have been able to get up here pretty consistently.
Let's see how this tail ult is used. We've been seeing it back A site, pushing people out of the site. The big question is, does the knife scan? There's 3 back site right now, all swinging a triple high-low.
Oh, what a nightmare that would be to swing into. The knife gets cleared.
Oh, but look at that ulti. Forces him into the front of the site.
Oh, the pit has been invested too. I mean, Melser's still alive, so that's still something they can play around, but this will be difficult. Shy, again, robotic with it. Thinking through, investing the lockdown, and does. It's going to buy a little bit of space. Still plenty of time on the clock.
Yeah, we're down to the later ends of the round, but still place for 2G to work through this. Maybe trying to get some mid-space. Check out Luis going all the way under tube.
Check out Shy. He's already at B. This guy literally made the trip all the way across the map.
He is the safety valve. He is the insurance. Ooh. And the bullets don't connect, but Kesnet does, arriving at the scene of the crime right on time.
20 seconds.
Spike planted.
Spike planted now. A 2v2.
Kesnet's on an island. He's feeling confident.
That's what you expect out of your duelist, but Silence might be the one to play spoiler.
He's in such a good spot right now.
He's just got to be able to find the value in the timing. Meanwhile, for Crew, this feels a little labored. Oh, dear. Better late than never. Melser left in a 1v2. He's going to find the first, leaving things down to a 1v1. Viper.
No shot expects this, Doug.
Viper,
no
you're
shot.
Absolutely right. Luis has played his cards perfectly. A second tap. He can wade it all the way through. Assassination styles. Melser's dealt with. We're tied at 4.
The plant, right? That is such an off plant. And the awareness that he should reposition in that moment, go all the way back to mid. He knows it's open. They had all of that A presence. He knows the Viper's on A because of the pit. He knows Shy locked down at the A site, and he was the B player. There's no one near him. And so he knows he can make this play, and that was a winning play no matter what.
Yep.
That one-on-one was near unwinnable.
It was really, really nice. Even the plant pretty good for a player in kitchen, coming in delayed up through top site. But Crew, I feel like, have been playing a much more active A site than I'm used to. Kind of switching up their game plan from the last time we saw it. So far, 2G have dealt with it nicely.
I mean, to be fair, that Annihilation pushed them forward that last round.
True.
Yeah. And you could tell what the idea was. You play in the pit, you try to make this as miserable as possible for 2G, but just not the way it played out. Heavy lean towards B once again from the attack. And it is mostly a vacant site as Kesnet starts to arrive. No blades to speak of, just the Sheriff.
Dude, that high tide on A is so annoying. If they were there, it allows one player to play.
Man,
Plant goes down.
Yeah, Kesnet having to take a step back. Takes a little bit of damage.
The problem is by using the high tide over on A, it's actually on much more of a delay than it has been because 2G accelerated so much more than they have been usually on these B hits. The Outlaw purchase too from Oski against 5 light armors. Big value.
Heads up play on that buy.
Hey, they're going to continue to tee off. Melser's getting 2 kills with the Sheriff. Still gun advantage the way they attack.
He's using the turret as a shield.
They're converting this. They're converting this. Shy gets 2 to close the round.
Wow. Wow. Crew just destroyed those guys.
Dude, Melser's Sheriff shots initially getting the 2K.
How did they scale up so aggressively? I don't know how Crew is capable of closing that distance. The orb allows them to get yellow control. Oh my.
Wow. A little masterclass from Shy and Melser there on the light buy.
I think we saw a bullet per kill.
That was crazy.
And now the eco is just swung back onto the opposite end. So it's Kesnet going to the Outlaw.
I think we're going to have a null command A hit right now.
Get out of my way.
Blades popped. Nothing from the defense to counter it. That flash is good, but
that was there. That was there.
Not able to connect. The Outlaw missing as well. Bit of a messy round so far, but all investment, all attention towards A.
Yeah, thing is, even if 2G commit the null command, look where Melser's playing. Bye-bye, knives. Melser's on the other side of the map, so he wouldn't be shut off to that.
You guys want to explain that one?
No. I mean, he did shake his head after, so.
Well, it's so he gets more ult orbs, Doug, with 2.5 rounds left. He's definitely going to have his ult again.
This is just playing
making it rain. He didn't need those knives.
Yeah, just playing a different game. Oski is going to do his best to forget that. Meanwhile, again, a Cuttingham noise. This is not the first time Crew respond this way to the way 2G are playing this round.
Look, Crew look a bit shook about this B side. They rotate into mid, great double swing. Catch Louise, no Viper. Not necessary on this A hit though.
They're still going to get a lot of space. I mean, if Inverso can stay out and keep his life, it seems like he can. They still have the ult from the Sova as well, and Mazino's. And I'm honestly shocked that they're investing both of these into an eco, but They've got to find a way to convert this. 20 seconds left in the round. The spike's still not committed. The attack not finding enough room to breathe. And those lungs are getting real shallow. 10 seconds left. Kesnet tees off with 2. It's another slaughter.
I feel like that was the first time we got to see Crew play one of their actual like pre-take setups, because so often when they play this map, it's all about getting that harbor push wall and repositioning over into Gen so they can hold like they did right there.
Great double swing on Tube in the mid round. They shut down this A hit. They go clear out mid for the lurk. Kill the lurk. Go back to A. The Reckoning from Mazino combined with the Hunter's Fury is one of the best pairings, in my opinion, to stop an A hit. The stun pools, particularly around 410, are insane. Yeah, and we've seen someone like Calm get like triple kills with Hunter's Fury because of it.
I mean, it just injects so much chaos. Again, aggressive from the defense towards A. They've pushed back that line.
This is a brawl at A. 9 players here.
The question is, how much do 2G double down on this? This is a gun round for them, and the money's not great. If you want to keep this half respectable, you've got to convert. Melser perched up on high. PXS flirting with the rope. Melser nowhere to go. Has to double down. Has to take the fight. He gets 2. No way! PXS finally putting a stop to the antics. But the damage has been dealt.
Downed KO could be rezzed, but I don't think he can get to it.
Yeah, too many bodies. Crew have been able to sneak up into the area. Oski would have to deal with all of them individually. One's there, but not quite enough as Kesnet ends the round.
That is unbelievable value that he gets there. He's stuck up in A. He's got nowhere to go.
Melser is so good. He's actually so underrated as a player. And I mean, he provides so much to this team strategically. It's almost like a dual IGL system. Think back to when they had Klaus on the team. Man, they look so good when Melser's fragging out like this.
Brother, he should have died.
He really should have.
He should have died and got nothing.
I mean, the null command, you would think the KO would be the first to challenge. The KO was actually the last to challenge.
Pacey towards the middle of the map. Oski already dashing forward. Light armor and a rifle for him. Light armor across the board, actually, and Kesnet still has an outlaw.
This is a very quick lurk up mid.
The last time Luis got here, he wasn't seen by a Killjoy turret, but he was being hard held. This time, no turret even in the area. And oh, man, not quite going to be there.
Oh, just buzzing by his
Think
ear.
about all the things you can hear from this spot.
Yes.
So they can push and pull rotations, and Luis can really dominate the round from the calls.
What's the play here? Oh, Luis finding value not just with his ears, but with his gun too.
And he pops his orb and dips out.
Hold on a second. Mazino has a little pocket to play with. Mazino!
Not
3!
Not again.
There's no way.
The controllers getting away with it once more. I mean, seemingly back to back. First it was Melser, then it was Mazino. And now Luis is left in a 1v3. First one found, second not connecting onto it. The heroics from those two to close out the half from Crew is, I mean, invaluable.
Mazino's crazy, man.
No, as someone that's played a lot of Harbor, that's cap. No, you can't play Harbor and do that, Chad. No, he makes it look way easier than it is, trust me. This guy is so good on Harbor.
And he got the turret kill too. It's like a 4K.
Dude, most players in that situation, they just give up the site. They give up the space and they decide to retake together, but refusing to relent, refusing to give up space. Again, heroics for both of them. Crew up 8-4 at half. We're going to take a quick break. We'll see you guys on the other side.
Oof, stuck paying for that old phone? Don't be. You know, at Verizon, we'll pay off your phone. And you'll get iPhone 16 on us. That's a value of up to $1,600, only on Verizon.
Well, there were plenty of questions heading into this series. Were Crew going to be able to continue their dominant look? How would 2G look and fare, given the roster changes, given everything they've dealt with? And for a little while, I was fooled into believing. I thought, well, hang on, there might be a shot. But Ender, Sean, what do you did? I mean, that hasn't been the case. They've kind of run away with it here.
I mean, honestly, I think Crew are in a great position. Obviously 8-4, but last time they played this map, they only won 3 rifle rounds on defense. Now they're coming into their attack side, which looked significantly stronger, already with a pretty massive lead. But we didn't see a lot of B looks from them, and they're opening here on the pistol.
Cascade to deny that info, immediate drone to follow up, and the knife right away from PXS. Shuts down the drone.
Now, the unique thing about how Crew play this map is, check out Melzer's utility. He still has the orb. This guy almost never is throwing his orb in mid. He's using it as part of the A exec.
Check out Kesnet right now, though. He's lurked in B. And
dude, that's vintage Kesnet.
Yeah. Oh, he heard the pop flash clear. He knows they're likely rotating back to A. He's going to get a 1.
He's going to walk into his death, isn't he? Luis was even wanting to check it, too.
And what it does is it paralyzes Askia. Askia's got to stay on B, so no rotates to come into this A site. And right now, Silence kind of stuck up on Raptor, trying to get in front of that fight, in front of that orb that Melzer, again, used on this site. It's just impossible to flood against Crew's utility when they commit it all to this exec.
Right after the high tide, a Cascade connects Heaven. They triple face screens. As the Cascade falls, they're going to re-peek Heaven.
Now the orb's up again, and they're fighting through it like, come on, Kesnet has 3.
He's had so much value. I mean, this entire round, but honestly, the entire map. Now Askia's left in a 1v3, and he's just not able to convert. I mean, when you're that heavily outgunned in a post-plant situation like that, that's borderline unwinnable as well. So really cool approach from Crew in the pistol.
The thing is, Crew's A-hit was never really solved by Sentinels when they met on this map. Like, you kind of need to get out in front of that utility because you can't flood in through that harbor wall or the orb. And you can't really play on site super easily either because Crew have a lot of, different pieces of utility to try and clear you out. The way they scale in is pretty uniform.
And isolating fights as effectively as they do with their double wall comp just makes it miserable to try to do. You're right.
Yeah, the orb denies the high-low swing from Raptors and backside, which is usually how defensive teams are trying to take those longer angles.
Nice Viper Molly shot kill. I haven't seen that in like 2 years.
Yeah, I was about to say, we just rolled the clock back, didn't we?
I remember when that was like innovative. It was like, wow, they're sniping the orb on the anti-eco.
Yeah, that was when Sean still thought he could coach.
That's crazy.
Did you come up with that one? The shock molly?
It was 84 years ago. Gilbert's gonna get shocked off this angle too.
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying is like once you have that orb that deals with backside, there's only really the one angle that you can rat out on. It simplifies what is usually a more complicated site.
Did we just call A site complicated?
Yeah, I think you did.
Ender.
In terms of the amount of like angles that defenders can be on. Come on.
Now roast
the
him.
top
Roast
side
him.
rats.
Give it to
What
him,
do you?
bro.
Okay.
Give it to him.
Are we talking Teo meta where like half of them are eliminated in like 2
No, I'm talking. No, they're playing without a tail, man.
I'm kidding. I'm kidding.
Come on, he's ragging on me.
He got body blocked. He was trying to get out.
Nope, didn't see it.
This game is rigged. This game's rigged.
Look, you guys throw shots at me. I'll come back at you.
I wasn't throwing shots. I'm on your side.
Okay, fair enough.
Doug's he's the one that's stirring stuff up right now.
That's my job, though, right? Like,
Hey.
I drop a little bomb, and then I let you guys figure it out.
Doug, I've got my eyes on you. You lock in.
You should have the eyes on the screen, because this will be an attempt at a bonus for Crew, and this would be devastating if they can convert.
That push wall's so annoying, too.
It
Not
really
only does
is.
it block the main line, blocks, like, the high line from yellow, too.
Second bit of harbor utility out. They're going to try to flood out behind it. Askia has to give the space up, even with all the help that's here.
Whoa. Okay. That's a normal Kesnet activity on this map.
That feels terrible. This is the bonus.
Yes. It's a bonus. That's their controller. Yeah, it's a good trade to kind of nullify this a little bit, but there are any post-plant situations. Shy's getting the kill onto PXS. And the Reckoning. They're going to get flushed out of this. Do they scale up and try to fight? Askia swinging out behind it. Melser drops them. Silence and Gobert, the two that remain.
Oh, this round is cooked.
Yeah, bro, there's no way.
Also, Shy just rolled in with the mollies, too. He's got another one.
This puts all of the wind out of their sails. Gobert has to scale up, take the fight, and then still get back in time for the defuse. There's no shot. I mean, Crew have fully run away with this.
Yeah, I mean, the glimmer of hope we saw early for 2G is just completely gone. The pistol bonus combo here in the second half puts them at 11. Money is just in shambles right now.
But they're laughing in chat.
No.
The guys are laughing in chat. It's cooked. I mean, it's over.
Dude, Mazino's Icebox record, I mean, that adds up. I'm surprised he lost 5 times, to be honest.
I'm not gonna lie, me too. Me too.
Think about how good Lev was on this map.
Okay.
I mean, they combo the Shock Molly, and there's a Blade Storm that they're investing into it as well.
Oh, they're speedrunning this game right now.
Yeah, this
they're
feels like
speedrunning it.
This feels like they're going for the jugular. Kesmet dashing forward.
Oh.
PXS swats him out of the sky, but of course, there's power in numbers, and that's exactly what Crew have.
Man, that's tough. Like, he's trying to figure out how to play this site when there's no angles for him, and then the orb comes down, and you're out of position. Just brutal.
Oh, you want to flood? Nope, Cascade.
Nope, another wall.
Oh, you want to flood after this? Oh, orb's up.
Fun.
Yeah, have fun playing the game.
Oh, flood again? Oh, we have a Sova dart now. Oh, turn and shoot that, because the orb's about to come down. We're about to shoot you in the face.
Man, I'm punching my monitor.
Go next.
Walking out.
That's crazy.
That's map point for Crew. All right, 12-4, the way of Crew. I want you guys to cast this round without using any Valorant terms. No utility.
No agents.
No agents.
No
nothing.
maps. Can we say player names?
Yes, you can say player names, but you're not allowed to say any utility names. No like common Valorant lingo.
Okay.
All right. And then if you do, I'll tell you guys what happens in between map 2 and 3. There will be like a
punishment
consequence
game
to this. Yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
The nice thing about being the play-by-play in this TriCast is that I can do this and I'm not involved. I'm just making this miserable for you guys.
I can chill with this. I've done this before on the co-stream. No, you're doing it with me, but
yeah, but you want to start it off for us?
I call it. It's the cage roll.
Oh,
yeah.
Oh, you're so right.
Yes.
Cage roll. Yeah, shout out Cage roll.
Yes, it's the cage roll. That's what we're doing right now.
Yeah. If you don't know who Cage roll is, y'all are trolling. But League of Legends streamer that very famous for not knowing what's going on in Valorant. That's his big thing.
We've seen the clip. Yeah, we've seen the clip. So again, no agent names, no utility names, no like gun names, nothing like that. It's got to be you're like explaining like someone's 5.
Yeah. Oh, this is actually gonna be fun. I really like.
Yeah.
I like this approach.
Okay. All right. Looks like Legolas is approaching the first letter of the alphabet right now.
Okay.
I think A is fine. It's a letter. A is okay.
Okay.
I don't need your help, Doug.
Yeah, quiet. You're out of this one. You're out of this one right now.
Cook.
You're right.
So the red team, they've got 5 people ready to do some serious damage over here.
Yeah, at the pointy letter.
The pointy letter. Oh, wow. Look, we're gliding on forward.
Green goop and the red explosion.
The oobleck, I think is what they call it.
Yeah.
The what?
The oobleck. Bro's never read Dr. Seuss.
Gosh.
You have kids.
He's got the big flower gun that one shot.
Oh my goodness, he's going for his toes.
Oh my god, the floor turned blue.
There's circles on the ground where we're running around. Recon ball. Sorry, it said it on the screen.
Water everywhere.
Oh, you're cooked, bro. You said recon. It's done for you.
It said it on the screen. I'm just reading.
We're jumping in the water. We're
Hold
jumping
on.
out
How
of the
does water go like that? There's a gap in the water.
Don't ask
Silence.
Physics doesn't make sense.
Approaching backside.
Yep.
The green in his eyes. More green.
Whoa.
He's turning around. He's walking through the green. It's so green. And the game is up. The jig is up.
Yeah.
Yep, as is that thing that's going to make them have the number 5.
Silence, massive round there. Huge 3K. I think there are 2 big takeaways from that round. Silence looked really good on that retake. And
What's a retake?
And Ender unfortunately lost the game. Sean kind of flirted with it a little bit, but managed to stay unscathed.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, no, that was honestly the fact that you guys, that was through a harbor ult, that was through all of, I mean, I'm honestly impressed. You guys did really well.
Thank you so much.
I can't believe I'm getting flamed for saying recon bolt. It was on the screen. Like, we're playing the Cadril game. You're telling me Cadril can't read?
Brother, it's the name of the...
He does play League of Legends, so...
Oh, League players can read. What is going on? They're in the studio. They're going to mess you up if they hear that.
That's actually a really... Well...
They
probably would, actually.
They might have a shot at this. Or Crew will just put them away. Up to 12, 2G with guns. And full armor. Askia with an op too.
Wow, mid harass, go right back into A. That's going to draw attention into mid. That Killjoy is locked in there, cement shoes.
Oh, the drone. Did they not see him?
It didn't see him.
Not again. No. Oh gosh, he gets his one, but manages.
But he had his ultimate too. Like a 1v1 is not worth there.
No, not when the game is on the line. Having to rely on your teammates to carry you over this. Dashing into the Cloudburst. Askia not able to connect the shot with the op, trying to hop away and stay alive. The blades have been dulled.
Lockdown.
There's still a shot at this. Silence having to drop the molly to dissuade some of that early push as they begin to knock on his door and forget about knocking it. They kick the damn thing down.
Ooh. And they're going to piece together this flank is happening. No one's fighting them screens, no one heaven.
Louise is going to have to deliver
3, 2,
on
1.
his
Really,
own.
they're going to realize.
Tucked on the swing. He's gotten it down to a 1v1. Melser has been good, but can he deliver again for Crew? Louise on the swing. Louise delivers.
Louise didn't take the bait a single time. That was kind of wild.
No, he was cold. That was so cool. He didn't shoot a single jiggle. That was crazy.
Wow. Because even that second player like turned around, like you were saying, like was aware that this was the time where you're getting swung from the flank or screens and didn't even matter.
Yeah, when you see pro players toss jiggles like that, if you shoot, they know you have to wait for the reset.
Yeah.
So they're going to swing. If you shoot on one of these jiggles, they're going to wide swing and punish you. But he never took the bait.
Nice!
They're calm with it. Honestly, vibe's still up.
The Red Bull clutch is keeping them in this fight. Still 6 rounds that you're going to have to solve. You're still going to have to deal with the inevitable Crew ult wave, but for now,
I'm going to be really mad at 2G if this is a fake comeback. Because look, I'm looking at the screen right now. There's 3 ultimates for them to work with, right? They've got, you know, fairly good econ if they can win this round and start building up.
I don't know what would make you say that, Ender. A Valorant team has never
I love when Jets play like this with the high
made a fake comeback. Mazino committing to getting the plant down.
Silent, same pop-off spot.
Oh, so close.
I thought that was going to connect.
And Inverso's going for a late wrap into mid. Just misses the timing on Gobera.
Goberra's going to have to pop his ult.
Gobera needs to turn.
Oh, this is wraps.
He's got to do it soon.
Oh,
and that window's closing real fast. Oh, it's so sad. Adverso, you called it out. Ender, the dagger. Askia left in a 1v3. The spike has been ticking for a little while. Maybe you get the frags, but time is so short.
Oh, wait a second.
1v1.
Nah, there's just not enough time. Adverso still has a shock. What were you saying about fake comebacks?
They didn't even really come back that much, so it wasn't that fake.
It was a 13-6 for Crew on Icebox, and I mean that double wall comp that we talked about so much, it got pushed a little bit at the beginning, but it really felt like they were in full control.
I don't know how many wins Mazino had on Icebox. But
19 and 5. Now he's 20 and 5.
Yeah, means that 5 losses though.
80% win rate.
Can you believe that? He's lost 5 times. I mean, I do think there were a lot of things to maybe be excited for 2G on the other side of this. We're going to their map pick. A lot of the ideas that they had were cool. They were having to solve on the fly how to go through this double duelist comp, or excuse me, this double wall comp with Gesnit and the controllers playing the way they were. I am hopeful that Ascent will show us a little something different.
Ascent's going to be super interesting because neither one of these teams has played that map this year. So, and it's 2G's map pick. So they've got a lot of options in terms of comps, right? Yeah. Are you going to be playing Yori? Are you going to be playing the boring stuff? Double Senti. Please give me a double Senti.
But they're starting on attack. Oh, that's a Lev formula.
Yeah, that just sets you back so far behind. But I think Ender, you raised a really good question. What can we expect from them, given that the meta has changed on the map that had been solved for the longest time? We'll have a lot of questions, Sean.
Yeah, I can't wait to see what they choose to do on Ascent right here. I think they have the double Sentis on the team if they choose to do it. The problem is, like I said, they're starting attack. We're going to see a lot of set plays, in my opinion, out of 2G right now.
1-0 series lead for Crew. They're looking to put 2G away and do so quickly. We'll see if they can do that on Ascent on the other side of this break. We will see you guys shortly.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Ali também, o Askia vai buscar o abate. Askia de novo. Que round do Askia. Ace. Foi para a espada, cuidado. Juega perfecto Mazino. Mazino la triple. Mazino la cuarta. Mazino histórico.
Here with Coach Adam of Crew Visa, a pretty dominant Icebox from y'all. There's a little bit of a comeback from 2G, but you ended up stopping it. We're moving on to their map pick of Ascent, correct? And so what's the plan? What do we see happening?
Well, we haven't played Ascent yet. This is going to be our first time this split, so we're pretty excited about that. We weren't sure if they were going to pick that map. At the end they did, but we're happy to play. We want to play every single map after playoffs, so we're happy to it.
All right, well, stay happy and good luck.
Welcome back, folks, to the lounge on the other side of that first map between Crew and 2G. We are here, of course, chilling. We brought RKT in as well to help us break down this first map. How you doing, man? Great to have you here.
Really good. Really glad to be here.
Hell yeah. Let's go, bro.
We have great vibes. We're very chaotic right now. I'm sure we'll try and give you a chance to also to impart some of that knowledge as well, especially of the scene. Yeah, that was, yeah, I mean, yeah, okay. We started off, obviously, in this game with Crew. The half didn't end like this, but on defense, Crew really wanted to drag these rounds out. We're really looking to stall the game. It looked like they were really frustrating for 2G to deal with.
Absolutely. I think Harbor, it's amazing to do that. And the way Crew is playing, I think, is the most interesting. Usually Crew is a team that like to take fights, like to push. Kesney is very well known for that. But in this map, they decide to play a lot slower. They just wait for all the utility, and they retake the space after. So I really, really like the way they play it.
Do you think it's because Crew somehow think that they're figured out, that they love to play always like this double duelist dive or being fairly aggressive, that they feel that they have to change the playbook all around, and it might be the key to success for them to be able to win this stage?
I think it could be a bit, but I think Crew is gaining on depth. They're becoming a more complex team.
Yes.
Actually, I always be like, Kesney operator was like so most of the time, but I think this year he's going much better with it. So they have a lot more tools at their disposal. Even if in their draft, usually they have one permaban, but this year they come like, we have 7 maps. We can draft much better.
And that just goes to show what Adam was talking about.
Exactly.
We're willing to play these new maps. We don't care. We want to be able to play everything. And what a better time to showcase a new map against, you know, let's just say it how it is, one of the lower standing teams in the group.
I mean, Adam said that after the Sentinels game. He was like, after the veto, we felt like we really had these guys, right? Your post-plant stats here, I think, are pretty definitive, of course, with that 1 thrifty round mixed in there by Crew. How annoying is it when you're 2G and you're halfway through an execute on towards that A site, and then Harbor Wall gets thrown up again? And all of a sudden, your team is split up, and then Kesney is just tearing you to pieces.
Yeah, no, absolutely, and doing a great job with the operator. Also in attack, they changed the way they use the Viper Orb to stall the way to enter into the side. It's really nice seeing crew playing like, okay, we're going to play retake. It's our decision, and it's working.
Yeah, it shows as well that week after week, despite looking at the A side hit, we're talking about these phases that they like to go for utility to take orb control, then a second one to go into the A side execute. But those small changes, you think that teams are studying crew and they're like, oh, well, we could actually probably top them over, but no, they have something new to come out with.
I mean, that was a crazy defuse situation here. I feel like we've got to circle back, Dre, and keep talking about Mazino because he's picked up where he left off. In fact, almost showing us the same moments that we got yesterday.
I mean, the spray down over here. Like, how many spray downs is this guy going to get in stage 1? It's just ridiculous. You have no chance. This is a round that shouldn't be won. Sean was talking about it. He's like, why are you just sitting there alone in Harbor? But it's Mazino. He can make it work. It doesn't matter to him.
It's his map.
Yeah, it's literally his map.
What were they saying, like 20-5? But at that point, I mean, he's playing his controller right. You know, he's at a point where he's throwing his orb, he's throwing his wall. What else can you do? Let me just be a body. Let me try to take as many down with me as I can, and becomes an anchor player on top of that on a defense.
It's the most oppressive character to play against when he's popping off, because Harbor Ultimate is like a guaranteed round when it felt like, especially in this map.
Yeah.
I mean, yeah, I could see even LZ had another great game, another great map in general.
A great start in the beginning too.
Yes.
The calling looked pretty good, right? Well, you start off the game for 2G side for the IGL, like he's getting a 3K, he's giving a chance here for 2G to actually win that pistol round first. But then the calls that he had on like how they wanted to execute and really try to get those flanks, that plant that he had on that B side, that's an off-site plant that he's able to win a 1v1 on. The game plan around 2G was really good.
All right, now let's hear what Coach Faith has to say ahead of a map 2, which neither of these teams have played yet.
Here with Faith, the coach of 2G. Almost a comeback, couldn't quite get it done. We're moving on to your map pick of Ascent. I would love to pick your brain. Why did you guys pick Ascent? Because Adam told me they weren't sure you're going to do it. So why did you pick it?
It's pretty much because we had a great week scrimming Ascent. We had a lot of great teams playing against, and we did well. So it's part of our plan too. Yep.
Right, best of luck in map 2.
Thank you.
RKT, you said this. In the past, crew have had permabans and maps that they don't want to touch, but they feel like a much more complete team now. So even heading into a map we haven't seen them on, from what I just saw in Icebox, I've still got to be feeling confident about them.
Yeah, absolutely. I just want to say one thing. That's because I don't like the default comp on Ascent. I just hope we don't have default comp on Ascent.
I was going to ask you that question.
Man.
Like,
No.
probably would play the bench comp. Do you
I
think
hope no. I hope nobody would go, please.
Okay, we were hard on them about like using the old school comps on a lot of maps, but this year they picked up the Tejo Breacher on multiple maps. We've seen the Vice from them. It looks like Crew is actually showing us some of those new comps and some adaptability. So we're going to have to find out on the other side of this break. Let's see also what 2G has in store for us on Ascent, as that's their map choice after this short break. On Ascent, there are lots of questions, lots of conversations around what the compositions would be, what kind of looks we'll get. Given that neither team has shown this map, we're just a few moments away from having those questions answered. I'm Doug, and with me on the call is Ender, and then Sean Escaris as well. Boys, expectations, feelings, thoughts?
You care about my feelings?
I'm thinking we're going to see...
Not a ton, actually. I lied.
I'm thinking we might have a double Senti comp, but I'm waiting to see the comps right now busted out.
Come on. Tell me what the comps are. I like how they keep us a little...
There we go.
A little bit delayed. All right, let's see what we got here. Okay, Crew were playing the double Senti, but not 2G. What's actually up with that? We got a little bit baited there when you were wondering what was going to be coming on through.
Crew are rocking the Deadlock Cypher right now, and honestly, I think it's a really good comp, especially with the changes to the Cs on the Deadlock. The Yoru out of Kesnet, he's had so much value since switching to this agent. I was actually talking to him about it backstage a couple of weeks ago. He said he just picked it up randomly in the off season, and I asked him if he had any interest in Waylay. He's like, no, that's a baiter agent. It's like, I couldn't believe it.
Yeah, Crew or Kesnet, not much of a baiter, bit of a lurker. Does enjoy getting involved in that. We'll see what they've got in store for us on this map. Again, reminder, neither of these teams have actually played this map so far.
Well, we're just a few moments away from getting a look at it and seeing what they are going to show. Again, Ascent on the other side of this. We'll see what the compositions look like. We've got a little bit to speak of as we're a couple of minutes from loading into it. I think, as we talked about prior to cutting the break in between maps, there was a lot that 2G showed that looked interesting, that looked compelling, that was enough to give a little semblance of hope, but it was unfortunately squelched.
Yeah, it got shut down pretty quickly there. Once Crew called that early timeout, you know, we're able to bounce things back. But one thing that's been pretty consistent of 2G is just, I think their firepower, especially from Luis. He's been pretty stellar. Big fight into mid, all ready to kick things off.
Kills traded, and look at how aggressive the defense is. It seems like they might try to scale all the way up through mid, but instead taking the path into tree.
You've got into the Senti setup, Doug.
Yeah, you've got all of this utility to play it behind, and 2G can't find their way out.
I think that's a wise choice.
Agreed.
Speeding up into the A site against double Senti when you see any pressure anywhere is almost a huge mistake every time. Reaggress mid from Crew. Great shot from Kesnet.
I'm concerned about the pace at which Crew are going to want to play this map. I don't know that they're going to give 2G much room to breathe. I mean, we'll see if the rest of the rounds play out that way, but even on the pistol, the statement was made. They're going to play, and they're going to run at you.
Yeah, they are, and I like the attempt right there from Crew to push mid. Always aggressing, always staying in packs. Oh!
That's crazy.
The Red Bull clutch for Luis. Where did that even come from?
I mean, he's been doing this ever since he took over the IGL duties. This guy's been insane.
That 1v2 was insane. We'll take a look at it one more time in the replay, I hope, but that was so unexpected, given the aggression that Crew showed at the beginning of the map.
Yeah, both teams.
Get out, bro. Tagged by the camera, and then the double swing.
I will say both teams played really well with the trade, sticking in packs, and Crew did it till the very end.
Yeah.
What a clutch out of Luis.
Just when it seemed like all hope was gone. He was exactly what they needed. Now Crew are going to be on this awkward light buy. You've got an outlaw for Askia, and it's like they're waiting for some aggression from the defense, and they are right. I love that swing, but there are too many things to deal with. Gobert is going to get 3. Get closer and closer to having that Tejo ult online.
Check out the buy from 2G as well. Like, that's beastly. They're not just trying to win round 2. They're going to buy another rifle and try and win the bonus, not even take it.
Yeah, continue to snowball as much as you can. Blades
I was about to say, I was like, Kez is going to swoop that orb?
Yeah, they thought twice about that, wisely so.
Yeah.
Right. Right.
That was the ghost. Nothing really going on there.
Askia.
Got him flushed out of that corner, having to give the space up. Luis playing really far back, concerned for the flank, and he's about to find out.
He's got the ult.
That's where it is. You're right. Gobert is going to have that ult in the next round, so there's going to be a lot behind this bonus. Luis gets the last. 2G up big.
Oh, they are cooking right now. Tail ult bonus ender against the double Senti. The missiles to break some of this util close if you want to pop out of a main. We could see a really explosive, very powerful bonus off barrier.
Silence did upgrade, so he was the guy to fall, had a ghost, went for the save. He's got a rifle now. So there's 2 rifles, 2 guardians, and outlaw. Good news for Crew is they've got
4 heavy armors, but the bad news is Kesnet, the guy taking first contacts, is on the light. So there's a world where he could end up running into Gobert's Outlaw and really be punished.
Is the plan for 2G here to be a little bit more exploratory? Oski is dead. Dude, the timing on that was by himself. There was no camp spotting that someone was up cat or anything.
I love the fact that Crew are trying to give this idea that they're going to be really aggressive on defense, even with this comp. That early conditioning is going to be powerful, especially once they start playing more reserved later in the half.
They hold invested.
Is it
towards
TP over
heaven.
it?
No shot.
Oh my god,
He is.
what a play.
And he gets a kill anyway. He's still going to have a lot more to deal with, though. The defense is here, and it's starting to get even more bolstered. Ashai is going to be late on the rotate, but will arrive. Gobert now falls. Silence and Louise left in a 2v4. And the spikes, I mean, in a really uncomfortable position here.
2G need to find some way to bait out some early fights. Maybe here catching Mazino. That's big from Louise.
Still more to be done, though. The defense has the advantage. And it's going to be on Louise to try to pull off this 1v3. And he can't. Kesnet was there, overwhelmed on the numbers. Really cool ideas on playing around the ult, as you mentioned, but I mean, Crew on the board.
Heads up play by Kesnet and Crew right here. You know, aggressing through in the bonus right here because the other team has Teo ult, right? It's a powerful bonus. So the exec is going to be devastating. You want to try to break it apart, get an early frag. He does that, TP's out as Yoru, plays his life. Very well played. And then you see Melzer TP over the ult as well.
So cool, right?
Again, just like actually making 2G scramble and think on the fly.
And saying that, hey, they're going to be fighting you in mid-space too, because I think a lot of the times when you're attacking into a double senti comp, you usually try to take mid-control so you can split into a site, so you can, you know, avoid just getting permanently stalled out in one of the main chokes. Just like this round, we're going quick towards market.
We'll see how they handle it. It is a B split. A lot of the presence across the middle of the map. Gobert will be the first to find lethality. Smokes out, walls out. They're digging their heels in. Can they weather this storm? They've got some personnel here, but is it going to be enough to keep everything back? Oski on the swing, they both crumble. The site's all theirs. I don't know how Crew fight back into this.
I don't think they should, Doug. Look at the econ right now. They need these 2 guns for next round. If they were to go for this, they would be broke. Wow, what a response from 2G.
I'm really impressed that 2G win that retake, even ignoring the deadlock wall, because they couldn't scale downstairs. They had to go all in through lane, but everyone knew which angles they had to be holding, right? PXS is hard holding backside as Oski scales in, so Oski can turn around, deal with the player, boost it up on the box, and they both end up winning their fight, so it just looks super clean.
It is interesting that this is the round that they moved away from the mid-aggression, right? We talked about it so much in the first 3 rounds. Hey, it seems like Crew are going to want to fight you. They sent Kesnet on the pop flash, the pistol, all of it. This is the round where they take a step back. They just drop a trip. Instantly, 2G hits them where it hurts.
I think it caught Crew off guard. Not many teams are willing to just straight exec like that on a... This is a reset round for them, and they did go through mid, which is the call, right? You don't want to go in through one of the mains against this double senti comp. You want to abuse mid if you're 2G, but the pace they just played at was crazy.
The fact that it's the 4 players going in through mid, usually the mid's maybe like 3 players. It's the lighter side that you end up attacking.
Right.
Trying to
Doug, you're the problem. Doug, you're the problem. Doug, you're the problem.
I don't want this to be the thing. Like, I don't want...
Okay, leave.
I mean, actually, no, given how you guys handled that one round that I wasn't a part of, production's telling me that I'm not allowed to leave. Actually, they're begging that I stay. So I'm going to have to go ahead and listen to them because they're the ones who
name a name, Doug.
signed my paycheck, and it's not you guys. John Riot. Okay.
Oh.
See,
John
now
Riot
I know
himself.
you're lying. John Riot and I go way back. And I know John Riot doesn't like you that much.
You don't know John Riot.
I know John Riot.
We are being told it is a monitor issue. So, as is always the case, we're going to fix it as expeditiously as possible and get back into the fun stuff. We got to talk about the middle of the map. We got to talk about how Crew has been fighting it. Do you expect that to be a bit more of the pace?
What I expect out of Crew, I mean, it's a little bit different because 2G don't have that Sova, right, that you're so used to seeing on Ascent. It's been so long that we've seen Sovas and or even the Fade meta. But Teo is way different because once you break the drone, the lack of info is kind of crazy. And I think Crew should really focus on trying to break the stealth drone as quick as possible. It got a lot of value going up mid right there, which is why the pace was so aggressive. If I'm Coach Adam right here, I'm probably thinking, you know, like, we have to shut down this drone. We have to stall them out in mid and at very least slow down the pace of their set plays, because that's what this team is going to run on right now, set plays.
Yeah, the thing I'm really worried about for 2G is, you know, a little bit down the road, like, well, what happens when Kesnet gets an op in his hands, right? Because I think that can kind of be a deal breaker when you're not, you know, when you're allowed to like take the aggressive looks through a smoke in mid or something like this. And then the other side of the map, you can, if you try and run away from the op, there's this double stall that's just going to be frustrating you on the other end of things. So that's usually, to me, when these double senti comps become kind of unbeatable on defense, is when you have a strong opper that can show the aggro looks, and the passive, you know, double side holds are equally effective on the other side.
Well, I hate to cut you off there. I'm sure what you were saying was very.
You didn't cut me off. I stopped talking.
Very
I was
provoking
done with
and
my
very
points.
interesting, but I didn't listen to a single word. This week, we sat down with Kesnet to get the story and the lowdown behind his ink, which actually looks really freaking cool. Check it out.
Este tatuaje obviamente me lo hice porque es el nombre de mi mamá, y es algo muy especial para mí. Este tatuaje que tengo aquí con este otro son tatuajes que tengo con mi hermano. Este que tengo aquí es la fecha de nacimiento de mi papá, y este es una florcita que es algo que me representa, me gusta tener como, es como que me da como vida. Esos son mis tatuajes.
We are back. I am being told that we're just a few moments away from getting back into the action. It is always cool to get responses and get thoughts on like why the ink, right? And it's cool to get a little insight there from Kesnet, your GOAT.
I love Kesnet. I love him. He's so funny. Man, the whole team is actually hilarious behind closed doors. But here we have that Teo ult. Mel's are cooking. Goes into attic, and it seems like just a 1-for-1, and normally on defense, a 1-for-1, no bueno, right? It's not good. But in that scenario, 2G, like I said, they wanted to have these set plays, the A main aggression out of Crew with the double senti, trying to filter them into the B site. I mean, so A site has this aggressive push coming, B site locked down with the double senti. Mid again.
Interesting here, Shy doesn't put his trips down.
Wow.
Spike down.
One of the two rifles for Crew.
Yeah, PXS getting dealt with. But look, you know, we talked so much about the double senti comp, and this is a really interesting approach here. You put the Deadlock util B, but the Cypher's also B, but his trips aren't down.
Well, that's because you look at his econ right now. If the round is winnable, I think he's going to put these trips down. But you want to try to carry those into the next round. You're buying them, and you want to use them if the round is winnable. But otherwise, it's going to mess up your buy for next round.
Well, so far, so good. 1 kill found. They've dropped the paranoia out. That counter flash is going to buy a little bit of time here. Where do the rotations come through? Both Semti still playing back towards B. Remember, there is a gun deficit as Melser falls. Adverso trying to dance behind Jenny, and the Jet just running him down. Yeah, there's not a lot of bite behind this. I think you're right, Sean. Shy's going to carry those trips into the next.
The timing 2G went for there was perfect. It was caught in this time right after Melzer put down the one-way smoke, and I don't think Mazino can really play for this, but it meant there was no second smoke for Melzer to actually put on site to sort of hide behind once 2G came flooding out of main.
Yeah, it made it so much more difficult. 2 weapons upgraded from the defense. Shy's also going to get a kill. On to Gobert, get a little bit closer here to his ult, but you imagine they're going to try to clutch onto those and try to carry them into the next round.
I actually think Crew are going to go for some exit frags right here. They're looking to play the econ. Shy puts that cam down, and he's looking to get more kills right here.
Oh, he's going to try. One of the members is very weak. Look at Luis's HP, just 7 health. Does he dare swing out here?
Are they going to hide in the smoke?
They are.
Oh, it was planted backside, so it didn't actually reach all the way to them.
Yeah, a little spam into the smoke. No exits found, but guns carried over.
I love the game plan here out of Crew, considering it's not even their map pick. They're aggressing really heavy with this double senti comp, like you pointed out. I'm curious to see if this continues.
It's a bit odd though, because like they keep going for like half buys or like saving some rifles. So even going into round 6, they don't have enough money to actually go for an op, which surprises me a little bit.
Yeah, this is definitely a good timeout for Coach Adam. And like I said, I think the way mid is just being grabbed so quickly is a bit of a problem for Crew. I know that was a half buy. It wasn't really much for Crew, but 4-1 with the double Senti comp right now, they're heading towards must-win territory, actually.
Yeah.
Very quickly in this first half.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. I mean, the times that we've seen this comp on the defensive side, it just shines. And they have not been able to replicate that success at all. I think 2G is starting to abuse a couple of those windows that they found, a lot of it across the middle of the map, like you were saying, Sean.
So Crew have some big ultimates to play with coming into this round, right? They've got Sova plus Yoru, great combination if they want to either use that aggressively or even going for some retake looks with that. But you check out the positioning of some of these players, and I almost wonder if Crew start to play some more like crossfire angles in towards mid, like back mid 3 to market, those types of ideas to shut down these splits.
Yeah, you can see Adverso's kind of roaming in the back lines right now. I think he's just trying to play both sides with his Hunter's Fury, have the rotate ready. Maybe a deep dart again, A main here?
Early net. Of course, the big change with Deadlock
Early
coming in that you can spam those away. Refresh after 40 seconds.
I was shocked when I heard the net and the pull-out. I thought for sure Adverso was going to pop ult.
He was close with it, but decides to hang on to it. A little trigger discipline. Orb scooped up. A lot of attention B. And it seems like that's where they're rotating. Over!
Ooh.
Silence not able to connect onto that shot. And now Kesnet's going to pop the ult. And he's going to see all this rotation through. I wonder if they're freezing. Yeah, they're waiting in spawn. And so if they get the timing on this right...
Ooh, oh, he's in trouble.
Yes, he is. With a bit of false info. If he had seen the people spot rotating in through spawn, there'd be a mad dash B.
This is awkward now for Crew. Sure, they've got the utility to play off of over on this B site.
How do they get through this with the Hunter's Fury in spawn now?
And through Kesnet. That's also a massive part of the problem. The flash through, you hear the orb picked up, so you know there's at least one more here. Beautifully played by Verso, playing just out of the range of the KO ult. And so now the Hunter's Fury through Kesnet, back sight. Oscar drop, and they've hit a wall. They can't get out of main.
I don't even know if you can play this round.
Yeah, 20 seconds left. They're not going to be able to get back to A in time. They've been stalled out beautifully.
Melon's moment.
10 seconds left.
Especially when you're waiting that long to exec into the double Senti site. Because they didn't really have any scouting. If you think about it, they got netted out A main, didn't really test forward out of that, either than seeing the Deadlock on that side, but Deadlock actually had a stun set up on B very early into the round. And that Your ult just allowed Crew to set up here, take this fight, just anchor back.
I'll say, you can complain that they went too slow against the double Senti comp, but I'll play the other side and I'll say Crew made them play slow with that early C's. If they speed up into A, they're going to meet the Hunter's Fury A. It's going to be trouble. If they go back to B, they're into the double Senti right away. Kesnet has all the info, so they have to slow down there. That was a very difficult round for 2G. Well played by Crew to get their second.
You're going to need more of that, though, because we've talked about it during the break. The defensive side needs to be successful.
Look,
given the
double swing
Senti
about to
comp.
come in from Mazino. Maybe he's just taking himself. What?
Oh, wow.
Mazino dropped. Melser still playing on the other side of the smoke, but this feels to me, and I'd love to get your guys' thoughts on this, this feels to me like Crew are forcing some of these fights, man, too early.
I was a bit surprised by that. I thought Melzer was going to try to take that angle with him, but instead it was kind of a 1-by-1-by-1, even with 4 players stacked on this side.
Yeah, the hesitation. Knife's going to tag the Cypher, playing towards B. Bit of a mess here. And they're going to flash out onto the side, and they're not going to find anyone here. They don't really have any ult. I mean, Melzer has his ult to reposition, I guess, but this is a difficult. He might die. 5 HP.
Not even close.
Cabrera committing to the plant. And now Crew, again, are in a situation where they have to figure out, do they want to invest into this? Do they want to attempt this retake?
Very difficult. We just heard the Thorns go down, Paranoia and Hell. We have missiles going to get recharged very soon. And the suppression, I don't know how Crew come back into the round.
Yeah, I don't know that they find a way in either. And it felt a little, half-hearted there.
We saw why Double Senti looks so insane when we saw Cloud9 versus Lev, right? But this is the opposite side. If you lose some of these opening engagements and you're forced into these retakes, you got nothing.
Yep.
You have absolutely nothing. And if the Teo is one of the people that lives, or the Vice, you know, it is brutal. You have nothing to get back in.
Well, now that poses the question I want to ask you guys is, is it that they're forcing the early fights too much? Do they need to be playing further back? Do they need to let their utility do its thing?
Well, the salvo usage right there was one in main, one in wine. And I can see what Kesnet's going for. He's trying to play this middle ground and trying to get a quick fight and then TP out.
Sure.
Right? But the KO flash from PXS was goated. It was so good. And in addition to that, I think Kesnet needs to be jumping back towards the smoke wall, right?
Not towards them, right?
Yes, he needs to go to make them earn that kill. They would need to run further towards, you know, the orb side. That was a bit of a misplay from Kesnet.
Well, I think eyes are going to be on Kesnet this round. He finally has money for the operator. Round 8 on defense, very late for Map of Ascent. 2G have sort of called around him in this early stage so far. They're still holding on to the drone from Gobera. It's one of those things you noted earlier, Sean, to make sure they can clear these early angles and actually get into a site, maybe even spotting some of the Senti util.
I'm glad we got to look at this can. They've been using this every... Ooh, the Vice ult tries to leave the site.
Yeah, has to give it up. There's still a lot of utility here, though, as Verso's going to try to dig his heels in backside. The TP threw out from Melser to reinforce some of the numbers, bolster the defense as best as they can. Paranoia looks like it might miss the mark, and now they're going to swing it behind it. Lane no longer Cruz. It's been 2Gs for the taking. Still a little bit of presence across the back of the site. Kesnet not finding the right timing. Verso's now dead. B is 2Gs.
Their site hits have just been perfect.
Beautiful.
Getting all these kills back site. You remember a few rounds ago, that was repeated, but wait, the spike is up there. We're getting grabbed. There's only 25 seconds left, Doug.
Yeah, but Kesnet has a really nice timing. He's got a really good space to handle around. Opts to put down the op.
The spike is still on Switch.
Switch it over for lighter weaponry. A 2v3 here, and it falls apart. That stall out looked like it was going to be trouble.
Yo, that was crazy. That was so well played. How choreographed that whole round was from 2G. The Vice ult into the KO knife back sight to give details on a player being back there. That allows Oski to pull out the shorty, jump clear that, knowing for a fact at Versus back.
Nice little bait piece there, too, from Louise on the swing.
Yeah, that was clean.
Just like in the last map you were talking about, the first bait pulls out a shot, so then he goes for the quick wide swing.
Yeah.
Instant kill.
Second time out from Crew.
I mean, this is, we've touched on it a couple of times, but given the comp that they're running, this is for all intents and purposes a disaster, right? It's 6-6. Can you even count that a success given the double Senti comp on defense?
I don't think so. I mean, Deadlock is very powerful with the rechargeable net, right? I think they'll have Ease taking A main with a C's. You know, you could net A main off barrier, get it, and then recharge for the hit.
Sure.
And that's very powerful, but they're going against the Teo, which could also just missile main.
Right.
So if the Teo's in the right spot, they're going to have a lot of trouble next half. I'm a little worried for Crew right now on this map.
Honestly, I am as well. And you can see Adam on your screen sharing some of that sentiment, very animated as he tries to control and corral his troops and find some sort of an attempt at a comeback. Down 4 rounds on what should be their stronger side. 2G have found a way to, I mean, dissect what should be trap upon trap upon trap.
Yes. And guys, we've gone through the ult cycle on Crew. Look at the ults. 2G has weathered the storm and they're chilling. They are chilling at 6-2. We just saw a round with Omenal and Deadlock ult. I mean, the Sova ult did win Crew a round, but you only get a couple of those half.
Yeah, Crew might only get the Yor ult for the rest of this half, to be honest. Maybe Mazino if he can get some kills, but this has been tough, and it still feels a bit odd. Right now, Kesnet playing solo bottom mid. He teleports out because his TP was just about to run away.
Right.
And look at the timing of this drone. They know the timing of the Yoru TP. Very well played. This cam is goated for B. It's a foot cam for mid. So it gives you this info. And you can see right now, Kesnet playing off of that cam info on the spawn rotate, leaning A now.
The wall goes up from the deadlock right around the time that refreshable utility should come back up. This is much more similar to how Cloud9 were executing this comp.
Whoa, Crew are really leaning into this A side. Now, Kesnet can TP back to B, but he just lost the window on that. And now by breaking this wall, 2G maintained that threat on A, but they're always going back into a B split here.
That was a big play that we missed right there. Mazino stepped ahead of the salvos, got the info, and now the rotate is already coming into B.
There's going to be a clash on the site. Is there any utility to keep them back? You still have some. You're going to have to reckon with Askia Falls. Adverso finding a little bit of moment of respite, a pause in the smoke.
Luis.
And now waiting for his right time to strike. It's all onto silence now. A 1v2. He's done well to get it this far, but he's going to have to scoop up the spike. So far, so good.
10 seconds.
First botch checked, and now they're going to flood out behind it. The Paranoia not going to connect. Time found. The swing is there. He's going to get on to one. Try to land the shot. 6 bullets left. Make that 4. 1 target to find, and the bullets do not land.
It was a great attempt. Honestly, the shots just weren't hitting right there for Silence, who's typically an insane mechanical player. Watched him throughout the Ascension tournament, and it was Spike and Silence. Just these guys were just 1-2 punching everyone. It was incredible to watch.
I mean, even with the missed shots, like how quickly he's trying to like readjust and take the next fight because he trusted his aim.
Yeah. You can see he had the whole thing thought out.
Yeah.
Right? Before the plan, he put that flash down, and he knew exactly what he was going to do. There's nothing you can do. If you're not laughing, you're crying right there.
Yeah, that one feels bad. He feels like that one got away from him. Still a good lead for the attack, though. 3 rounds for 2G. And Gobert's 1 off of his ult. Silence is close to his, too.
Early net sent into A main again. It feels like after the timeout, Crew have fallen into this. You're playing bot mid. A little bit of A main control shown. Although Kesnet has quickly repoed over towards A.
Locating targets.
That's a really early drone. Minute 23 on the clock.
Yeah, slightly worried for Crew. They're floating in the mid ground right now at A. All 3. It's a little dangerous.
They've moved back into that the last couple of rounds. There's been some open. Whoa. B main. Adverso's just facing that and getting the kill. Sure, why not?
I think that's the first time we've seen Silence on the lurk, so big win right there. And Shy is able to use the neural theft.
And it's going to find out that everyone is out towards A. A little bit of an attempt at a delay. But it's really all to their dismay. I mean, they're walled off. They can't find a way in. 2 kills found on the attack, but Melser. I'm surprised he got turned on there. Luis once again in 1vx situation. The need to deliver for his team, but heaven was not cleared.
Such an important 2 rounds for Crew to win back-to-back there. Start getting some momentum their way at the end of this half. Adverso finding some kills as well means he's going to be able to have an ultimate online for the final round, too. It's not undoable to bring it back 6-6.
That's pretty sick teamwork right there. Shy with that high cam, Adverso swinging off of it like that. That's really cool.
2 rounds between these two. Kesnet has his ult again, and Gobert's got his.
Insta-drone mid, and there we go. That's the break I've been looking for. Great play by Kesnet, and now the round is going to be quite difficult for 2G.
Well, they used their KO knife too, so until a minute on the clock is the next time you're going to have any real options to scout, and even then, not so reliable. I like that work done too to break the wall too.
Doors wall after barrier, so they know they can do that, and there we go. Lurk through from Askia.
He's so far up here. Mazino just on the other side. The timing of this is going to be really funny. He's just looking for any advantage he can get. But now position given away. Kesnet's getting a lot of info, and Askia's feeling the walls closing in. He had no shot.
That's just a great reactive play there from Crew. Responding into mid. Now 2G trying to speed up to A, to B.
Wait, 3 Crew players were hit by that Visal. This?
Well, I mean, look at the stun. There's still a trip. Like, Crew can stall back sight.
And Mazino has joined up. He was one of the 2 that did not get hit by the ult. Luis checking into the smoke. It's going to be Luis who again has to deliver, but these numbers, situations they find themselves in are just not paying off. The adjustments on the other side of the timeout have been exactly what Crew needed.
And to add salt to the wound, Luis used his ult at the end of that round.
Oh,
I heard the Omen ult line. Oh man, the tail and the Omen ult now gone. He was trying to dip and go to A.
Oh.
Oh, they are feeling it now.
Pop up and a half. What?
That was what I was excited about with this new stage setup.
He's like 2 feet away from 2G.
Yeah,
No,
exactly.
like round 1 at kickoff, Adverso was like, I was waiting for the Adverso pop off. I knew we were gonna get it if Crew went up.
We got it in round 11. They've put together a ferocious comeback. I believe the score was 6-2. But the misaligned defensive approach has been rectified.
Again, you can just see Kesnic his only goal is just to be annoying. Slow things down. Don't let them get mid for free because our sights are just so bolstered with this double Senti comp.
Ooh, good baiting there from 2G. Get both the stun, the wall, and the grab net.
And they can instantly clear the wall out and then just take a step back. Both deadlock ults. Going to be invested, but one of them being connected onto. Do you let Oskio go? Do you cut your losses? Meanwhile, there's a crunch across the middle of the map. Mazino's going to get his. PXS on the swing, though. The middle of the map is not safe for the attack right now, and neither is A. Silence and Luis trying to figure this out on their own, and the controller stands strong.
You've got a game going here, Doug.
We do indeed. 6-6, the double timeout from Coach Adam, and the second one pays dividends.
Switching sides.
4 rounds to close out the half. Again, it looked dire. It did not look good. It seemed like they were just going to get rolled over, and then there were all the concerns about the attacking half. But, you know, oddly enough, the success that they found in this round was very reminiscent of how they approached the early rounds. Once they understood where the attack was, they crunched. So decisive in that fight.
Kesnic getting that timing down bottom, and it was absolutely huge. Melzer also refighting Tree. Excellent from him.
A 6-6 half. Didn't know if we'd get here, but lo and behold, here's where we are. We'll see you guys on the other side of the break.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Tied 6-6. Crew managed to put together a ferocious comeback to keep this thing competitive, and now it's going to be 2G on the defensive side. If you are just joining us, welcome. I'm Doug. With me on the call is Sean and Ender. And fellas, there were a lot of doubts around Crew being able to pull it together, but they did.
Yes, indeed. And, you know, 2G again, they had a great start out of the gates, but Crew came alive in that second half of Icebox. They won the pistol bonus. 2G cannot allow that to happen right now. They have to get this pistol. They have to get off to a good start.
Well, that knife's going to scout at least 3 players, maybe even a 4th.
And that's what I was talking about earlier. This net in A main, oh, wow, they're scaling despite scanned?
They're so bold in this.
That's so sick. Eating up the paranoia, too. Now waiting on the other side, but Gobert finding that kill almost forces Crew to continue into A now.
And given that it was a double face, you don't know if they're committing to the lurk or not, so they have to accelerate towards the side, as you mentioned. Oh, perfect timing on the swings. Oski was there to punch back, but Mazino's now left in a 1v3. 38 HP. I don't know how he converts this. Gotta commit to getting the spike down. Gonna get flushed out by the salvos. Gobera bookends the round.
Man, sacrificing himself for the extra cash off the plant. You gotta respect it, because there's no way he's winning that 1v3.
No, not at all.
That was sick counter aggression out of 2G. They feel that A hit, they double push out of B, they find the 2v1 against Shy. Gobert's already at four orbs right now. He's halfway to this tail ult again.
And then that 2K from Louise back Jenny. Get out,
Dude,
bro.
this guy has won 3 pistols for them in this series.
Seriously?
They've won 3 of the 4 pistols, and he's literally won 3 of them.
Yeah, because even here on Ascent, he had like the 1v2 like double
Icebox,
headshot collat.
Triple kill flank.
Man.
Now, if you guys caught in the chat, Kesnet commenting on how it felt like it was forced. Like they understand, or at least Kesnet did there, that round was forced. They pushed it too much. That flash is filthy.
Yo, that flash.
Whoa! It's a micro stun too, or a micro flash, excuse me. It won't flash the players ahead of it.
Dude, he got the orb?
He's gonna try to push into this. Again,
what is going on?
Gunfire erupting. This lighter weaponry has done a lot of damage.
I can't believe 2G were able to hold their ground while being all netted there in B main. Like, that was insane.
I mean, forced to take the fight with no real option otherwise.
I was surprised the net got them, because, I mean, they were mudded up. They were ready to play in the mud.
Yeah.
Oh, man.
Hopefully you get a replay of that. 2G able to figure it out. They carry an Outlaw, a Bulldog, and a Stinger into the next round, but what a wild round.
A set play to get the B orb on the Eagle. That's kind of crazy.
Kind of using the enemy Cypher cage to their advantage there almost.
Yeah.
Allowed them to deal with the net, grab the orb, etc. But now's where I kind of want to see Crew really slow down the pace on these rounds. Like, I feel like they've got tools to deal with 2G's comp, and accelerating is maybe a little bit tougher with the double senti, but like, let's see if we can get this Yoru clone activated to deal with the Vise utility, work that space into mid, get someone embedded for the lurk.
There's a net that was thrown across the middle of the map, presumably to set up Kesnet on a good fight. The clone, as you mentioned, getting active, finding a little bit of value, understanding that there's an Outlaw waiting B.
Kesnet feeling confident, though. All 5 players on Crew full shields right now. They're down to challenge this Outlaw.
It seems like they're going to try. Askia with weapon in hand. Crosshair trained on main, but the threat's elsewhere.
Thing is, right now, Crew playing B.
Whoa! Wow! That's snappy.
That's the value of the full shields.
A deep wall, too, to cut off any rotation coming in through main. So they've isolated Silence. He's on an island here. He's going to have to figure this one out on his own.
Silence has his flash on lane. I think he's going to swing with this flash. 3-2.
He's going to have to try a Verso fall. Silence has done a really good job at getting him this far. 2 kills found. Time bought. And now reinforcements have arrived. Kesnet with 10 HP, trying to play around lane. The shoulder just barely betraying some of the threat, but Shy is going to play spoiler, isn't he? Finds a kill, but the turn, it's a little bit too labored. It's a little bit too cumbersome. And Louise is there to save the round.
With the Stingers, 2G are just winning that round. I mean, it all goes back to Silence. That flash swing, like you were talking about, was nasty.
And man, that's what Vice is so strong with this hidden flash that you could just play off of. These players just know the timings, the spacings at the pro level, entering the B site. Such good timing on the flash.
Yeah, because the flash, it's set up above lane, but it's still hitting the stairs player coming out. So him swinging, getting stairs first, because there could still be players back lane that are coming in unflashed to trade, then taking the wide angle on those guys. Ooh, that's clean.
2G converting the bonus. In a really nice position here. They got an op in the hands of Askia. They've got a couple of ults coming up soon too.
And how different is it to have the off now so early on in this round? The position Louise had in Cat as well could have given options to Paranoia had there been the quick aggression.
He's going to have a chance to find value with it.
Oh, no.
Oh, it's a disaster. We're just talking about the value of the op.
Kesnet with the ult into sight too to help his team speed up in.
Oh, they might be able to salvage this around it. Got a little messy. Op still not picked up. Louise not able to settle.
Down A.
Not able to control the spray. Silence from up top. This has become such a mess at Verso. Again, due for another pop-off, but PXS gets 3. Not going to save the op, but we'll move on.
I'm not going to have any gripes about it. They just need the round.
You know what? They got the win.
Yes, they got the round. They got 11 on the board. The Yorult's gone. This is a colossal dub to get out of this round right now. I didn't have time to draw attention to it, but some of the little cringe things this double Senti comp that Crew is running can do. Shy has the cam high at tiles, and it was looking for the cat peek. Yeah. He then went back in spawn and was contact on cat after they broke his cam.
Oh, PXS is in trouble. Really cool idea at the net, but the counter flash and Luiz's timing once again perfect.
And the flash had to be there because the net hitting him. There's no way 2G are running out of that situation. Now they can hold their ground, keep winning these fights in main. It forces the lurk up mid, which isn't going to work either. 2G are just running away with it.
Askia connecting with the op. Middle of the map controlled. And Crew, I mean, what do you do for the rest of this round here? You save? Can you save through a whole minute of the round?
I think they could because 2G likely won't hunt, right? Because of how sketchy that last round was. Look at their economy right now. If they were to overhunt right now, the scenario would be these Crew players could punish them potentially, and if they win the next round, then 2G would be broke. That's the way Crew gets back into this game. I think it would be a big mistake for 2G to hunt these two guns.
Well, it doesn't seem like they're going to, which will give us a chance to podcast a little bit, chat about what's going on. I mean, Crew have really just kind of slammed their heads into a wall this entire half. Do you expect a timeout on the other side of this, given that they've had some time to talk to?
Didn't they use both timeouts in the first half?
Right.
Yeah.
I mean, they're kind of...
Because their defense was abysmal at the start. They started off 2-6, took that second timeout, course corrected, but that's bad news.
They're trying to hunt. Surely.
Just PXS, who's one off of his ult. I get the idea. Maybe he gets a kill, takes a weapon out of their hands.
Man, that's one of those scenarios where it's okay to lose a gun, but you don't want to have your economy in shambles hunting these two. Luiz gets his ult online, and the Omen ult, I meme on it a lot, but Ascent is one of the maps where the Omen ult goes crazy, and we saw it last half when Melser was able to just TP from A to B on the B hit. It allows you to bolster both sites simultaneously. Because of how Omen functions at this A site.
I really want to see Crew maybe play less committed into the main space early in the rounds. It was kind of what was a problem for them on their defensive side too. They just kept losing these early fights, those brawls. This time, well, that's a very early drone.
But he's got cover. I mean, that's the second time we see that. A net catches someone early, but there's always a second layer.
Yeah, and there's that little gap there in the wall that you can spam with the Guardian. Shy was trying to get the pings off that.
That is a diabolical Vice Flash.
Yeah, that's the second time we've seen some really nerdy stuff.
Third.
Oh, yeah, you're right. Yeah, you're right.
He is cooking on this Vice.
A little jump spot or a little shoulder peek out from PXS. The delay a little bit longer.
My territory,
Oh, this is weird. They're going to try to flush out and re-clear out main. Melser dodges the first flash, the second one.
They're pushing through.
They've got to find this kill, though. They understand that's where the pressure has to be alleviated, and they find success.
Sniping the up out of heaven with the deadlock ulti, too.
And so now they can approach this retake attempt from both sides. The neural theft going to connect. Oh, it's perfect.
Way. He TPs across. They never expected that.
No, Luiz getting two. Mazino's going to fall, make that 4. The ace on the cards, Kesnet. The last one waiting for it. You can tell they want to try to bait it out, but Silence will actually clean it up.
Bro, Luiz goes IGL. This guy's just dishing out these L's. He's just dishing them out. He is owning. What a call. He feels the cat hit coming in, right? The paranoia cuts through for Tree. And they immediately know, we got to kill the weak side of this hit or we're going to get pinched. They push all the way through. And then he comes back and TPs to Wine.
Like, what is this setup? You have a Wine player. You've got a player boosted up on main, too. Like, how are you ever supposed to deal with that? I don't care what comp you're playing. You're not winning that fight going back to main.
Even the call to go back and fight main in the midst of all that chaos for a new team, that's hard to execute, to commit to on the fly. Beautifully done.
So well played by 2G right there.
Dude, Luiz is 20-8.
I mean, a spotless record for 2G without blemish. Early Paranoia out to try to push him off of that space. Paranoia traded back in kind, and now they're going to flood behind it. Luiz gets another. The rampage continues for the controller. Off on the other side of that pop flash, it's surgical. They can do no wrong. Now they can accelerate off of this into A. Mazino's going to try to do his best to dig his heels in, but just mowed over.
Yeah, they're grinding out these trades 2v3. It is winnable for Crew here, Doug.
Winnable, possible, unlikely, and that might have been the final kill to seal the deal. 13-6, the way of 2G.
Hey, you know what? We hadn't seen either of these teams play Ascent before, but 2G showing why it was their map pick. I mean, they just dismantled this double Senti comp.
Yeah, and we haven't seen 2G play a third map in like 5 series.
Yeah,
this is uncharted territory.
It was like 0-8 over the last couple of series, and now they find themselves here. I do think they exposed the double Senti comp on Ascent, which no team had been able to do up until this point.
Sure, I mean, that was just impressive. And doing it against Crew, who is right now the best team in this group. Last week, 2G were the team that was supposed to never win a map ever with these roster changes. Like, what is going on? They have completely turned this bracket up on its own head.
And they shut down Kesnet, who's one of the top players in our region right now, actually having a pop-off year. What a map from 2G to get us into Pearl.
Yeah, it really felt like Crew were starting to, become the team everyone thought, everyone expected they were going to be able to be. But the reality of the matter is, at least here in America, is any dog can have their day, any given Sunday type beat. We're going to throw it to a quick break. The desk will break down what they saw and get us all ready for map 3. See you guys soon.
Ali também, o Askia vai buscar o abate. Askia de novo. Que round do Askia. Ace. Foi por la espalda, cuidado. Juega perfecto Mazino. Mazino la triple. Mazino la segunda. Mazino histórico.
Well, folks, we are back after 2 maps in this series, and 2G have done it again. Now taking a map off a team that honestly has been impervious to everybody else in this group, guys. What a showing we saw from them on Ascent against Crew. 2G getting us excited now for what could be an explosive end to the series, Vance.
I'm just nervous because we just saw 2G in the team room. Yeah. Nobody was eating bananas. They're not eating any stack to get any energy on the map 3. I don't know what's going to happen
here. Would it be okay if they just wiped it on their face, the peel, or no?
Yeah, Saratoga.
Anything. Just anything to give you energy. No, but jokes aside.
Mouth tape? We got some of that here for you, actually.
Yeah, okay, let's do that.
I mean, like, the thing that stands out, I think, to us the most is that 2G demonstrate an understanding on their attack side of how to play against this double Sentinel look. from Crew.
Actually, the difference is I think Crew didn't know how to play their double sentinel on defense.
Okay. To be fair, yes, but in these moments where you saw 2G kind of pause and then re-exec onto the site, Crew had nothing that they could do to stop this. It was, you know, in between the halves when, you know, Crew did kind of change their looks on the defensive side and play more passive. That it ended up working out for them. But still, in the beginning, to understand what the win condition is for your composition, it just shows that this 2G team has some depth of their own.
Yeah, it just on Crew's side, it just felt like they weren't trying to do like, hey, it's not working out, let's try to just stack all of our Sentinel util on one side and try to fight on the other side. We've seen a lot of double Sentinels on defense that play, let's say, a 4-1 setup or a strong side at least on one part so they could actually stronghold and fight for aggression above the utility, just like Cloud9 did, for example, in their game. But this time for Crew, they counted on their crossfire setups, they counted on maybe Sova util to try to answer back to fight in these sprays. It worked for a couple of rounds, but it's a little too late. Yes, you made it to 6-6, but your attack side, that's where it's hard to get your rounds in on a double senti.
And especially, you know, against this 2G comp, when we switched sides, 2G showed us incredible anchoring, like great composure, and also setting up the anchor player from players coming into the site. Just to, you know, this is pre-plant. This is not a retake. This is interrupting Crew while they're trying to hit because their comp is so flash light. They've got that double sentinel setup. They want to get into a post-plant advance. 2G were not letting them.
Yeah, and I want to take one of the examples actually on how they were so good and just with one sentinel to still be able to fight around and get a good retake. So you were talking about from beginning to end, from the setup to the fights. And I want to focus on this B side over here. When you actually have Silence on Ascent doing a great job setting up a flash over on this wall. And when he's actually blooming this flash, it actually blinds a couple of players around here and he gets a double kill. So he does his job. But the most important part is the retake coming in across here. So you're looking at the post-plant setup. You have basically your Deadlock towards the back. You have Kesnet that's trying to help. And you have the Lurk coming in from Shy towards B main. What do you do in that chaos? It starts off here with a KO knife that's still available here from PXS. It lands on the spot. It actually does ping all the way towards this box. What do you do then with the Tejo? He goes for a stun around this corner and it goes through walls. So you guarantee that if you're actually going to try to flood across, you might be able to get a pick, but also it keeps these guys available to be able to watch the flank because of the knife actually catching Shy. The last part and the piece of the component is having these two guys alive. Double pop flash from both PXS and the Paranoia from the Omen. It allows here for Kesnet to swing out, get picked off by Gobera, who then goes with a Armageddon towards the back of the site, understanding exactly where Crew's playing, and it could actually just flood as a three-man player, but watching each other's backs.
But Van, surely my Cypher Shy peeks out and kills everybody lane because he had a Vandal.
Yes, but that's what I'm saying before. When the knife actually hits him in the first place,
they see him.
You understand that there's somebody in this radius or here and here. So when you're fighting through and he still gets the pick onto Gobera, you still have your Omen watching the flank and gets the perfect trade. So again, great organization and teamwork from the side of 2G to be able to fight under the chaos.
On such an impactful
Better than my drawing.
But on such an impactful round, because the implications of that round was that was the bonus. Right? And now all of a sudden the economy of Crew
and you snowball a lot of stuff. Exactly.
Done. That double senti could not get going on.
All right, exactly. Now roll for initiative, boys. Time to throw down. There we go.
I'm not good at D&D, so let's stick on Valorant at least.
Again, like this is a great showing from 2G. Like really, and you see why they're picking this map where like Adam was maybe not expecting them to come out with this. I can see why Faithsaw says, you know, coming out the game is like, we've had a really good week of scrims on Ascent. We really feel confident here. And we've seen this double senti comp before, right?
Yeah.
They want to take map control around that limited controlling utility and contact a lot of the time. But these retakes, it looks so good with that initiator setup, something that Crew's comp kind of lacked.
And we have to talk about this next map, Pearl, because if 2G beat Crew on Pearl, the standings are in shambles.
Oh yeah, it's an absolute mess.
And EG is sitting somewhere like,
oh my gosh.
What's happening? Right? Like this is such a chaotic scenario. More chaotic than what we've been doing up here the last couple of days. Like,
it's crazy.
It could be one of the craziest moments this stage.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm getting pretty hyped for that map number 3, that's for sure. Can they do it again? Can 2G do it against a team like this?
That would be insane.
Crew, top of the group. It's not loud. It's not some garden variety team. They're taking on the very best from LATAM and showing up here in Americas. We're going to go to a map 3. Let's see if 2G can pull a second straight win out. Stick around. It's not a map you want to be missing.
Pearl on the cards to decide who walks away with this series as we're tied 1-1. I think there was a lot that we were able to dissect. Vansili did a really cool thing with the little tokens and moving things around the map and all that good stuff. But I think the big takeaway was we've got a banger on our hands, maybe.
I mean, it's a map 3. I feel like, what, 2G even just winning a map kind of just makes this a banger, let alone the way they won Ascent, right? Just as convincing as Crew on their best map of Icebox.
And imagine this. This 2G team, Doug, who has 0 match reps on all these maps, they're finally playing one where they have a match rep on.
Yes. Bro, but maybe that's the problem. Maybe like that will be the problem.
Nah, they're 1-0. They're 100% all-time on Pearl with this lineup.
Okay.
With the sample size
Hold
of
on.
1.
I know we're talking about 2G.
Shy Chamber, though? Wait a sec.
Crew don't play this map. This is brand new territory for Crew. Sorry, I was trying to go back and I was like, when was the last time
Probably
Crew
like
played it?
Champs or something?
Champs 2023.
Okay,
yeah, that
so
was the top game that they lost, right?
It's been a while, but let's go back to comps because you're absolutely right. We got Shy on Chamber.
Yeah, double Senti. I mean, I don't know. Have we seen this style in a second?
We saw this during Kickoff, like this type of comp. We haven't seen it from Crew, but
I guess G2, right?
G2, there was who was playing it in EMEA? I'm blanking on it now, but this is definitely something we have seen. Tons of stall, obviously, but also I think just having the option to take fights with 2 agents that have get out of jail free. Like, there's a lot of options to take those aggressive pieces on defense.
And this is a map that maybe Crew did let it slide to 3rd map because they are running double Senti. They get to pick side. They're starting on defense, and again, the aggression with double. Oh, they get away. They spot the triple push. That info is huge.
Now look at the minimap though. 2G have walked past this wall into mid. Mid basically belongs to them. They actually jumped over with the 3rd player that got blown away. So coming into this B site is going to be tough, especially with Crew falling back. 3 players now ready to fight into street.
They're going to continue to try to push them.
Wow, he's the beast of pistols.
But he still has a little bit of work to do. He has been their saving grace in these pivotal rounds. But now they're slowing down after all of the aggression from Crew towards long.
They're pitching street, Doug.
Towards street.
Look at Chai.
Adverso's in a really tough spot. He's going to have to push into the dog. And PXS wins that duel out. But again, it's Shy. You were mentioning the pinch coming around with Kesnit up in heaven. Shy creeping his way out, spotting 1. The Chamber already doing work. And Oski is left alone. 15 HP. A stiff breeze will knock him over. Or a headhunter bullet. A great start for Crew.
A stiff breeze. How about a kick to the face? Oh my god.
That was crazy. And it came after.
My gosh. My pistol goat, please.
Can we just say, like, respect to Adverso, though, after that, still finding 2 kills, because those weren't immediate trades. He had to re-swing into the line, hold for the second guy. Really good work from him.
And finally, Crew with a good start.
Crew with a pistol.
Yeah.
And I think that it couldn't have gone any better for them. Not only was it them winning the pistol, but it was Shy getting 3 kills, getting closer to having that ult online, which you imagine is a key part of why they're running this Chamber on defense.
Early B pressure again here. The double salvos to take control. They're grabbing the orb. I love the cloud out smoke. Something you used to see like an Asher recall. If you cloud that smoke out enough, you can just grab the orb from inside of it.
It's free orb every single round, especially when you have such good control over the map, because Crew, they have full Vise set up towards B. There was a trip in Art, and then the Chamber playing in Street too. So basically having these double Sentis allows you to really heavily fight over one side of the map while still maintaining perfect information over the rest against any funny business through mid.
That is where the funny business lies.
Shy spots them. But the fact that they live is a dub.
I mean, still though, Crew have the bot connector spot cleared away. They've got Melzer up in main. Unless he drops to the fade, I don't see a world where Crew get forced away from this A side.
And now he knows that PXS is on the other side.
Ooh, that's a lot of pressure on him though. He needs help.
He's got a little bit of help, but Verso is close by. The TP across though is going to make things notably more difficult. Adverso playing on the other side of the smoke. All of the flashes make this impossible, and it's Adverso who falls first, but Melzer now striking. It's perfect.
Wow, great use of the flash from Kesnet right there, the double swing. I think a lot of teams would no pun intended, they would shy away after that first kill goes in the direction of 2Game. Crew actually kept going at it, which is the play. I think, you know, if 2G were to collect that gun, get in a post plan, that is very dangerous. I love the continued aggression from Crew right here. Really setting the pace of the game early.
And it's going to keep going. Shy has bought a round 3 operator. He is here to play, man.
No.
Like, forget the ultimate. He's set up down B long right now. And what they're going to try to do is Kesnet's going to take the early angle, then teleport back, and then there's an op still fighting on an active line.
The double TP agents.
There it is. Beautifully set up. Are they? Now they know.
Oh my. That was a tag.
That hurt. 35 HP through the sign.
And I think we can expect more looks like that from Crew. More of these like bait to get Shy into a really aggressive line to be able to punish.
Yeah, but showing the op, if I'm 2G, I'm so thankful that didn't connect as a frag.
Yeah.
You know, now they know they have to take these angles very delicately.
And they've done a good job scaling into sites. On the last map, even that last round, dealing with the player in main, they lost it, but a lot of options to play with. They are going towards the Vi side, though, so part of the plan of Cruz is having that op show over there and then force them into all this util.
That's not going to feel good. Slow them down. Thing is, they don't really know how much is on the other side of this threat. Prowler's going to connect onto Mazino, push him back off that line for at least a little bit, and now the Salvos will join. But Mazino somehow finds the tiniest of slivers between a rock and a hard place and is still in a position to fight back.
Good shot from Adverso on the planter.
Yeah, that's certainly going to help the situation. And Shy's op rings again. And if it's not that, it's Outlaw. They've got a really good shot at converting his bonus. They're going to have to get through silence. One big box left to be checked because Gobert, remember, he took so much damage at the beginning of the round, just 25 HP. Can they convert this bonus? I believe they can. A great start for Crew.
This double Senti is now in dangerous territory, Ender. Pistol bonus for Crew. I mean, we said they haven't had a good start. This is the best start possible.
Oh yeah, this is what you wanted, you know, back on Ascent. This is what it was supposed to look like for them. But here, having the 2 shocks come in, still making it happen on the Sova. And then like having Gobert be the last one alive. That's the dude that got wall banged by the op at the start of the round. So he's just paper waiting to be dealt with.
Again, a 5-0 start for Shy on the chamber. We found value with the op in the previous round, still has it here. I mean, this is a devastating start here if you're 2G.
Scanning ahead.
For as much promise as was shown, the fact that you took it 3 maps, it's just a nightmare of a start.
Yeah, and you see the Teo drone clearing out all of B right there. Look at the setup. They have the chamber playing Art solo, triple push main. Your TP's away to bolster the B site. Crew are actually frying on this setup. What a cool setup idea.
This to me seems like their default, right? Where it's a chamber holding both angles in mid with a trip in his body, the Vi solo B, and then an active look to A to farm those early orbs like you're talking about.
Drone out mid once the trip is broken. The whole thing is layered. It's crazy how many layers this round has for Crew.
And then the fact, too, that you fall back into these more passive lines after you've dealt with the main flashes for 2G even becomes harder to force the operator off the lines.
It's hard to believe that they haven't played this map since 2023. For all the preparation, all the cool ideas that they have, the layers that they're showing on their defensive side, this is very well thought through.
Yeah, maybe 2G can phone up Giants and be like, hey, you got any pointers on how you're supposed to beat this team? Wouldn't really help. Completely different comps.
Nice timing on the salvos, but the wall is a problem. That's not even an uncommon wall. But 2G really feel like, it feels like they're flustered right now.
Super annoying, even to plant the spike at this point with 10 seconds left on the clock.
They're just looking to do some damage, but I don't even think that's possible. The flash recharges and the triple swing is in. Another fantastic round for Crew. The econ is getting out of control.
Oh yeah. I think one of the other amazing things about this comp is like, usually, okay, if the Vise is setting up on B site basically every round, what do attacking teams do? Well, they take the Yoru down there, you use the clone to break it away. Like, you can kind of just throw a smoke down bot mid and deal with a lot of that utility. But because there can always be a chamber popping up with the op, jumping through a smoke, etc., it becomes way less simple to like take that space sort of lackadaisically without using any util.
Yeah, it's a lot more risky. It's a lot scarier of a proposition, yeah.
Yeah, early timeout here for 2G. Azor, I can't expect that they were anticipating this comp, right? Coming out of crew, seeing Shy with an op right now. You said you're phoning Giants. Giants be like, yeah, Kesnet playing the Jet, and Shy probably playing like Killjoy or something, right?
Yeah. just break his util and he's no problem.
No, Kesnet's actually playing Yoru, and Shy is going to be playing Chamber. Like, wait, what?
It's like, what? Kesnet plays Yoru? Wait, Yoru's got a clone? When did that happen? I thought it was footsteps.
I think one of the things we need to talk about here is the way, Ender, you mentioned it at the end of the round, or maybe it was Sean. Both of you are really smart. I don't know. Is the fact that their finances are set up so well, and specifically because, again, it seems like a large part of their defensive game plan is around getting Shy the op. So even if they do afford to lose him a couple of times, they can buy him up consistently because of how well this has gone.
Or he can just ult if he dies.
Yeah, right.
He gets a free one. He gets a free one that has a slow field actually if he dies. So, or gets one kill.
Shy is just set up really well to continue to cause problems for 2G.
And they're still doing this. Now, it's like a couple rounds ago, except this time with the Sova Dart as well to feign this early aggro. Now 2G want to walk back into the space because, again, they probably expect Vice to be set up over here. That's been the more common approach.
But look at how far back they have to drone from, and it's all because Kesnet took the space and then TP'd away. They have no idea he's gone, so they have to invest utility that you would be using on the side hit to clear out space that should be yours to begin with.
Yep, and you can see Adverso playing bottom street. He can hear everything be long right now. They also moved back the chamber trip, which was previously top street, actively changing their setups throughout this half.
That missed shot kind of gives a window now for 2G, although rotates have come in. Shy's looking back onto the angle.
Oh. And this is what I mean. At this point, they're only at pillar. They're going to drop the Cosmic Divide. You have a couple of Asher Smokes through, but Kesnet's still here. Spam connects onto Askia. They're going to try to brute force their way through this. PXS with his Nightfall.
Look at this Adverso peeling off. He will definitely be popping this Hunter's Fury on. No one can hear the tap, though. They're all on the other side of the wall.
Yeah.
Oh, he'll actually probably use this Hunter's Fury for backhaul clearance.
Maybe a little bit of Varika. Time Mazino has fallen. The wall goes down. The ult goes out. And Adverso trying to get a tag on a PXS will succeed. No info on the second player, but damage dealt.
15 seconds, Doug.
They've got to scoop that spike up. They're going to have to frag their way through to create a little bit of a safety net, just enough to get to the hard part of the round. It's 2v2 now. If you're crew, you're going to try to flood this out, make it as uncomfortable as possible. 1v1. Spike now grabbed. Oh, the ball connect! Still getting the spike down. A 1v1. Luis has been a hero for 2G. Melzer on the other side.
Wow.
And he wins out the duel.
Unbelievable that crew are just winning a fifth here. He just keeps on rolling for them, picks up the operator to toss back to Shy as well.
And I know they're running this double Senti comp, and I know this attack side will be very difficult for crew, but you need some rounds to work with if you're 2G. You can't be going into this next half with 1-2 rounds.
Oh. Dude, like, Shy whiffed 3 times with the op, and they still won the round.
Yeah.
That's brutal.
You couldn't ask for anything more if you're 2G.
Shy is... Crew is all vibes. And, I mean, you say he missed 3 shots. I have to give him credit. He's had such good repositioning. He's not typically an opper, but he's playing it like a top-level opper. He's giving himself outs left and right.
Locating targets.
And now they're back into the default once again, so it's that fight over A main. Oh yeah, let's grab an orb, no problem. Maybe crew are actually playing a little more aggressive than usual, though.
There's a lot of lean towards A. The TP set up. Askia procs the wall, and he's going to get back. But again, look at A main. All the aggression is here. Kesnet's playing them close. They had no idea. It's a slaughter, A main.
Wow, on the anti-eco as well. Going for that play is so unexpected.
It's that same play from the last anti-kill. Look at the setup. The Chamber's holding art, the 3-push main. Same exact play, beautiful. The difference here is that Yoru doesn't TP back because you can see Mazino was playing up in that smoke. He was giving the info. He said, don't come. It's all a fake. They're just using the Clin to pop wall. He lets the Clin pop wall. Beautiful, man. Crew are playing so well on this defensive half.
Sorry.
I mean, they're playing the composition to perfection. They're getting everything they could possibly want. Money still like crazy. They don't even have to pop Shy's ult yet.
But Doug, it's going to be okay for 2G. They've got the Yoru ult, they've got the Taeho. They just need to run an exec. Forget about getting opt, losing these main fights, whatever. Askia can get it all done with the drift.
Yeah, well, he's currently kept grounded. The dog out, the op is here, and they really have no way to know. That drone's gonna spud a little bit. I can't believe he checked that anyway.
I'm surprised we're going off the drone and waiting for the ult until now.
Keza takes the TP as a dugout. He could die, yeah. It pops ult to live.
Is there any help for him? Shy is here. They're all here. Adverso may have just, excuse me, Askia may have just TP'd into his death.
By the way, Kesnit's back in main now.
Askia had nowhere to go. He thought he was the one being aggressive, but the reinforcements from the defense were perfectly timed.
It's suffocating.
Just when it seemed like they had a window, now Gobere's gonna have to deal with Kesnit himself. On the A main flank. The gravity wall is gonna keep the defuse at bay for a little bit longer, but
you mentioned that Yoru ult, you mentioned the Taeho ult, they're both gone. I am losing faith, Ender. I'm losing faith quick.
It is sapping away. Now you keep coping. You say, oh, Vise is coming up. It's going to be okay, guys. But again, these, like, that's a round you just shouldn't be possible to lose. And yet, Kesnit's repositioned into main. All of a sudden, there's just way too much pressure going around on him.
Oh. Yeah, I think crew are feeling this game right now. Second timeout is going to come out.
On round 8?
Yeah. This will be the last time these boys get to talk to their coach.
I mean,
just
after the game, they get to,
Just like me, I think they're going to be losing faith after this round. Faisal, the coach.
I mean, I don't know.
No more Faisal.
Oh,
yeah, bro, I don't know how they get back into it.
Oh.
Well, yeah, how about you come out of retirement? How do they do it, Sean?
Man, the ults are gone. That's what's making this so difficult right now. You know, I'm worried because crew have bust out so many setups that they're just not prepared for, and they're changing what the weak side is. And it's very, very difficult to read because sometimes crew aren't insta-aggressing, and it's hard to tell which site is stacked and which site isn't. You have to sniff out so much of the Senti util, and it takes a long time to figure it out.
Here's what I want. I want 2G to start attacking into the middle of the map again, right? Like, so far the mid has been where it's been a bit weaker because of the early fights being over mains, and then you can maybe have better scouting to find out where the Senti util is going to be stacked up for the Vise.
But again, you can see the chamber trip has been moved all the way to the bottom of street. So if that early util from Taeho was used to, quote-unquote, break it, here we go.
It's the same look. Kesnit can take this aggro fight, TP away, and then Shy's here. They've seen this before!
They have one idea, but it's a great idea.
I mean, that's just very well played by Shy. Dodges the haunt, hops up, gets the kill. Even from Kesnit, hiding his head on the Yoru TP. It's a micro masterclass out here.
Fool me once, shame on me. Fool me twice, shame on me still. I mean,
shame on you, Doug.
There's a lot of, I mean, a lot of the fight behind this attack side is still posted up towards B. Shy a little bit off the mark, but Adverso's going to tuck into the smoke. The Haunt's not going to catch him, and then he's going to be able to get a couple of kills in the smoke, or at least attempt to.
A little bit too much, and good missiles to push the operator back. 2G can try to push in on him now.
Shy's going to wait on the other side of this wall. Danger here. Is there anything to flush him out?
Visol now, too.
Oh, he goes into astral form. Shy is stuck. The gun barrel gives him away, and now a fight ensues. Backside. Melser, as the wall goes down, the kills erupt. Crew up 8.
There's just no way that 2G get a moment of hope in that round.
No.
Slam 2 ultimates into it, and then still end up losing.
It's so reminiscent of the last B round, the Melzer 1v1. This B site has been brutal to 2G so far in this half. And with that, we're chilling at 8-0. 2G don't need many rounds, but they need most of the remaining 4.
Yeah. I'm getting flashbacks to Lev Cloud9 on Ascent.
Yeah.
I mean,
we've been seeing so much double initiator, but we're quickly reminded how powerful some of the other doubles are. The double controller on Icebox from Crew, and now we get the double Senti.
Well, 2G, they're going to move back into B. This time blasting backside to try and scale forward. I think they're going to try and grab that last orb for PXS as well to use the Nightfall to scale up into the site. But still have to deal with the Vise Wall before managing that. And by the time that's down, there's going to be a Yoru, there's going to be a Chamber already rotated in.
Shy has so much mid info right now.
Surely they don't get cut off by this wall. They've seen it in this position before. They're not even falling behind it. 1 TP across. And it's sectioned off one person, and that's a person with the spike. If this fight goes, if this fight goes poorly, it's again going to be heart rate for 2G.
What?
The spike's left on the other side of the wall. Now they're not in a position where they can easily scoop it up.
He was fatal to, right?
Yes, Crew can't do anything wrong.
No, that's tragic.
All of the stars aligning.
Dude, there's no way. Even when he's going in the last second of the smoke to grab the spike, he's getting spammed, he's getting shock darted. Spike is still down.
This is, I mean, honestly, this is what I expected on Icebox. This is what I expected on Ascent. This is the Crew that looks like the best team in their group. This is the Crew that looks like they're going to be contending for a spot in Toronto.
Couldn't have said it better. Yeah, I think this team is absolutely at the top of our region. I mean, they're right there with G2 right now, in my opinion. Adverso has done work to this team since joining. As someone that has kept a very close eye on Crew, before this guy joined the team, they lacked innovation, you know.
Yeah,
now when I watch them, they're busting out all these new agents. They're in double Senti. I mean, three kills. Econ doesn't even matter anymore.
Yeah.
We can't even get excited about it. It was a great 3K. It gets him slightly closer to this Vice ult. What an adjustment.
Yeah, 3K is nice, but 2K from Mazino is nicer.
Are you guys superstitious at all?
Yeah.
You are?
No.
Okay.
Why is that?
No,
like ghosts and stuff?
No, it doesn't matter.
Ooh. Why? What do you?
Doesn't matter. 2G back on this eco buy. It's really weird double Guardian Stinger mess.
Man, you know it's rough when Teo has to blast Sign every round.
Yeah.
Bro, Shy, stop playing Sign. That's what
we're begging you.
Yeah, please.
They also use the Fade Haunt over on the B side as well.
Like they did in the previous round, yeah.
While trying to scale A. It's a bit of a fake, and it's caused a couple of rotates to come in.
Oh, they're going to get an Astro alone here at main.
Easy dodge.
But they don't have the guns, man.
He gets out.
And there's no threat of a split because you got Shy plating apart.
Yeah, he switched up his fly every round. He's got all mid info again.
The rotates are always so quick from Crew to come into this site. Thorns will make it a little harder to flood out, but Melzer still holding on. Sangle sees the shoulder. That's going to be the open.
I'm surprised they're investing in Verso's ult, but trying to deny some of that flood. Gobert grabs a weapon, stays alive. Trying to dodge through all of that utility, but it's just buying time. Silence is the one who lights up the kill feed for now. Still at a deficit, still at a disadvantage. Still in a dreadful position. The need to convert ever so great. In the face of 2, still no comfort to plant the spike, and Gobert is left alone. A 1v3. Wow. And he cannot convert. That's 10 for Crew.
Even the timing of those swings there, they've got a player in Dugout and Art swinging to fight the same guy off of Sova Ping. Like, come on.
Nah, who are these guys playing? Crew this year are crazy. The util on this team, I mean, even having a chamber in their comp where you would think, you know, there isn't a lot to deal with, not a lot of util. the way they're actively moving around these setups make it so hard for a new IGL like Louise.
You know what's crazy though? Is that Adverso basically just has the kills of Shy and Kesnick combined. Like, as much as we're talking about the chamber and how those opening kills have been important, Adverso's putting on a masterclass silently.
I mean, when you're up 10-0, there are a lot of things that, that are going well for you.
But he's also gotten like 2 or 3 shock dart kills, a couple of ult kills. His pings from the dart have been fantastic.
You're going to give up some of this art space. You got a flash. Post it up, and Mazino not too far off, but I imagine they're going to try to play around Silence ult.
There's still that wall and street to deal with. I don't think Crew or 2G have run into that wall. They've seen the Vice util in art before, but maybe only the one time. Finally trying to play these slower rounds, but they're set up for that A split, and that's not going to look good for them, I don't think.
No, and they know it's not safe because as soon as they tried putting that flash up, it got cleared, so they know A main is not
theirs. This Vice
theirs.
flash is going to be brutal.
And the ult didn't, I don't think the ult tagged anyone. So they're going to be full guns on this retake attempt. Utility dumped into dugout. Haunt's not connecting on anyone either. And they're going to try to fight into main on the other side of this. Mazino's there to greet him. 2 kills found.
Oh, no.
And now they're the ones who can't fight back.
And that's a Vice ult that's going to hit some people.
Oh, just the perfect response into the mid-fight from 2G. Crew take main. It's too easy.
Yeah, well played by Mazino, getting that crossfire. He's smiling, he's laughing. It's like, let me show you how to use this Vice ult. I'll show you how to get people with it. 11-0.
The reposition there from Mazino was perfect. Dude, and again, the fact that the Vice ult was, or the Vice flash, excuse me, was cleared main should have been a massive alert that they cannot commit to that A split.
What's crazy is we've never seen 2G and VCT play a map 3.
No,
Oh, I remember that game.
But it's Jinx now.
That's early.
Wait, though. EG won champs that year, though.
Wait, hold on.
Wait a sec.
Is this the 2G winning
Wait,
champs
2G
arc?
also have G in their name.
Wait a second. Hold
You
up.
guys are full tinfoil hat here. I don't know that I can follow.
I found that copium thing that, who was it? Wyatt was...
Oh, Wyatt was going deep on the cope.
Wyatt hooked it up.
One of us needs to be the voice of reason. They've gotten up street.
Like, please fight us. Please. Please don't make us go into the setup.
But again, they're going to go into this, like, B hit without control over main. Shy's still going to be down long with the op.
Well out of range of his TP, but the fight against Gobert is going to be a massive one. Meanwhile, Askia continues to struggle.
He's out of the stun?
2.
Come on!
All the pressure alleviated. Kesnick getting another one backside, ultimately traded out, but just when you think there's a little room to breathe.
It feels like Crew has like 8 players.
It does feel that way. It feels like they have 8 players, and it feels like they're playing on one side. Like, the map feels so small right now if you're 2G.
The TPs are crazy. The rotates are always anticipating the moves 2G are making. You know, we were saying that 2G hadn't played a map 3 all year, and I still don't think they have.
Find you.
Okay. Okay. Jesus.
Does it count? I don't know.
I mean, he makes a compelling argument. I don't know that I can really argue with that. A flawless first half. A level of domination that we haven't seen in a really long time. The double Senzi comp has just made it for a miserable day for 2G.
Yeah, it just really sucked the air out of the room. I mean, 2G are just cooked right now. Chances of winning just tiny.
But wait, Louise has been really good on pistols.
On pistol rounds.
That's
and
true.
they need a pistol.
Okay, cook, Doug, cook.
And so maybe,
bring me back in.
Maybe they win the pistol.
Okay.
And then they win 12 rounds in a row.
Okay.
And then we go to OT.
Cook.
Okay.
And then we go to a break. So I stop lying to you guys. We'll see you guys shortly.
Oh.
welcome back to map 3 between 2G and Crew. Ender, you were talking about how 2G were going to put together this ridiculous comeback.
Yeah.
What was the play there?
Well, I think during timeout, all they really have to say is Douglas and win 14 in a row, right?
Something like that. I did read in that break the 12-0 curse.
Yeah, I've heard of that.
I think so.
I've heard of that.
I'm unfamiliar. I just heard about it. I read about it actually on the screen.
You're not a knower?
I mean, you were talking about how good their pistols are. Do you think 2G are just going to ask Crew very nicely to only buy Ghosts and Sheriffs for the whole half?
Do you like all chat that and go, hey, you guys want to?
Yeah. Let's just
for the culture.
Let's just run some pistols, you know?
Does the Headhunter like break that though?
Yeah, surely.
Yeah, I mean, we saw that on the first pistol with Shy getting 3 kills with it.
Surely that's a trump card.
Oh,
bro's got 6 bullets in that thing.
Just creeping up.
There is a wall. There are thorns. There are a lot of members of 2G here. That's the wall.
Okay.
You can tell what the idea.
Okay.
Wait. Don't do it to him, Shy.
Be nice now.
Please, Shy.
Why are we orb farming? You're up 12-0. There's not going to be enough.
Shy is such a smart player. This guy has no fun on Chamber. Why?
Do the little things right. They're going to double down on this A, aren't they? They still have the thorns. They're going to have to try to dance around the flashes there.
Wait, Shy has 2 kills. No. Shy has 3 kills.
It's down to a 2v2. Shy with 3 kills on the round. The tap is just a fake. The 2 members that remain are still rotating over. And are they going to leave?
Oh, this is silly.
Bro's just carrying around a trip.
30 seconds
Wait,
left.
the
2G are leading it.
Yeah,
Wait.
2G are ahead of this. And so they're trying to quietly rotate out back towards B, but the writing's on the walls.
What does it say, Doug?
It says that it's going to be a site hit B. Smokes through. Are they going to try to flood out on the other side of this? Shy overcooks out a little bit. Musters left in 1v2. And I blame production.
Yay!
I blame production for running the stat. It jinxed it.
I blame you guys for talking about it.
No,
I had no part in this. I had no part in this.
Look, I didn't want to see it. What I do want to see, though, is Shy having Chamber ult second round right now and closing it out. This guy was orb farming. He was getting. Where is he at right now?
He's got
like
a lot.
2 orbs off or something? 3 orbs off?
3 orbs off. I saw for a second.
No, he's gonna.
He was considering getting an outlaw dished over to him. He changed his mind.
That'd be a silly way to close the map, wouldn't it?
Please get 2 Headhunter kills and grab an orb. It would be so funny. Please.
We've really kind of gone off the rails on this one.
Wait, whoa.
Aggression A. Kesnit's dead.
You know the best timeline? 2G win 10 more rounds in a row, and then lose round 24.
I don't know that I can handle that. I might lose it.
The biggest fake comeback.
That might trigger a Joker moment. I don't think I have that in me.
I'm clearly going crazy if that happens.
I mean, we could go OT if you'd rather.
I don't know that I like any of those options. A dumpy utility towards A, but they've managed to work their way out. Shy will fall. Mazino keeping it interesting, at least for a little while. Oh, we got the gun. That weapon disappeared. Nicely done from Louise. Nicely done from the rest of 2G. And so there were 2.
Are you going to keep counting that up each round?
I mean,
hey, they only have 10 more chances, guys.
Yeah. Can they get through this bonus? It's gonna be rough.
Oh, yeah. What's the gun situation here for 2G going into this bonus?
What's the 4 they carried over, but only 1
Guardian Bulldog, Stinger,
a Vandal on Louise.
Yeah, they upgraded.
And full armor for everyone on Crew.
Yeah. Good save call in that round call from Crew, making sure everyone had full in this one.
Okay. That Astrostar over at B-Long.
A little bit here. Silence spamming into the smokes, not connecting yet. Boy, Kesnit
is cruising.
Yeah, he is running it down.
Man, that wall went up so fast. Gee, what?
I don't think 2G had their guns pulled out in time to try and spam that after a few shots.
Bro made deadlock. It looked like a deadlock wall, like pre-play. It's like, what? That was a Sage wall. What just happened?
And so now that wall's off the board, you have to invest a little bit more of your 2G as far as personnel goes towards protecting that site.
They're actually saying, screw that. leave Luis over on his own.
That drone going to tag Adverso. It is cleared out, so you know there's at least something there.
Drone coming A main right now. The pinch coming in Art.
Silence is rotating back B.
Ooh, got the tag.
Ooh, that high angle dealt with by Gobert is nice. And there's a couple players doubled up towards dugout. You've got a player in Flowers too, and those side smokes allow 2G to stop this plant from ever really going down.
They're going to rotate off. Where is Adverso headed?
He's going to try and open up something towards Street and find a late round pivot, I think. Maybe not. There's not much time to work with.
No, I mean, if you're going to try to flip the map, you've got to do it here soon. Time's of the essence. But they're deciding to double down. Full investment towards A. No real option to do otherwise. The flash out, Melser trying to commit to getting a spike down will succeed. As the stuns now erupt, this might just be it. The icing on the cake, Luis and Askia. Left to try to continue the impossible, try to prolong this map. But they might just be one miracle too short. Luis pushing forward, getting the best of Adverso.
What's going on?
That's perfectly indicative of how this has gone. It falls down to a 1v1. Melser with 20 HP. Askia has struggled. 4 and 12, a tap of the spike. The gravity will through, but the spam connects. He's gonna get the defuse, and
yeah, he's got it.
We're gonna play another.
We keep going. They're stringing me along right now. When do I buy in? When do I buy in? Literally the 100 Thieves formula. They string me along, guys.
Me personally, I'm not buying in.
Yeah, I need to see a lot more happen before I believe.
Dude, what is he looking at?
That's...
He's doing 360s out there, not a care in the world.
It has been one of those maps, though, hasn't it? A 12-0 half. It's just silly. But they convert the bonus. And 2G are in a position where they should convert at least one more round.
Thanks. I assure you, chat, Pearl is not the most defensive-sided map of all time.
I don't know.
It certainly does look that way.
It does look that way, though.
Crew haven't won an attacking round since 2023 on this map.
Is this the first time we see the Shy Op? Or the Shy ult, excuse me.
We call that the shop, actually.
Yeah.
The shult?
The shop. Shy Op.
The Shy ult.
Okay. Oh!
Well, we're not going to see it anymore.
Not very yes and of you, Doug. We're going to have to work on that for tomorrow.
Not going to see it anymore for this round. Lean towards B into all of this utility. You've got the Vice util.
Oh, the thorns cannot be popped.
Yeah, you're right.
Oh, dear.
On an eco, surely not on an eco, right?
Wait, I kind of like how Luis is playing this, though.
They're going to try to flat out on the other side of this. Do you check the smoke? Yes, you do. You're spam back in exchange. 3v3, guns have been upgraded. Kesnet lit up. And now dropped. Melser's going to have to 1v3 to convert this, and he cannot. So 2G gets a 4. And Crew should be able to respond with weaponry.
Wait, they got the Vice ult out.
No,
why are you looking at me this way?
Come on.
Wait a second.
You could hear you could hear it in that statement. He's trying to get you to buy in. He's trying to get you to believe.
You're not tricking me.
No?
You're not tricking me. No, you're like that guy that's like, oh, come on, I got this crazy penny stock I need you to invest in. It's going to be so good. Look, right now, 2G, they only have 4 rounds. But in a map from now, 2G might be worth millions.
Bro, think about it. If you invest now, the payoff is going to be great.
Imagine investing right now.
Buy in while it's low. Buy, buy, buy.
I mean, hey, they've got 3 ults, guys.
Look, you even got a timeout out of Crew. Coach Adam, he's getting frustrated. Actually, it doesn't look frustrated at all.
Yeah, what's he saying? Like, hey, guys, let's just win 1 round.
Boy, that is not the look of someone who's up 12-4 on map 3, is it?
He's just taking a nap real quick.
Yeah.
But yeah, he's just listening. I really love how active Coach Adam has been in these timeouts. You know, they have great IGLs on this team. Melser has IGL'd. Obviously, Adverso is the IGL of the team currently. They are cooking in the games. But during these timeouts, the floor is completely the coach's, and he's dissecting what's going wrong and has tons of new ideas for the team. I'm curious to see what the adjustments are going to be right now.
I mean, surely you can stumble your way into a round win, even if things go horribly, right?
I mean, possibly. Really? Especially, I mean, look, Shy's got the operator in his hands on the attack side. First time minus that one ult round.
The shop.
Yeah, but the thing is, 2G have a lot of ults to work with. So generally, I like when teams play slower rounds against the big ults on the defensive side, try to play like lower numbers post-plant situations, so it's not quite as effective.
I wonder how many rounds so far this game Shy has had an op, because he had an op bonus last half.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean,
I don't think he ever rifled last half after the bonus.
He had a Marshall second. So literally had a scope gun like every round.
Yeah.
The rich get richer.
4 rounds, no op.
The speed run, try to pop the wall.
But the wall's not there.
Ooh. It's interesting. Mazino's in art pretty quickly, all things considered, without support behind him. Maybe the adjustment from Crew trying to test the water in mid, see if there's a re-swing into them, something like this, but really trying to spread the map and see what intel 2G are going to hand them.
Askia hearing the drone, clearing it out without getting any info. That's very nicely done. Meanwhile, Gobert now down in the acceleration A. He's got to TP out of there as quickly as he can.
And there is this wall a little deeper towards connector. If Crew can pop that, they'll be able to pull one of these players that's rotating from A back to hold deep con. You all right there?
Yeah, I'm good. I almost fell.
Yourself? What? Doug's having a tougher time out of game than Crew's having in game.
Back towards B, Crew go.
You want to fight it?
They're going to drop the Cosmic Divide. The stars go through, the dart back sight, and then the Thorns on the other side. They have made it to where Silence cannot leave.
Ooh, but the Nightfall, the Flood Smoke, 20 seconds
great
left.
Flash.
Silence might have been the trap himself. He and Askia left in a 2v3. Off of the flash, very well done. Beautifully timed. He's going to have to get another. The entire round. Silence does not relent.
Yo, what a hold!
And I thought he was in trouble, bro. The Cosmic Divide, the Thorns on the other side, he had nowhere to go.
No, he was big chilling with the setup, Doug, because he moved the wall, right? So this deceived Crew big time. They never expect a double Thorns B site.
No.
They used the clone early. They realized the wall's mid. They're thinking this Vice setup is A. The double Thorns are popped, and he is just holding it down.
Oh, yeah. The support from his teammates insane there, too, right? You have the sight smoke from Louise. You've got PXS trying to swing through the smoke, and you got flashes from Askia on the rotation. It's all there to help him out.
That was actually sick. What a read from 2G out of the timeout from Crew.
Yeah, they had his back.
Double face.
Still a lot of work to do. This is an eco.
Wait, how long has it been since Crew's won an attack round?
It's been 2 years, man.
Holy.
It's actually a year and a half because it was champs, but yeah, so don't get bogged down in the details.
2G get to 6. They've got a couple of ults. Silence has his ult. Gobert has his ult.
I'm not very good at math, Doug, but I think that's halfway. Roughly.
Imagine if they won a couple of those rounds in that first half. We would be singing a totally different tune.
Yeah, because you had like the 1v1 down on low HP. There were a lot of rounds that could have flipped their way. Just didn't.
I mean, it's like you said earlier, the problem is that there's so many things Crew can do to just fluke out a round, right? Like, there's just so many ways to just steal around with ults.
Talk about it, though. Kesnit's got the Dimensional Drift and a Bucky in hand. If there's ever a way to steal away a round, it's to teleport right behind someone and shoot them in the head with a shotgun.
The Zekin special.
Oh, yeah.
Well, that's a jump scare. There are 2 here, so he's got to be cautious about it. This does not feel safe. The stun, and all of a sudden, the jump on the other side of the TP is not there anymore.
Early ulti out from Art.
Sliding back out.
Wow. The only guy sticking on site, but these ults, they're forcing them off the spike.
Look at Askia.
2G already on the defuse.
The Hunter Shuri invested. Adverso looking to land the shots, splitting the uprights, not connecting. Gobert might go down. No, it is a second whiff. Gobert's going to get the defuse. He's body blocking, but it stops. Still at half. A 3v3 left for it. Adverso and Meltzer trying to pull this apart on their own, and they do.
Attackers win.
That's how that ends.
Oh, they had it. Man, respectable effort in that second half from 2G.
Definitely.
I love the fact that they didn't quit on us there. It was a brutal third map, if we're being honest, right? Down 12-0, nothing going their way in that first half against the double Senti comp from Crew. Gotta give flowers to Crew, though. I mean, busting out this comp.
Oh, yeah.
Doesn't seem like a very Crew thing to do, historically.
Sure.
But they smell different this year, I'm not gonna lie.
They're a little stinky, but in a good way, you know, with the chamber peaks going up. All the play behind Sign I thought was really cool. How they mixed it up as well, you know, whether or not it was going to be those fake B main fights into the op there, or the really aggressive A main holds with the chamber more passive towards mid. I think it was really hard for 2G to ever get a comfortable read on what this team was doing round to round.
No, and I think you guys said it best. For as much as 2G gave us maybe the slightest glimmer of hope, it really did just fall apart at the end there, and they put themselves in a spot where you were talking about it in the first half, Sean. They need to win a couple to have a shot at it, but the hole they dug themselves was just so deep that there was no way out.
It really was. I have to give credit to Luis. He stepped in this IGL role. That was a hard half to call, right?
Yeah.
This is a learning experience for him. Every week he's probably going to learn new things. First third map for 2G in the last, 5-6 matchups. So this is uncharted territory for them as a team. They're also the counters they have to deal with. I did mention they played Pearl previously. So Crew had some footage to work with on this third map. You have to wonder if that played a factor here.
It was,
They cooked.
They cooked. They cooked in a massive way. A 2-1 win for Crew as 2G fall just apart at the end. We'll see you guys on the other side of this break.
The human body was built to move, not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
Welcome everyone to the Verizon post-match interview, and I'm here with the winner from Crew Visa, Mazino. Also here with Dan to help out with some translations, or Dan Dryad, excuse me. The first thing I want to ask you, what was it like playing in here, in this new space that you haven't played in before?
Bueno, realmente no es gran diferencia, pero tiene ciertos puntos que sí se nota mucho, porque obviamente el público, las luces que igual provocaron un poquito de problemas, pero uno se adapta a todo y da lo mejor en todos los sentidos.
It's not that big of a difference, but there's definitely some things here and there. Like, for example, the audience is a big part, and the lights that give us a little bit of trouble, but we just have to adapt to whatever we have.
Amazing. First thing, going into the game, I want to talk to you about the Ascent. I talked to Adam, and he said he was happy to play the Ascent. You know, you weren't sure if they were going to pick it. Good to get reps in. You didn't get a single round on defense. So talk to me about your takeaways from Ascent. And also the comp, because you played Deadlock this time. We're usually kind of seeing you on a comfy initiator. So talk to me about that.
Bueno, igual el año pasado yo jugué Deadlock en Ascent también, en ese mismo mapa. Y yo siento que nos faltó mucho... sacar muchas más rondas en defensa, que eso lo tenemos que revisar y hay que meterle trabajo al mapa más que nada.
I also played Deadlock on Ascent last year, but we definitely needed more rounds in the defense, and that's one of the things that we need to work on and improve on.
What do you think you need to specifically improve on to get more rounds on defense?
Yo creo que más que nada en hacer cosas juntos, en reaccionar a los dominios que nos están haciendo, que nos rompen cosas, más que nada como reaccionar más rápido.
To play together more and be able to react a lot faster to the things that the other team is doing.
Next thing I want to ask you is in terms of the Pearl. We get to the Pearl. We're thinking it's going to be a 13-0. We're like, oh, okay, we're ready to go. And I'm sitting out there with G2 and NRG, and then 2Gs keep getting round after round. Talk to me, what happened in that game?
Yo creo que en ese ataque los de 2G estaban sacando buenas rondas. Obviamente son buenos jugadores, no se les puede subestimar. Estaban sacando buenas rondas y nosotros estábamos sabiendo que hacíamos las cosas bien hasta el punto final, que es donde fallamos, pero lo terminamos cerrando, así que bien.
For 2G, I feel like they were playing good rounds, and you cannot underestimate them. They are really good players, but it just came until the very end, the last few details on those rounds that we just couldn't maybe close out, but we closed it out at the end, so it's fine.
You did it, and you won. Congratulations, Mazino. I'd say, can NRG and G2 clap for Mazino? They're not.
No, they don't like me. They don't like me.
They left it. We're going to have a next game, and that is NRG versus G2.
Playing versus old teammates is always fun. You see little tendencies and obviously some new things that they've picked up on, maybe on their new teams.
I'm ready to play Yoru against him because I think I can Yoru different. I'm kind of excited to see his Yoru.
And he is taking a timing. All of a sudden, you see players running away from B. They think the rotate is here.
Now, pushing into it. The flash going to connect. Rafa falls. He taught me like the beginning of the ropes of Yoru, but now I'm applying whatever he taught me before without him knowing that he taught me.
Jaw's he's very loose. I think that team has enabled him also to be, just himself, and he just plays how you think Jaw would.
So Jorgum is able to find the shot, and Trent's happy to play it with the Sheriff. Verno and Artisan get their hands dirty though. This is getting ugly, but Jorg's found yet another one of the shorty. We'll put Shannon to bed.
Let's see who's the best Yoru, Ethan.
Welcome back to VCT Americas, and our second match on this Saturday is going to be G2 versus NRG. I'm Uber, here in the lounge with, unfortunately, Baby Bay and Vansili, and special guest Adverso. Welcome to the show, man.
Let's go, man. We got the claps for Mazino, right?
Yeah, exactly. We got the claps for the whole crew.
Yeah.
Where's my 13-0? What happened to that dream?
The pressure.
Dude. Wait, what pressure was there? You're winning 12-0.
Because you want to win.
Okay, I see. No, it was a pretty good game that you guys had, actually. And I actually wanted to ask you, what was the game plan going into that third map? Because we haven't really seen what 2G could really bring here.
Well, we never play
your
Pearl.
comp either, yeah.
Yeah, we never play Pearl on VCT Americas, so we train a lot to improve the game. But I think we played double Sentinel, is so strong in defense, so we got a lot of rounds there.
Awesome.
What was the inspiration to put Shy on Chamber? Because it's been a while, man.
He likes a lot. I think Chamber is a really good pick now. So Chai, he wants to play up. So we don't have a comp on Pearl, and we put 2 Sentinels, and it was good. So
Hey, looks really, really good. I mean, you got off to such a great lead. I mean, coming up, we've got a bit of a classic IGL battle, something you know all too much about. FNS and VALORANT will face off once again, and last time the Young Jedi had the high ground. Yeah, I mean, VALORANT's obviously looked pretty insane here, and, you know, we're still waiting to see a little bit of what has been cooked up here with this NRG team, baby.
So as an IGL, who do you think is going to have the upper edge here? The new guy on the block, or you know, the tried and true, the old man?
The old dog.
The old dog.
Well, I think G2 have more impact, you know, in the game. VALORANT has really good calls, so I think it depends individually. So that's it.
And getting here, of course, yeah, I don't think I overlooked this NRG social team, bro. Little G second there. Okay, I mean, look, talk a big game. That's all well and good, but I think as far as the standings are concerned, they're a little off pace in terms of what this G2 team are setting up. Let's hear what VALORANT had to say to Elizabeth ahead of today's matchup.
Now, VALORANT, in your post-match interview last week, you said, you know, you're looking forward to playing Finesse, but you know how it ends. I need you to be specific, use your words, tell me how it's going to go and exactly how it's going to end. To the T, VALORANT.
I woke up feeling pretty confident today, so the words are, I got the best players in the world on my team, so it's going to be easy 2-0.
All right, best of luck.
Okay, no, I mean, just walks away. All good. All good.
Jesus, that's terrifying.
What are we doing? What are we doing?
So much confidence.
Hey, he's staring at you now, bro.
He got the confidence.
Yeah,
Coming into this one, yeah.
I mean, again, like, I can't expect this at this point from VALORANT, but G2 did cement their status as the team to beat in Americas after taking down Icebox and MIBR, and what ended up being like a bit of a drawn-out brawl. We kind of got to see the best of both teams at times, but, I mean, you know, G2 were just a cut above.
It was just a crazy series where actually both teams were amazing on the macro. You had players that really had to step up to the plate, and you actually had a 3-map series that actually brought it to the distance. Quite honestly, for me, I believe that this, no offense here, but might be the top 2 teams to try to beat here going into this stage. So how do you actually combat that as an IGL, knowing the form that MIBR and G2 has brought here so far, Adverso?
Well, I think which team is more improving himself, I think is going to be better in this stage, because G2 changed the composition on Pearl, so they are improving. They put Whaler and Ascent too, so I think that's the matter. That's
a good question, or a good thing that I want to pivot on, because you're mentioning how they were changing composition and whatnot, and you guys have as well, for example, against 2G today. And overall, you also wanted to show to the world that you could play a 7-map pool. So how difficult is that for you in terms of preparation as an IGL, thinking about all these new layers that you have to bring for crew?
Well, we work a lot with the staff, so I think we have to improve in the week. So if we have a really good map in the week, we are so much confident in that map. So I think that's it.
Awesome.
Let's drill down a little bit on some of the individuals in game, because Jorgamo was so good on Waylay that he needs to issue a formal apology to everyone in ranked that gets stuck with bottom frag and copper caps. I heard you threw Nature's Game the other day, bro. Was that on Waylay or no?
No, believe it or not, it was on the Yoru. I mean, might as well have been the Waylay, though, with the way I was playing it. I mean, just TPing in like a bot. But anyways, this guy is not a bot, and that's for certain. Is there any chance we're ever going to see some Kesnet Waylay action, or maybe you guys aren't cooking that far?
I hope so. I really want to play Waylay, but it depends, you know?
Yeah. What's her strength and weaknesses, actually? Because, again, we've seen the Waylay come into the fray, and a lot of players or a lot of the fans are like, okay, Oxy could play him. We see Icebox potentially could play her. And then now Kesnet was also in the conversation. What is missing from Waylay that doesn't click for you guys to want to pick her right away?
I think Kenny need more time to play Waylay, so he got more confident to play Waylay.
He just picked up the Yoru recently, right?
It's a really good improve. So because
one step closer.
He only was playing Raze and Reina and Jet, so we want to play Yoru. But I think the most important thing is to play Waylay. He has to have a good super, you know. So me and Mazino have to have a really good synergy there with Kesnet and play Waylay.
And you have it so far. I mean, you guys have been cooking so far the past 2 weeks.
Yeah, we were cooking. we were cooking.
We've got to look on the other side of the aisle here, I think, at NRG, because they got a much-needed win against Furia back in week 2, but they're going to have to really dig deep if they have any dreams of making it into playoffs, right? This team also felt like a bit of a revolving door at times. Like, obviously, like they started out with Verno, that didn't work out. We're chopping and changing. We're retooling this roster, right? Like Marta's coming in here. Of course, we have Bonkar. Yeah, that was, you know, a factor there as well. what's our initial impression of this team? Because Som was a standout, but outside of that, like, where do we place a team like this?
I mean, with Brock coming in, it was a little bit of a slow start on that second week, but ever since going into last week, holy crap, it's back to the Broctagon that we know that he could do here in Tier 2. I mean, I don't know if you actually played against them going into when you were playing with All Knights in Challengers, but Brock and Mata are crazy players.
I trained against Shopify Rebel, I think.
Yes, yes.
Moist Shopify.
Yeah.
He's a really good player.
Yeah.
I really like how he plays Initiator. When he plays Soba, was a really good player. So I think he improved a lot on energy. We train a lot too in the scrims. So we see the team is improving.
One up, one plus +1 for energy here.
Yeah, definitely.
Scrim bucks.
Yeah, exactly.
Scrim bucks. I mean, again, I think it like doesn't take away from the fact that like Baby Bay NRG probably need to make some big steps forward. Even on top of that, if they want to be like a playoff team. Remember, it's only top 4 that make it through, and even then, like you want to be, try and get those good matchups early with good seeding.
I liked what I saw out of that matchup against Fury because I saw them fix a lot of the gaps that they had. Even Mata switching over to the Jet on a map like Pearl because the Neon and the Yoru combined just wasn't really hitting the same, I would say. But I do think that this is going to be such a tough test. I mean, now is when we're going to see the true state of NRG. Are they going to actually be a top 4 team like everybody was predicting them to be when they had Verno? Or are they going to be kind of struggling in this stage 1 at least until they can get their bearings? I think it's a good test.
This NRG team is like traditionally really hard to get insights from. They really keep to themselves. They're not overly expressive, but we did have a chance to catch up with their finesse, or rather Elizabeth did. So let's see what she was able to tease out of the seasoned IGL.
Now, Finesse Valen said in his post-match interview last week that he's really looking forward to playing you, has been looking for it for a long time. What's your read on Valen as a caller and how this game's going to go?
I think they play very fundamentally sound. I think they have a really good understanding of the game and how they want to play. And they don't really stray from that too much. Like, regardless of whether they're up, they're down, doesn't matter. They kind of stick to their game plan and they adapt really well. So I think that's their strength in comparison to other teams. I think other teams struggle to adapt, especially in this meta. I think they're probably the best at it. So, yeah.
Well, best of luck today.
Yeah.
I mean, is that true? I mean,
that's a great sound effect.
FNS says a lot of teams struggle to adapt in this meta. Do you agree with that?
Yeah, I think I'm great with that because I work a lot of myself, So I think the most important thing on VALORANT, because I play like 5 years, is improve every day, Every day train new stats, every day playing new agents, make new micros plays. I think that's the most important thing.
And I just want to ask you, have you actually started picking up the IGL role more when you went back into Tier 2 with All Knights?
Yeah.
How much of how hard was it for you to get the reins and be comfortable as an IGL?
And control Dante Deus. So
exactly.
Oh, man. Well, it was complicated because my first experience was on 0-0 Nation in Brazil, and I don't have a good result there, so it was so hard for me. But when I joined on All Night, they give me so much confidence. I get a lot of experience there, so I improve myself to be better in Tier 1. So
awesome.
That's the most important thing, and I know the guys. You know, I know Meltzer, how he plays, Chai, so it wasn't so much hard to play again with them, but I'm really happy.
Yeah.
I mean, speaking of someone who was like a fixture of this team last year, where we saw NRG make this huge retool, right, was Som, and Finesse's BFF has been fragging out in Stage 1. This guy also was a standout last year when we saw this new look NRG team in general. Som really seems to have it all as a controller player that's having high impact, Baby Bay, on so many of these matches.
Yeah, I mean, in a lot of the games where NRG, specifically this Lotus, it's that meme, no help. Like LeBron, no help, man. I mean, the poor guy. Like literally somebody help him out, and NRG, they got it together in the following maps. But yeah, he's always been a standout player individually. He's been grinding. It's so funny because in a bit of I don't want to call it off season, but the time in between Kickoff and Stage 1, I was memeing with him like, hey bro, you're pretty nice with the Phantom, man. And I was like planting a seed in his brain, and now I'm seeing him actually play with the Phantom like every day. And I'm like, yo, I don't want to say I told you so, but I kind of said I told you so.
And Uber, you talked about the revolving door around the rosters here of NRG, and I feel like right now with Mata and Brock joining, now Som will have some help. And again, we've been seeing those results in that week 2 going into this week. I think this is going to be a very good series going into G2.
We're going to talk about the ungentle giant himself here, because obviously, Guy, He is tall. Thank you, production.
Yeah, he's really tall. Yeah. He is really tall.
I could not expect it because he doesn't look like an imposing figure necessarily on pitches until you see him like stood next to the rest of his team. But again, this guy obviously did have the time and challenges like on MXS, like he was able to show up on many of these teams, gets his shot here, and another player who debuts rather seamlessly on a team that really needs a big boost in firepower, and it feels like it was just what they needed.
Yeah, and Ja was saying, hey, he likes to play against Ethan because he thinks he could out-Euro Ethan, but now he's got to deal with Ethan and this guy right here, who has said right after Challenger is that he felt he was the best duelist that we currently had in North America, even all of the Americas, and that he could actually do the same thing here in the VCTs, on the big stage. He has for a bit, it was like the kickoff numbers were insane for Mata too.
With losses, he was like 1-4, and like one of the highest KDs I've seen. Crazy. Plus 46, probably even higher now.
He doesn't feel pressure, I think. That's why I feel about him, because he plays on tier 2. I played against him in Kickoff, and he was with a lot of confidence playing. So I think that's the most important thing, because the confidence in the stage is so much important. Most when you are a new player in the VCT.
Yeah. Let me ask you a follow-up question to that. What was like some recipes for success for you shutting down Mata, because you guys beat them in Kickoff, like that G2 needs to like emulate in order to make sure he doesn't get going?
Yeah.
Well, I think you have to cancel him, you know? You have to use a lot of utility and to take the info where is Mata playing, so you can make a good exec there. I think that's the key.
Yeah. And sorry, I was going to say too, maybe to try to shut him down is also the people around him too, because if you actually look at how NRG sets up Mata, you need to have Ethan alive, you need to have Brock alive. If you're taking one of that piece of utility out that is needed for him to activate, especially on Pearl when he's playing the Jet, man, he's going to be useless.
Is that something you think about going into a game, this idea of shutting down a star player on the enemy team? As an IGL, like, are you developing a plan, or is it just like good fundamentals and like pressuring them off op lines with util that you go for instead, something more general maybe?
Well, I feel when he plays operators, that's difficult, you know?
Yeah.
If you play against a good operator, it's difficult. So if he has economy to play operator, we have to have a new plan to play against him. But if he plays rifle, I think it's more easy to play the game, you know, the macro game.
Yeah.
So I think that's the key.
Now, I've got a short delay on stage as our teams are getting settled there in the cage, as we're going to call it. But we have a chance here to touch back on the later edition for NRG, right? Because obviously Brock is an even more recent look for this team. And again, seems to be fitting in really well. Got that synergy with Mata, got that background in Tier 2. By the way, Tier 2 is just showing incredible players across all of Americas this year. This guy was no exception. The Brock's Gone meme, it exists for a reason, right? The idea that this guy would basically take over those clutch scenarios and be, virtually unkillable in them.
It does not feel good being at the other end of that. I mean, I felt it. This guy 1v4'd my team when I was decent, you know? Like, it is not a good feeling. When he gets that clutch for his team, it fires up players like Mata, who was his teammate before. And I think that synergy coming in was a bit of a seamless switch, which is really good for this team considering the firepower they lost in Verno, man.
Exactly, especially when you look at their decision for NRG from the GMA aspect. When they brought in Verno, they actually had to bring somebody else that, could make him feel comfortable going into the team, so they brought in Bonkar as the coach. But now this time around, you have two MXS players finally joining together once again to make each other feel comfortable, especially when Brock is able to set up Mata. So you have that experience, and that's going to help.
You have the synergy there.
Yeah.
It actually says about how incredibly competitive Challenges was, where neither Oxygen or MXS were actually at Ascension, right? Just got a completely wild storyline in the end. Now, usually we're going to go across to the other side of things, because we haven't mentioned D2 in a moment, but Leaf is the kind of player that loves to get on a lurk, right? See him in a lot of those solo situations towards the end of the round. But we turned the tables on him and went into his socials for a look at his post history.
Hey guys, G2 Leaf here. Today I'm going to be looking back on some old posts. It's a picture of me with Zelsis' cat, Momo. Very cute cat. It's captioned, "I'm stealing your cat." That's because, I'm going to steal his cat. He lost in Kickoff to me, so it's only fair. That was the prize. No one really cared about the trophy at all. It's really about the cat. So I think he said he's going to kill me if I steal his cat. So that kind of scared me, but I don't think he'd do that. Maybe he meant in game. It's a tweet about when the guard won Ascension, and it's a little tragic at the end. Can't wait to play against you guys in the big leagues. I never really got to do that. Unforeseen circumstances there, but I mean, they did deserve it at the time. They still deserve it now, you know, as my teammates and stuff like that. And it's good to see that literally every single one of them are still in the league. You know, Tex is obviously on Lev and Nets on C9. So, and you know, he was on G2 with me at the beginning too. So, you know, I was proud of them then, and I'm proud of them now. G2 Leaf, that was some post nostalgia. You know, looking back on the olden days, and you know, kind of recently, you know, about stealing the cat. So, appreciate you guys watching.
I'm all for this holding players accountable for their tweets. If only they did that with certain members of the broadcast team, I'd be so... And also their predictions, you know what I mean? That would be...
I can't remember. Are you going to break that? Are you that angry?
No. This is I'm keeping this here. I hope everybody is submitting, by the way, their artworks for us to decorate this scene, because, yeah, we've got plenty more frames where that came from. Leaf, I mean, is S tier, impeccable aim, and he'll just randomly show up on the desk sometimes to give analysis as well. But this is a guy we've got to be looking out for in this series, right? He's a player that feels like can be, I guess, deterministic of G2 successes or their stumbles sometimes.
Yeah. Well, especially in this meta, though, because it's going to be this head-to-head with the way that Sentinels are playing now. You take a lot more of these 50-50 engagements when, you know, the core of the team and everybody with utility is taking space at one side. Leaf on G2 is going to be taking B main on Ascent by himself, doesn't need any help, takes the one he wants, much like Shy.
Adversa, how much freedom do you give to Shy actually in those moments? Because we were actually praising the time that Leaf is able to get here to allow G2 to win some rounds when he's cutting these rotations. So do you micromanage Shy a lot, or do you let him do whatever he needs to do?
No. Shy talks a lot in the game.
Okay.
I know him because
no.
I know him because we brought him on Leviathan in 2022.
Yeah.
And he was a really communicative player. So you don't have to micromanage him. So he has a lot of reactions in the game. And Leaf too, he's a really good player. I think he punishes a lot the mistakes from others. I think that's the word. And he plays a lot with Olo. I think that he's a really good Olo player.
Awesome. Adversa, thanks so much for your time. It's great to pick your brain a little bit, man. And congratulations on the win, of course. So see you soon. And of course, we'll see you folks soon as well, because Map 1 this series is coming up in just a minute. We've got Bren, Sideshow, and Mimi Gaming on the mic. So
nothing's going to go wrong.
This one.
Nothing's going to go wrong.
It's all going to go great.
It's going to be a banger.
See you after this.
Plat shot guarantee.
And welcome back, everybody, to VCT Americas. Yeah, quick little hot swap of the casters of the talent, moving in and out as well. No disinfected on the microphones, I don't think. Hopefully there's no plays going around. I don't know where I'm going with this one.
That's an interesting way to start.
It is an interesting way to start as well. I don't know why I'm looking at my notebook as well. This isn't going to be how many answers.
Read?
Can I read?
Please.
Do you want me to read to you?
Yeah, you can recite something.
Tell me the story of G2 NRG
okay,
today.
well, the first line is a spoiler for the map pick bans.
Okay.
Ah, right, well,
so maybe. I don't think I will
we have that coming up
that.
soon. Maybe wait for that one.
We're about to go into that, I think.
I don't think I will say that.
Yeah, there's plenty of history here, though, to tap into. I mean, obviously, the big story that I think that Des was talking about, too, is just the clash of the IGLs. God, I don't feel like it's reasonable to call it a changing of the guard type game, and you got to pardon me on the pun for that one, too. But
no one else was thinking it until you mentioned it explicitly.
Well, it was too good, you know. But, you know, Finesse, he's been one of those callers that we've always looked for throughout 2021, 2022, and beyond as one of the best. And now, I think in the last 2 years, you got to say Valen's been
the best caller in North America.
Yeah, I would say the guard was changed like 2024 when G2 had their breakout year, had their performance at Shanghai. But this year was sold as the redemption for Finesse. NRG, again, a team that was expected to win trophies, to kind of reach that Optic level again. Haven't lived up to it thus far. And a tough game here, especially looking at these map picks.
Yeah.
We're going into 2 maps that G2 has not lost this year. And NRG picking Lotus, which I feel like has been G2's best map this year.
Yeah, we don't often, now it is quite a league thing to say you've lost at the draft, but I am worried here for NRG. The last time that G2 lost on Lotus was in July of 2024.
Okay.
And this year they're on a 7-map win streak on Lotus. Undefeated, beat T1 13-5 at Bangkok.
And I don't have better news because the last performance for NRG, they lost to Furia.
I mean, that's you're saying that mad disrespect on Furia.
Still.
G2 got pushed a little bit on this map by Furia too.
Still.
But no, it's not. No, it's
I would
not
say
good.
Furia G2 maybe a little different level of team. We're in the Asian Select.
Yeah, we
Slightly.
are. We're in the Asian Select. I mean, in terms of this as well, though, I think if you're NRG, I'm going to paint you a picture here for this NRG squad. They've been playing catch-up. They've swapped out a couple of the core pieces in terms of the coach. They've got a new player in as well in terms of Brock coming in. And so you're playing catch-up to every other team. You're up against G2, currently probably the best team in America, some might say.
Yeah.
And definitely putting up the numbers to prove that. You need a curveball. You need a risk to take at some point. Is it here in the map draft? Do you think that's why they're going in? They've got something that they've seen in G2's playing Lotus. It's a hard ask, Josh. You're frowning and scowling at me.
Well, because, okay, I can see where you're coming from, and I do think there's a huge amount of data. If you want the tape advantage, if you want to talk about what Finesse is normally great at, it's coming up with good anti-strats after he's got a huge amount of tape on the team. And there is massive amounts of tape. And G2 have changed their composition recently on Pearl, but they haven't changed their comp on Lotus. You kind of know what they're going to do. But also, you're going into a map that they were 7-0 on this year.
They are 7-0.
It kind of feels like, you know, when you see the guy at the roulette table and you're like, oh God, and he's like, no, it's
No, the
to
next
you.
one.
It's
the next
to you.
one's the big one.
Red is to you, I swear. And it's like, come on, mate.
99 quit right before they win Lotus over G2.
Yeah, that's kind of what it feels like. But if there is going to be some kind of win here for NRG, I think it's powered off Som and Mada having an amazing individual game and good anti.
We're seeing it. There's an early little contestation going on. Jorgamo obviously can be the piece of bait at the end of the stick here. He's got his gate crash sitting nice and pretty. So G2 are just trying to put up a couple of walls, I think, make it a bit harder to take that mound control.
NRG is a team that always plays really slow when they're on the attack side of this map, but they like getting Finesse embedded in a different place, oftentimes going for these lurk up B into A. But I think what G2 do really well with their Yoru comp is showing early looks where they're fighting a piece of the map, then having Jaw TP back and going for this mid-round re-aggression. It makes this slow style a little tough as NRG go for their own reclear on mound here.
And it looks like they're getting set up to go for a C-exec, although NRG with a minute on the clock, normally pretty happy to pump the brakes at spots like this. You saw that Jorgamo tapped the door right before he teleported out, but that didn't really threaten too much because Finesse was watching it, and now Finesse regroups, and it does look like we're going to end C.
Valen with the paranoia ready to go here.
Yeah, Helvet has naded his back, that's why he's going to have to shift the position and move off to the side already. Entry's coming through, so fault line back through main as well. It's slowed NRG down to a crawl for now. G2 are perfectly happy to try and play the retake into this.
Very slow, very compact.
Oh wait, this could be explosive right now. They want to try and fight this one! Straight into the maw, G2! Man, they like stacked him up and knocked him down again. And already revealed close quarters into the pillar. That's going to be Finesse, not long for this. Whoa, the Jorgamo just cleaning them all up.
The ultimate Jaw round to start this game. When you're talking about a changing of the guard, Jorgamo is that player. A world champion, has been finding his form even better than in Kickoff, then at Bangkok thus far in this first stage, and no one better than him to win that pistol round for G2.
Gets G2 off onto the right foot, not exactly what NRG were looking for there. I feel like the opening skirmish was pretty good. They get in onto the C site and even trying to go for the walk up to the smokes to see if they could manufacture themselves a pick before the retake was coming through. But the game plan didn't quite work there. And now it's going to be probably round 3 before we get to see what NRG are really cooking. It is interesting somewhat to note as well that they've made a swap away from the Neon comp. We didn't discuss that too much in the Agent Select, but Mada was playing Neon in the last 2 instances, I think, of NRG playing Lotus. And so this should be a little slower on the attack side, I think.
Yeah, it makes it a little bit tougher to actually contest for that, like, early rubble fight, the early mound fight, when you're trying to beat the timings on your opponent's utility. When you
on
see
attack
these breach
side,
Teo comps, yeah.
On defense, arguably makes it a little easier, I would say. With the
Sure, having like the nade, a couple extra pieces of util to actually win that fight as well.
But you know how G2 are going to play these kind of spots. This Viper Wall's critical. Once it's up, they can decide to refight over it. It's often going to be Trent and Jonah P that are taking control of B. I'm wondering if NRG have got a couple of plays to try to jump onto Trent or Jonah in these like first 30 seconds of a round.
Jonah is yet to use his stun. He does a really good job of keeping that tool online for these later rounds. Leaf caught off, but just goes 1-for-1 the Ghost.
Yeah, dropped out there towards the side as well. We're going to see Jorg is immediately supplementing the defense ever so slightly, but the slow play of NRG is working in their favor to a degree, but they're going to be meeting. Open arms to Trent. It's close quarters now with a stinger in hand. Strikes back, a lot of damage done, softening up these NRG players. Not much you can really do into this one. You're just going to be stepping straight into a trap that's been primed and ready over towards B. Nowhere to run, nowhere to hide. You're just going to scurry away and see what else you can get.
I mean, give the kills to Jorg too. He gets his ult online. That's about the only player that it would have been bad to feed those final 2 kills to. G2 are now in a spot where they can even play retake on a site and feel pretty comfortable with Dimensional Drift in their back pocket. You saw what Jorg was able to do on the pistol round playing retake.
Yeah, earlier in this round, NRG had a lurk up towards B, but they wanted to call back into it, commit to this A hit, but in doing so, allowed just one guy in an off angle to completely stall them out there. They will have the guns now, so I think a better look at any changes they want to make playing with this Raze instead of the Neon here.
This is where we see the strategy come out from NRG, I'm telling you. This is what it was all about. Where did that happen?
Finesse?
That was B main.
I mean, he's just running down
Yeah.
Diff and Valen in the 1v1. Didn't expect to see that.
I've always said Finesse is the better frag in IGL.
Have you now?
I've always said that.
He might have always been wrong. That's an insane statement to make. But this is good by G2, a bit of calm re-exploration. They're going to contact up through as well. Might be able to catch cheeky pick off onto Finesse, who is still holding it down.
Josh, if Finesse is the better frag in IGL, here's his chance to show it.
Jorg is not going to clear this.
Oh, Jorg just snaps to the side. I mean, 90 degrees. He just cleans him all the way up. And here's that ult that's been built up prior. Quick exchange of the weapons, and now we're going to see it. Dimensional Drift. See what info we can get on top of all of it. It's going to be that fault line. You can see it. Jonah P's waiting for it like a heat-sickened missile. He's looking for the right target. Popped it in through the back of the site. Vulnerable up, stunned up. Not a chance in hell for Ethan. The rest of his team, NRG, have got a decent foothold for now, though, towards the back of the site. They're going to look to try and push this one back fully for the bonus round of G2. They're looking for value, and Leaf is getting it. It leaves it just as Som in a 1v2, tucked to the corner. A lot of damage done to Leaf. Really a shred to survive, and he has isolated it into the 1v1, but does he expect the reposition up to the side? It's missed entirely, and Jonah P converts it up, adds the bonus to the tally.
It's an awkward spot there for Som. He's been great for them this year, but he just puts himself in a position where he has to be worried about so many angles. And I like that you highlighted Finesse when he was tucked in that corner, because I think if he kills Jorgamo there, honestly, I think the round's over.
Round.
It is a totally different round. I don't know how, because it feels like Jorg didn't actually clear that properly. But Finesse didn't actually convert the kill, and so the Yoru ult can come through that he generated in the prior round. And this is a disastrous start for NRG.
Yeah, and no matter if you're picking into this map, I think you have a better macro idea than G2. What G2's always going to be good at is having these plays in the mid-round off any ult they have built up. They have looked like the best team this year at implementing this Yoru into set plays. So a great display there to get a completely free kill and open that map up on the retake.
This could be deadly. It's Leaf Outlaw in hand against a multitude of players with half armor. NRG, of course, going to be playing this one slow and steady. Losing an early player, though. Mata going down. That's the player you were hoping to load the orbs up.
I love how much Leaf buys into the Outlaw. I think a lot of teams have underrated that weapon's value, but he was one of the first to, any chance he sees a lesser buy, he's abusing that gun to maximum potential.
Look at the way as well, on anti-ecos, how G2 stack over towards B more than they would usually. This time you see Leaf again taking contact here, but they're making sure that if NRG do the classic, we hit B on an eco round, that G2 have got the personnel ready to defend.
Quick swinging through the back, though. Ethan quick to dismiss Leaf. G2 are happy to play this one, though, fully for the retake. They've got to at least carve out a bit of map control. In through A, looks like stairs is going to be the name of the game.
Jonah, Trent both have their rechargeables online.
Making their way forwards here. Finesse really needs to be the playmaker. The dagger in the back, and he hears it. Multitudes of players still. They whip it around to the sides of the rifles in hand. It's a 2v1. As quick as that, Ethan isolating it. Brings us to that 1v1. Ult earned on top of it. Jorgen with a tap as well. Completely avoided, but with the shots fired off, Ethan, he's still going to go for it. Rolling Thunder going wide and damage done. Jorg single digits, yet where the hell is he pulling that from?
Against his former teammate of all people. Jaw pulls it off right at the end, and that's a heartbreak for Ethan. Earning the Rolling Thunder, investing it on a one-on-one that he couldn't bring across the line.
That's gross. I've got to see the replay of that. How does he even hit that shot? He's stunned up, right? Because he jumps in order to just get around the corner, taps the spike again, and somehow lands the kill. What?
He was still stunned!
He doesn't see him! He's not on his screen!
Oh, that's disgusting.
And he waves at Ethan across the room. I mean,
nah,
that's a jaw round.
That's not okay. He's 9-1. That is not all right. That's not cricket.
Yeah, this NRG team is struggling to get any sort of space and semblance of it. They've been gifted good portion towards A rubble. G2 not opting into the refight. Instead, they're going to be pushing and squeezing onto Finesse now. They know that he's relatively alone. There's no pincer maneuvers happening from the B sides, but they are running this guy down. He needs to be very careful of that. Leaf isolated on a bit of an island, stunned up to the side and needs some support and backup. That's a pit drop down up top though. That's Mada. Precision is necessary and Leaf has been cleaned up. Light removed from the site. 3v4 scenarios where G2 find themselves in.
Really good pace on that hit from NRG. As soon as they spotted an opening, they pounced. Leaf was not allowed any moment to thrive, but what's going on there?
Someone's been cleaned up.
It feels like G2 have got an opening back into the round.
It's a 3v3, they're waiting for the right timings onto this one. Door's going to be opening wide at a moment's notice, and there it is. Paranoia sweeps forwards, fully blinded up as well. There's a return of the fire. NRG doing anything to stem the bleeding, anything to survive here. Mada's got to do so much more, and it's just impossible for him. G2, where did they get this level of discipline from?
It all looked so good for NRG. A great reaction, a great execute into A, and then a 3v5 squandered with the death on the Omen ult, and G2 classically showing, as FNS said in his interview, the best team play that any squad has in this league.
Well, also, some just Omen ults into his death.
That's true.
I mean, that's what turns it from a 3v5 into an even round that G2 wins.
Yeah, I think it was a 4v4 there, then a 4v3, and then, yeah, straight back into a 3v3. I mean, that is just unusual. It feels like NRG are getting into spots to win these rounds, but can't find either the big pick in the mid to late round, or can't fight together well enough on the post plant.
It was a 1v1 they lost, followed by another 1v2 that Ethan almost won. And then this round, where they were ahead again, Mike's the new coach for NRG that they grabbed for stage 1, has to call his first timeout and right the ship here, because G2 already getting 5 on defense.
Yeah. No one remembers that the rounds are close if you get 13-0'd. You know what I mean? Like, yes, these rounds have been close and they have been winnable for NRG, but when you're
implying that they're going to get 13-0.
No, I'm not implying that. I'm just using that as a hyperbolic kind of analogy. Obviously, we just watched a game that should have been a 13-0, and instead, Crew, got a 12-0 half and then couldn't win an attack round on
Yeah,
Pearl,
I mean,
so.
2 of these players were here for the only 13-0 in VCT history.
That's so true. That's so true.
They won champs that year, but not quite there yet.
Yeah, G2 7-0 on Lotus this year.
And this is NRG's map pick, Bren.
Does connect. A lot of damage done to Valen. No kill, though, to be found.
Bit of a bait and switch kind of setup, but they don't end up going into Valen.
Seeing all that util, I think NRG believe that G2's put a lot of resources into the C fight, but
no way.
That's just spam.
I mean, it's pure instinctual, no? Yeah, a bit of spam onto the corner, maybe aware that he'd already crossed in here in that TP, and this is NRG just being picked at 2 pieces across the map. Any cohesive idea that they might have had.
They're also just playing very spread. I mean, Mada was just trying to find an individual timing there. It wasn't really based off a wider game plan, I don't think.
Leaf's not being denied any of this. Armageddon to try and push these players straight into the fight and fray, but there's a tight corner and a gap to play in. Weaving in and out, back and forth. Trent calling for a bit of help. That's Jorgamo with a tidy little 3-piece to put a finish to that round. 6-0. G2 have dinner reservations.
That they do. NRG want to play this like a slow default every round, try and work out where G2 is headed. But their players that are out on island in so many of these rounds are either getting caught by recluse, getting taken out by spam through smoke, or anything of the like. G2 is almost always playing from an advantage in the mid-round.
And then even the few rounds where NRG have had a spot where they're in the lead, they can't convert.
And talk of things that are troubling. No ults for NRG. Yoru ult, Breach ult. The train keeps rolling for G2.
They're going to try and disrespect this mound hold. Dogamo is really just a lightning rod for all this utility. A ton of it being pulled out of NRG just to try and take the first section of C, get access to the orb, I suppose.
And have a look at how much information Leaf is getting over towards A. He's just jiggling in front of his own wall, has full info down this spot. So they don't need to be worried about it at all, right? The whole of G2 can stack defensive players towards C, towards B. And when you've heard that much noise on C, and you know that B is a likely end for a lot of these eco rounds, I think they're feeling pretty here about the defensive setup.
The drone just saw a player rotating back towards A. That'll pull Trent over.
You can hear it. Drone clears most of the way as well through out into rubble. Just a slight delay with a snake bite, but NRG are not biting. Going to meander their way back over towards C mound. Looks like Finesse never really gave up that space wholeheartedly. And you've seen the dimensional drift. It's going to be used for a bit of re-clearing information into the mid-round here for G2. They're going to realize pretty quickly now this is landing over towards C here in Audis util, but they're perfectly happy to play the retake on top of it.
5v5 C retake. This is one of the best cases for Stingers.
Salvos, fault lines, all going to be coming out here. NRG needs a little bit extra. I think you can see they're gearing up for a fight towards Waterfall. They want to try and push past the lines of scrimmage, see what they can get here. With util held out into the hands, stuns flying forwards, and really, to the dismay of NRG, they're just unable to really carve out any sort of path. There's 8 seconds remaining. Spikes in his hands, Brook. He needs a bit more where that came from. Still time has ran away entirely.
You melons. No, that was... Honestly, I actually quite like that from NRG. Yeah, they were working things around in the mid-round to get into a position where they can get into a bit of a post-plant. Yeah, they kind of scattered towards the end there. But this little combo play from Jonah P and Trent, where Jonah is jiggle peeking with his ultimate, and then because of the gap...
These guys are absolutely lost.
I mean, that's tragic. Because of there's a gap at the front of your Breach ultimate, right? And so they put a bounce Tejo stun at the front. So there's just stuns everywhere to cover NRG.
Another C fight, though.
Yeah, they haven't actually found a way past this one. Oh, hold on. Wait a minute. Jorgamo! Yeah, stunned up and suppressed from the drone. There's no escaping that one. They finally found a solution to try and navigate what G2 have been doing at the beginning of every single round. Amada barely alive himself, one away from the ult. We're going to see it immediately. Steel Garden sweeping his way across the site. It's going to give it open access, at least if NRG choose to commit. In through eventually, satcheling forwards. Mada wants to gain some ground for the rest of his team, but there's a deep flank already occurring. Leaf on the back line, Armageddon to try and push them back and away to buy a bit of extra time for these players to get in. Finesse has not been spotted and has not been cleared. It's a tidy two-piece for this IGL. He's done a lot to try and stop whatever could be occurring here. Just wrangles the rifle in play. Ethan finally putting a stop to Trent and Leaf onto the flank here. Trying to play the percentage play, just buy this time, but what can you really do in this spot? A 1v3, you have to ISO every single fight available. And NRG are not willing to give up too much more. Doubled up, high-low, just trying to bait that swing out and spam through the box. We'll finally do it. 7-1, avert your eyes if you're Brazilian.
Finally, a break caught for NRG. They've tried that C-Mound fight a couple times, but every time, Dodgemo has managed to get away on the TP. I'm not sure what happened. I think he might have gotten stunned by the Tejo drone, and it canceled out his teleport, because he did have a gate crash ready to get out there.
Yeah, he got suppressed by it. He got suppressed and tried to take it, but it canceled in mid-animation. So he wasn't able to escape. And then, I mean, that's one of the best counters to the Yoru in the current meta, is just trying to get that tag onto them. So NRG finally got on the board. It feels way too late, and here G2 looking like they might want to go for a re-clear. Do NRG read this?
Yeah, set up. Jorgen's got a flash being held. There it is. It's a fault line and a paranoia. Showstopper! You blind as anything! Yeah, Mada! He had no choice but to let loose of it, but he just ended up dying anyway, and waiting and walking all the way in. Finesse is alone on a bloody island. The rest of his team not following up behind it and spam through B main. Preemptive here by G2. They know what was following up, and Finesse has already taken up all that space. Quick jump spot. And they know that they can give this one up. There's confidence here that they can play this one 2v4.
It was actually a nice macro timing from Finesse slipping his way in. He just wasn't looking at the right stuff.
Paranoia is good as well. That's a great connection. Kills need to be claim 2. Valin, how are you doing that? He squares straight up. Wins the fight out, Ethan. Left alone. Too much to do into this spot here.
And down he goes. G2, I think they've done a really good job all game at having people ready for this B pivot. When Finesse is calling on this map, he loves playing around with tapping the door in the mid round, opening up into blue room and calling into these pivots. But G2 have consistently been in positions where they're always checking on this space. They're shutting down Finesse's lurk and denying these pivots actually having any teeth.
Nice! NRG are going to have to win all the rest of the rounds in the half to even have a chance here, though. They've clearly picked this map thinking that they had some kind of read on what G2 were going to be doing. I assumed that it was going to be based off G2's defense. They thought they'd be able to find a gap, perhaps the fact that they don't run a hard sentinel on this map. Maybe they thought they'd be able to get some pops into certain sites. I haven't really seen a specific idea that NRG feel like they've really been going for this half. Like normally when there's heavy ante that goes into a pick like this, there's some specific theme that you can dig into. Like we're ending C a ton, or we're really trying to pop B in a lot of these situations. Whereas I feel like it's a bit more of a standard Finesse attack side that we're seeing, where he's trying to do the push and pull on the rotates, but there's no specific punish on a G2 tendency that I've noticed so far. Or at least if he's been trying it, I can't tell, perhaps because it hasn't been working.
Yeah, they've been getting into positions a couple times this half where they've found the right site, where they're in a winning position. But even when that's happening, that's when the G2 individualism is just shining. Jojimo, 16-5 across 9 rounds.
That's filthy.
Almost 2 kills a round for this guy. And bad news, NRG fans. We're going into Ascent after this, where he's been averaging a 2.0 KD on the Waylay as well.
Cutting through.
Leaf showing contact, trying to feign like they've changed the defensive setup, but Valin and Jorgamo still sitting here pretty. It's a bait set up by G2. And NRG might just be falling for it, thinking that Leaf is alone, isolated, the only one defending. See if they take this time in fast enough. Rolling Thunder through into the corner, and here it is. This is where the danger lies. They do not know that Jorgamo crouched down into the corner. It's a 3-piece for him. It's a perfect setup on every single level for G2.
The second you think you figure this team out, they show another wrinkle in the plan. An absolutely perfect bait from G2. Jojimo not only avoids all of the util coming in, doesn't get caught by the ultimate, and not a soul from NRG looks over to punish him.
And that's a sick read. G2 have already, before the barriers even drop, know that this is ending C.
Yep.
Oh my god!
And this is now...
Let's go!
2 timeouts that NRG have taken, that G2 then find the perfect read on their defensive side and win the round straight after.
Now this one is not quite the right read. G2 playing for a re-clear over towards the A side, and only Leaf holding this area down.
Gotta be careful here. Bullet tag down, slowed. Barely alive as well, just able to get out of there.
Jorg teleports in as well to give him some reinforcements.
NRG are so slow on this, they've lost their moment towards C.
Oh my god, that's cheeky. He's gone for the peek. Again, he's lucky to be alive as well. That's a mad dash and evacuation away. You can see Brock, he's considering it. Bits and pieces of util now for the rubble. Re-clearance out through A, but Jonah P primed and holding down the line. Immediately removes Brock from the fight. He's forced to watch from the spectator seat.
Bren Jaws in another corner.
Closed.
Uh-oh.
And they're heading to his site.
All grouped up now. Flash tucked up. Will they clear him out of this spot here? Thorns are going to be swinging out wide. Wall up. Door opened up on top of it, so quick pivot again from NRG. They want to move. Moves over, but this is just Jorgamo. He's taking liberties in the moment.
What a beautiful read there from Jorg. After the pivot comes through, his bait and switch spot wasn't really relevant, and now he's got the dimensional drift to clear out and look for all of the aggressive spots that NRG are going to be fighting over.
Yeah. Mada, I don't think he's going to anticipate this yet. Leaf tucked to the side once more. It's the bait and switch setups. Hiding their intent. G2, I mean, they are looking more than in control, man. It's like they bloody invented the map.
And the macro was solid there for NRG. He found what he wanted. Eked out that there was an opening towards C late in this round, but at 2 different points. As they're rotating through, a G2 player takes a perfect timing and gets a pick. Ends in that 3v5 there.
I mean, I think also you could criticize that in the post plant, Mada fights over towards Waterfall while Finesse is looking over towards Spawn, and they're not really doing stuff together to try to create advantages in post plant spots. The map's over. Like, this is a GG go next. And maybe you could have called that 3 or 4 rounds ago, I don't know.
I mean, you were calling it before the map started.
Well, yeah, they lost in the draft.
As a reminder, 7-0, G2's record. This is looking like a number 8 on the year.
Yeah, it's hard to imagine a comeback from this spot.
But it's going to be laid down reactively here. We're just trying to push back. Potential play from NRG, trying to get themselves into the C site. Slow and steady, not really been working out for NRG. And even this aggressive reclear, look at this, Jonah P wants to try and take an early fight, and engagement is going to be calling for the reinforcements. Finesse laid it down to the side, he's got his teammates trying to hold and help him out.
They don't overstay their welcome though, do they? Perfect little bit of pressure and then they back up. Now it's going to be Valen tested as NRG look to reclear over towards Rubble. And he just backs off before any of that pressure will come through.
There's been multiple times this map where NRG are in a position, if they had activated just a couple seconds earlier, could have caught someone on a reclear. But G2 has been a step ahead in the positioning practically all of this half, and another attempt to maybe threaten a pivot back towards B here.
Doors opens up. A lot of information gathered though for G2 as well, making sure that there's no possible option for a B pivot, which is exactly what NRG are trying to go for. All into blue room, Armageddon up top. This is going to be close here, pushing these players into the sight lines. Jorgamo somehow wins up that fight onto the flank here. Still, blue room needs to be accounted for with only 18 seconds left. No one's watching their backs, putting a squeeze onto them. It's a vice script that G2 have layered down, yet still a player advantage is somehow found here for NRG, but it's just running out of time. It's a tap from Mado. Which direction are you really going to be sending this one in? There's 5 seconds left, and a double peek forwards anyway. 4 seconds remaining, barely getting onto it, yet somehow, no way, man. Valen, he just carves out a path to success.
And this is the difference between G2 and NRG. When you look at their IGLs, Valen is that guy in 2025. Not only is he leading this team, calling a near perfect half, but winning out the clutch to close things out there. And that's just such a heartbreaker for NRG, because again, Finesse finds a great timing here. Punishes onto Leaf, lurks into C, but the spike is completely stuck, and G2 just in a position to pinch and close things out.
Yeah, they can't go back to Finesse because they have to go through B.
Hey, Mata, you're like that, right? Where are you at? Hey, you're like... It's all good. Lucky out.
And they can see him. He's right across the row from NRG.
Yeah, it's impossible to ignore.
Yeah, that is just pure dominance from G2. We're going to go to a quick break on the other side of things. We're going to see if we can get this map wrapped up nice and pretty.
Oh.
Huh, nature sure is full of wonders. Red Bull gives you wings.
The new Red Bull Zero is here. 100% wings with monk fruit extract.
Now, anytime you get a one-sided game like this, you've got to be on Pi Watch.
Of course,
right?
especially with NRG, Finesse in the
with
lobby.
Finesse and Som, who've, you know, kind of brought this to the forefront with their co-streams.
Of course.
Now, there are no Pies here. Finesse 4-12, Som 4-11.
Well, maybe some reverse pies if that's something you believe in.
But the good version of Pi, Jorgma with the 22/7, rough fractional percentage.
Dude, this guy's a nerd.
Approximation of Pi.
Putting on my glasses,
fraction.
the 22/7, the mollies at this particular angle.
All I'm saying is,
I'm giving you a swirly after this cast.
Yes. See me hung up by my boxes somewhere.
All right, let's see. How much does this get dragged out? Did G2 just
It's a
give
good
us a nice
start.
early end to this, potentially? Yeah, it's a good start for NRG. Opening pick-off for them. Spike dropped down as well into rubble.
Yeah, it's a difficult spot to try to retrieve that, actually, especially with the one-way. But like I said, a strange, bad game from Som so far. He's normally up at the top of the scoreboard in almost every game that NRG have had this year.
It just feels bad to watch these moments because, again, NRG at an advantage and just the players in a slightly off positioning loses their life, and now this is advantage to G2. They have a nearly open A site. Ethan, the only one to try and hold here.
Yeah, he's feeling some heat, but
they're not even headed this
yeah,
way.
Spike's not going to be going into his direction. Mada's also got a bit of a pincer maneuver occurring. Doesn't want to overplay his hand here just on 22 health, so making sure that he can hold for any repushes. But I think, well, at least NRG are very much aware that it's heading over towards B. They hear it now with the plant committed. Not quite. Pushed back, I think, by the salvos.
Are they going back to A here? They might have baited Mada in.
They have. It's just this slow play. It's just baiting these players. NRG hunting for any sort of mid-round information. And they are just falling, dropping like flies.
John out. 2 for 2 against his former initiator.
Spike planted.
Sticking with the plant. Coming up close again. Leaf, is he going to be anticipated onto this angle? Doesn't even matter if he's anticipated.
It's tragic. Every spot you see like that, where it should be an NRG player that's like prime ready for the kill.
Buddy.
Yeah.
Okay.
You watch a pistol like this, it should have gone the way of NRG. It should have.
Now, over-under, NRG forces next round.
What do you mean under?
Over-under, I'll give you
Don't worry, we'll
percentage.
save for next map,
Yeah,
guys.
we'll save it for the next
Put it
map.
in the Dow. That'll go well.
I mean, what is this fight?
Yeah, I don't know, bro. And this here. Just,
How?
like I said, man, I mean, okay.
There's been a couple of spots like that today.
Okay.
I mean, there's been way too many spots like that.
Anytime a round is close and it looks like NRG can win, that has been happening.
No, guys, I'm leaning forwards. I'm locking in for this last round, okay? Surely this is it.
I mean, NRG going to try to delay it as long as possible here.
This point just feels like a stay of execution, even if they win this.
12-1.
Pound for pound, getting a bit of mid-round information, but it's broken on either side here. Fault line, clearance out through C-Mound. Juggernaut's going to be farming up the orbs, or at least the tap on it, trying to bait out some sort of response. Deep push from Mada. Find out if this one's anticipated. Stays his hand, is just tilting onto the shoulder, aiming to take the fight. G2 can do no wrong.
The awareness from Trent is immaculate in that spot. He's jiggle peeking not for a position over towards root or rubble, but literally for the exact position that Mada is in.
Fake into C. NRG's reasonably bought into this one. 2 players here. Mateo leaning over as well.
Yeah, they broke the clone, but it still triggered the wall.
What? That's unfortunate, to be honest, for NRG, but at this point...
And look at A, look at A.
Yeah, it's completely open.
Mada went down, and Finesse is trying to gamble that Valen is going to rotate back over to B or C instead of going for the most obvious approach, but there's no one home here.
The entire NRG attack side was trying to call rounds like this, the masterclass Finesse fake, every time. G2 did not bite, and here, it's just perfection from G2, a fake, a post-plant 5v4 to close out this map.
G2 are in complete control out towards the site and towards the back of it. Trent's got a watchful eye, Leaf can hear it. Jump spot, rumble of footsteps. Not sure if he's going to be anticipating 2 of these plays. The fault line, no way. No way. Tiny's the corners here. ADS up. Now will be falling into the end here. NRG finding themselves with a bit of an advantage. Got to be careful where you step, Trent, but still he's sharp and snappy with the aim. Sting it in hand, leaving it just down to 1v1. Som 10 HP in a dream. And it will remain just that. 13-1 is the finish. G2 wrapping it up nice and quick.
And with a team like NRG, you know the questions are going to be circulating. They picked this map. They thought they saw something against G2 on Lotus. But G2 still undefeated this year on the map. That makes their record 8-0 in 2025.
Jorgamo dropping a cool 27 kills and 7 deaths.
Great work, honestly.
And he's about to go and play Waylay on Ascent, where he's averaging a 2 KD.
Yeah.
We might get home before dinner time.
Just under 2 kills per round for Jorgamo in that map.
It's absurd. I really don't understand what NRG were going for with this map, because it wasn't even like we saw what their game plan was. I think that obviously they're going to be bitterly disappointed with how this one ended, but clearly they had a plan here, but I don't know what it was.
NRG, they've not played Ascent thus far this year. Hopefully they have a better surprise for us there, Brent.
Dire straits for NRG. Not going into their map pick next. It is Ascent, as we've already alluded to. We're going to be going to a quick break when we're stepping away. Of course, Uber and the analyst desk going to be breaking it all down for the next map.
We going up, up. We going up, up. We going up, up. We going up, up. Hands up, look to the sky, 'cause we got enough to survive. Good times, man, we alive. That time I take is all mine. Top spot, taking control. Ain't no stopping me, I'm on a roll. New age prodigy, I got it all. Come for the ride, we bout to let it go. We going up, up. Yeah, look at us, us. We ain't here for the rush, rush. Yeah, we going up, up. We going up, up. Yeah, look at us, us. We ain't here for the rush, rush. Yeah, we going up, up.
Party on the corner with Valen. C-side of the map. Valen's going to go big here, and he does. Chin him down, and Valen takes 4. G2 are laughing all the way.
Sam, again, lighting up the kill feed.
That was cold. Damn.
Here with Josh RT from G2. I don't even know if Dominic covers that map. You stealing NRG's map pick. What, in your estimation, do you think happened that you guys just ran away with it? What happened?
I mean, I'm glad you used the word dominant, because that was the word I was using for my pre-match meeting. Like, let's dominate them. Don't give them a chance. There's been a lot of talk after the MIBR game, like how the rest of the league is getting close to us. Like, I told the guys, like, let's make sure we keep that gap and let's increase that gap. So, I mean, I don't know. I don't think they had a chance really in that game. We felt like we were making all the right reads. And even when they were in positions to like maybe close out a round, like our boys played the situation so well, perfectly, and they executed. So yeah, I'm looking forward to map 2.
Me too, best of luck.
Oh, that was absolutely brutal stuff. And honestly, very frank, matter-of-fact delivery there from Josh. That's an NRG map pick against this G2 team. Why are you so upset, bro?
Help me believe, man. Help me believe in this team. Come on, man. They could do it. They took 2 new players. They came in with mics. Mics are supposed to change things. They're supposed to have good defensive sides, great starts, fast starts. What happened?
I have the recipe for success for NRG, and it starts with the bare minimum, the basics,
whoa,
bro.
Whoa, okay, right.
Not the banana you said, buddy. They need potassium. They need good old potassium. They weren't even shooting, man. They need to calm their nerves with some potassium. Where's the banana cam? We need the bare minimum at this point, bro.
It's insane.
It was brutal. It was a shellacking, as GB would say. Like,
if anything, though, we just heard what Josh RT mentioned with Elizabeth as well. He said, we wanted this game to be dominant. Don't give him any chance, any room to breathe, and we saw exactly that. Anything that you're trying to read on your attack side or get anything done here on the side of NRG, it was shut down. Movement was great. The calling was great from VALORANT, and great individual skill from all across the board for G2.
Yes, but on the side of NRG, on their attacking side, they had a lot of good opportunities in the post plant. Yes, they did. They had numbers advantages in some of the rounds, and they weren't using utility, and they were kind of just throwing their bodies and giving G2 a way back in, which you cannot be doing to a team of this caliber.
I mean, you have everything in this composition to succeed on this map, right? Especially in some of those post-plant scenarios. You've got Marta's even on the Ray, so you have that extra bit of utility. They're not playing the Fade, though. They're still that Tejo breach with the Ray setup, so you're not comboing anything necessarily.
And listen, Brock was playing probably the best individually on the side of NRG. That obviously the scores were very skewed.
Yeah.
But listen, the bonus round is where I already noticed something was wrong in terms of NRG, because we have the spike planted. It's for us. We flip the map because we know that we're getting flanked by 3 members of G2. We have Teo missiles. We have a Teo stun. We're not using any of it. We're doing an up-down, contacting. Now we can't play the utility, and it's just like, okay, like, why are we trying to take these aim fights when we could just play the spike?
Yeah, they sharpened 100 spears and then used their fists in the battle. They brought everything to the fight. Let's talk about one of the sharpest tools in the shed. I mean, now G2 chilling. I mean, it feels like they've really just got started here. We've got to talk about Jorgamo, because my goodness, again, the casters mentioned it, he's almost averaging exactly 2 kills per round. It was a short map, and he almost dropped 30. That is ridiculous output.
This right here. He's stunned. Stunned by Rolling Thunder.
Yes.
Is able to look up, down, and then flick back up to get the headshot to Ethan.
I mean,
you saw the reaction on Ethan's face. I'm not good at lip reading, but I read what he said on that one.
And listen, when you give a player like this a 4K on the pistol round just right off the rip, it's just not good for you in any way. And then even just playing in spots like this, the trigger discipline, I mean, he was so confident in every engagement, every scenario he was in. It just was flawless.
460 ACS.
But that last example, I think, is maybe what was missing as well from NRG. You just mentioned they're pulling out a raise here on the side of NRG. They don't have a fade. You're playing Breach Tejo. So what do you have? What do you need to do? Because you don't have scans to enter into sites. You need to use util to allow Mata to go in. And Aftershock in that corner probably could have pushed Jorgamo away. So trying to save utility at the right spot to push the opponents out. The reason why you have a Tejo, the reason why you're playing your Breach, you want to use util to push them away out into the open where NRG will be really good in these trades. But how many corners were not checked by NRG on how they played the map?
Is that one of the more egregious post-plant stats that we've seen here? What was the plan supposed to be for NRG? You just mentioned they need to make use of util to get into these sites. Is it that they don't have enough to work with in those post-plant fights? They're getting forced out? How is it that they are only 1 out of 7 in post-plant scenarios?
Dude, I don't know. I think it's
because
what you were
just
saying.
Trying to fight. They're not actually playing the spike. They're not playing the advantages that they had correctly. And you even heard Josh saying it. Like, he was like, yeah, we were in some unfavorable positions, but my players played it perfectly, right? Yeah. But that only happens if there's a way in. And when you're up numbers, taking these solo engagements against a Jorgamo who's been just running through you already is not the way to go.
Or when they're trying to play util to activate Mata on the A side too, off a C side hit, manipulating the map, going back to the A side. But what does Jordan P do? Play out in the open, avoids the fall line, avoids tail missiles, gets an instant headshot. So the positioning around these players into these hectic scenarios for G2 has always been on top. You have 5 really smart players around this roster that could do so good.
Now, this guy's a man of many words and big emotions. Let's see what Mike's has to say ahead of map 2 for this struggling NRG's team.
Mike's.
Here with Mike's from NRG, a suffocating map from G2. You took a little bit to come out here. So what were you telling your boys back there?
We were just focusing on our game plan for the next map, so we knew they were good on Lotus, and our game plan didn't go according to plan, but we think Ascent's going to be different.
Well, let's look at map 2.
I could not have set that up any better. Another Emmy-winning performance from our guy, Mike. I mean, again, what do you say? Like, you have an idea. There's a reason you're picking the undefeated map for G2 against them, right? You've got to have some swagger coming into a series like this, but that was a beatdown, a generational one at that. And you just have to put it out of your mind, right?
I'm going to be honest, though. At least when you get beat down like that, it's way easier to just, you know, toss it to the side and focus on what's ahead of you.
GG, go next.
Otherwise, it feels a close
At some point, you just don't have any emotions invest in the result of that first map, right? You've got to just be unmoored, you know what I mean? Out at sea. I felt like sensory deprivation for them on Lotus, so I'm not going to lie. Map 2 is coming up, though, after a short break, so stick around. Let's see if NRG have got what it takes to bring some game to G2.
You guys got this.
All right, well, welcome back, everybody. We're going to be getting into the next map shortly. And, yeah, it's Ascent coming up here, which is obviously not a choice of NRG, just losing the map that they picked, 13-1, which was Lotus. Now, historically, you might be wondering as well, I mean, there's a question that's going to be raised and was, I suppose, asked, you know, what was the idea behind NRG picking that? Didn't go their way. The only thing you can do now is look forward.
That you can. For G2, this is another map they are yet to lose. They've played it twice this year with their new Waylay comp and have been great on it both times. John in particular, he has been feasting here on Ascent. But for NRG, first time they're playing this in 2025, so a chance for a new look.
Yeah, and we don't know what they're going to be going for. Finesse-led teams have actually been a little creative on this map.
2022, right?
Well, now, yeah, I mean, I was going to bring up the fact that they have played Euro on this map and that kind of stuff before, but this is actually just the most Barry basic comp that you could possibly run on Ascent.
Whoa, Josh. They're playing Cypher instead of Killjoy. It's very exciting.
Right. This is kind of last year, 2 years ago kind of meta. It feels like there is actually more innovation that you can get done. For anyone who's, I mean, less familiar with Valorant, I guess, Ascent, the meta has basically just been stuck the same way for years. Everybody has played the Jet, the Sova, the KO, the Omen, but now we are finally seeing enough meta diversity with the compositions that people are starting to go outside of that and playing stuff like the Teho here, playing the Waylay, playing double Sentinel comps. There is a ton more diversity that you can tap into. And this feels like it's lacking a bit of creativity. It's not that it's going to be terrible, probably, but not accessing anything super interesting off the agent select.
But if you want it to be exciting, watch Jojimo when G2 gets into the attacking side here. He has been so good on this map thus far, and already pistol round, he's set up towards B. They have a lot of looks diving into market, diving onto the site anchors here. This guy's explosive.
And Matters about to be getting a taste of it, I think. You can see G2 gearing up here onto the pistol. Looks like a slow beginning. They're all just trying to hide intent away from a potential early dart. Anything that might come their way. 10 seconds pass. Looking to send it further forwards here. And there it is. Not anticipating that Matter was cut up close into the corner. That was just, oh, the dash. Okay, straight into the wall, but lucky to be alive. And he still scurries away to the safety of the site. Ethan is going to be able to supplement with a bit of covering fire.
Very early read here from Valen as well. If things went wrong, he's gone and taken A main control. So he's offering his team an ability to pivot back. So things are not devastated just yet for G2 on the pistol round, but they're forced to call an audible because NRG's original setup was pretty good.
Smoke's blooming. Salva's going to be covering away here, but a nice little perch for Som to sit on. Easily takes Trent out of the fight. Already Still plan going to be going down. Needs to be some level of coverage there from G2, making sure that there's no repush in for a tree for now, but they need a few picks and they need it now. That paranoia just not quite connecting. Som fully cleaning them up. And Mata towards the end there as well. So a pistol round win for NRG, a big deal for them.
Those are the players you need coming online for NRG if they're going to rally back at all in this series. Mata, who has been great even in this team's failures across Kickoff and Stage 1, and Som as well, who's been looking right up there alongside VALORANT as one of America's best controller players. They were pretty quiet that first map, but taking control here on the pistol.
It was an unusually quiet map from Som. He's almost always up towards the top of the scoreboard for this team. And you see him up there here on the pistol. It was a good defensive setup. They had Mata pushed deep into B main, but they also had 2 players ready to defend that. And it's a force buy for G2.
Yeah, this is it. They want to just send it. G2, they often do this when they're on their attack side. I think it's just something of their philosophy, I suppose, of the game. They want to snowball the advantages on attack side. If they lose the pistol, they're often going to be forcing with the stingers. They're going to be sending it flying forwards now. Salvos try and pave a way onto this B site. Close behind stairs. You can see that repeat coming through and that double dash over. One with the flash, Jorgamo being blinded up, darted up, but luckily he's got an escape mechanism straight back with the refract, and now we start flooding out. G2 spilling into the site, looking to see if they can gain an advantage, any sort of position onto it. Finesse, flashback forwards. There's a refight occurring, but no one's watching the back of the stairs, and these players are being picked to pieces. NRG, what was looking like such a great beginning to the map, might just be tilted. Swiftly spun straight back onto their heads here. Mata's just holding, hoping and praying that somebody will walk into that. The paranoia is good. Putting a squeeze onto this one. There's a critical kill to try and find Jonah P, but they still can't remove this guy. G2, just so picture perfect at playing off one another.
NRG had so many opportunities there to be able to try to find the kill that would have mattered. A flash forwards from Finesse, and he just missed the timing, and nobody watching stairs as Leaf snuck all the way around behind. A tough one to lose just after they'd had such a great pistol.
And these are the problems that were manifesting map 1 for NRG. Getting into winning positions, being up, and honestly having a solid position, and then fumbling the team fighting a little bit. Not being in positions to trade each other out. Not considering where members of G2 could get to. And now they're stuck back down onto an eco, and G2 going fast over towards A to start here.
That previous round as well wasn't even one where Jorgamo had a huge level of impact with the Waylay. He dashed his way in over towards lane, got caught by a recon and had to leave. And essentially, they just dry swung out through the smokes, all leaving it through different exits so that they couldn't get trapped there. But that's one of those rounds where you see the Waylay not actually creating a ton of space, and they still found the value with the site exec.
That is part of the beauty of the Waylay, though, that even if that set play goes wrong, she's just going to refract all the way back towards the rest of the team, and you're just basically playing the same way you would if you had Jet no dash. And going for a re-exec there. You're not always sacrificing your Waylay for these set plays.
Mata's on an island here. I'd be able to at least take one head off, not quite. Leaf is far too sharp. Woke up early today. You see it, Thorns going up and overhead. This is G2. They've inserted Jorgamo for a late stage backstab. He's just tucked himself down into mid while the site take comes through. G2 will be able to get access to this one. It's left open and freely here for NRG, and here comes that backstab attempt, swinging right from the side, a refract as well. Now Jorgamo is going to have to worry about his back here. Double dash, light speed all the way from the side, and Som just can't manage it. No way, man. Jorgamo is not slowing down.
Yeah, it literally looks like just bullying in mid from Jorgamo. And I love the way he plays this agent, because when he's not going for one of those fast plays, and he actually does slow down the round, you'll see rounds like that, where he gets embedded in mid, is going to put down his refract, and just contact all the way up. You see someone and you either kill them, or you're getting out immediately and escaping with that information. It's showing some of the depth that this agent has.
He's brought some of the attack side macro from when EG used to play Ascent in 2023 on their incredible run. That's the kind of stuff that Demon 1 used to do when they were, you know, doing incredible runs at Tokyo and winning champions. Now, Mata's picked up the operator here, and he's taking it over towards Cat, but it's actually Ethan that's going to be taking first contact in B main, without really trips or much utility to defend this site.
No, Ethan is going to be under potentially a tremendous amount of pressure, but refract used, pulled back. There will be no dash engaged from Jorgamo. Slow and steady.
Chance for Mata with the ult, maybe in mid.
He's waiting for it, an opportunity for the peak potentially with a jump spot. He's just missed the timing onto that one as smoke's going to be blooming up into his face, up through mid now, straight up the gut. The attempt and the approach now from G2, at least to see if they can pull some sort of reaction. Cutting it close, rebound off to the side, a flash as well. It's all picture perfect. Still the dart is a little bit even better, I would say, with Brock. Picks up the one, looking to try and slow this one down, and he's going to need to be honest, because Ethan is on an island. Back to the wall, he's got Som to supplement and help him out as well with the reinforcements arriving, but pause essentially called for. G2 just slowly trying to dissect this one. Smoke propped up, a bit of spam just removes one layer of it. They got to suspect that there could be an additional player. And Ethan's going to reveal himself anyway. Layers down an aid, it just lands short and shy of the mark. They know he's there. It's just an inevitability. He's going to need a miracle, I think, to try and clean this one up. And the discipline of G2 is not going to allow it. Leaves it just down to the one now. Brock in an unwinnable situation in a 1v3. He's got to know what his players are, but VALORANT is just too much on point.
I think there's a lot that's going to be said at the end of this match potentially about NRG. Oh, didn't they play so badly today? If indeed this map ends up going the same way as the first. But I think the defensive setup here is actually pretty good. As you said, that recon dart from Brock, this smoke that they throw in the site as well, the teleport in from Som to support Ethan in backside. But the problem is G2 are just too disciplined against this kind of stuff. They don't just run into a smoke and die. They spam into it, catch Som and isolate the 1v1s at the back of B. You're dealing with a different level of opponent here, and the normal defensive protocols aren't finding their value.
So G2 did it. Just feeling empowered right now. They've got all the momentum from the prior map. A win here. They know it if they close up this series nice and pretty. Now VALORANT's been slow to a crawl, it's all good. Jogamo zipping us all way back, but a win here overall into the series will set G2 up with a lock in the playoffs for stage one. They're showing no signs of slowing it down. NRG just trying to prime themselves up for this retake as well as Util comes flying forwards. Jonah P very aware of the angles, just trying to survive the spam coming his way. A flood out now in through heaven as well, and they're putting a squeeze onto variety of these players. Swinging out wide in front of Dice. NRG attempt to dissect up through onto the site once more. The Thorn's not broken in time, and Brock, oh my, has to step back a little bit, taking damage into the process, jumping through in your face. Shorty in play. Jorgamo is unleashed right now.
We talk a lot about how strong this composition is at going for execs, the set plays, but G2 do such a great job at their post plants in this map, always having layered utility, be it the rechargeables on Teo, the thorns from the Vice to keep the retaking players from coming in. But besides all that, Jojimo is almost always being put in positions where he is allowed to just go loose and dominate in these post plant positions. Another round where he does it there, and true to his average, 2.0 KD to start this map.
Potential for a bit of a fight here in B main at the start of this one. Not sure whether Finesse and Brock were looking to fight over it heavily, but they're certainly putting a bit of pressure here as Jorg tries to take the space. A reminder that they don't have the null command or the convergent paths because they used them on an anti-eco, which is a bit of a weird decision, and there goes VALORANT at the start of the round.
Finally, it's Mada getting some value out of this operator. He's been holding on to this one. Taking post shots as well as a stray spam. That's meant to punish Mada onto this angle and line, and even go for another peek. Another chance, another pop at it. Jonah P slowly crawling up onto the line aside on the angle. Ethan looking to fill in the holes in the potential defensive setup here for NRG.
Mada's walked all the way through. He might have a timing onto Trent here, but they're so ready. Any position where you think a G2 player might get caught off guard, just turn and punish.
Potentially overzealous there here. Steel Guard is going to be overlapping, clearing most of the way. Opportunities for Ethan to potentially avoid. That's the refract, gets the info, knows that at least there's one there, but it's going to be fading away in the gun. Line straight back up. A rare mistake potentially here from G2, and Ethan's quick to capitalize. Chews up two of them, brings it into a 2v2 now for NRG into this retake. Best chance and odds that they've had in quite some time.
Jorgamo used his ult in the previous round. He's almost got another one up.
He's just missed the timing on that one. Trent might have just been spotted as well. Backing off into main. Question marks being cleared up for NRG when they're trying to play this retake.
The timing on this reflank is perfect from Jojimo.
And he's already slipped straight behind. There seems to be that level of awareness potentially. No, Brock is just all over the place here, and he's none the wiser. None the wiser at all. Jojimo.
He's a menace. Every single post plant. This guy going huge with multi-frags. Another 4K in Jaw.
He's
5 rounds in a row, 1 for G2 now.
10-3.
Yeah.
He's 10-3 after 6 rounds played. Just keeping up the same level of momentum from map 1, the same level of momentum every time he's played Waylay on this map. And I swear, he used his ult in the previous round and he has it online again immediately afterwards. How has he done that? That's ridiculous.
It's light work for a guy like Jorg, apparently. Reactions like that, and it's forced the timeout from NRG.
When we used to think about finesse-led teams, the NRGs of old, Optic, back when that was his thing, what we always prided them for was how good they were at, in chaotic mid-rounds, finding the perfect time to pause, slow things down, and be ready for the next fight. But I think G2 has really taken that on perfectly. When they're in their mid-rounds, they're almost always finding that moment to slow things down, commit together to one direction of a team fight, and punish NRG in these team fights that, for them, have been looking very chaotic all series.
Yeah, and we teed up this series really at the beginning of it, talking about the old guard versus the new guard ever so slightly. Listen, the torch passing happened about a year back, to be honest.
Yeah.
Like, we're talking about ancient history at this point in terms of these finesse-led teams versus this team that used to be known as the guard. They used to be the bushy-tailed, big-eyed, looking so green on the big stage, but at this point, they are the experienced top dogs and they're showcasing it.
But Bren, this was supposed to be the year where NRG takes that back. This is where they were dominating in the offseason. They were supposed to win Kickoff. But thus far, it's been all about G2.
Well, yeah, I mean, of course they did. They won one round. Yeah, it's
well, here it is. Aggro point from NRG, just trying to triple up and face this one. Overwhelm with a bit of brute force in action, but oh my, you've been slow to a crawl. And here's the punish, capitalizing and collapsing onto these players. There's no hope anymore, NRG, man. Pack it up, hit the uninstall button.
You play fast, and G2 are just better in the chaos. You play slow, and G2 find the better spots at pausing and controlling the chaos. It's tough out here. It is tough. It's got to feel brutal on the stage for NRG currently. Because no matter what they try, they are getting outclassed.
Come on, you guys don't believe in the finesse Stinger 1v3?
The finesse Stinger 1v3.
You want to tell the story? How does it begin? Well, he was wrapping around heaven, and he managed to ISO a fight in
I wouldn't even
main.
start with that one, Brad.
He ISO'd a fight in main and somehow just killed 2 players with a Stinger.
Well, he ran out of time and then got 1 exit kill and died.
Yeah, that could be it.
No, he actually did, though.
Okay, but he has run out of time. Yeah, time, unfortunately. Not exactly playing to his outs in this spot. 6-1. I mean, it's so brutal. This map should be extremely defense-sided. I think especially with the current meta, where we're seeing teams opt into a lot of double sentinel comps on this map, for example. We have seen games where it looks impossible to win attack side rounds on Ascent. So the fact that G2 are already up 6-1.
Yeah, it's like we're rolling out a red carpet, to be honest.
God, yo.
Well, you heard it earlier from Josh RT. He wanted to come in and dominate this game and show not just to NRG, but to everybody else in Americas that you're not like us, little bro.
Yeah. I think that's a big part of it. Obviously, there's something to play for on top of it that we keep alluding to, but G2 are winning this series, locks them into playoffs of stage 1.
Mata back to the well in mid.
Trying to go for that peek. This is hyper aggro as well. It needs to be that covering fire all throughout into mid. They've got a crossfire setup. So NRG ended up on top in terms of that fight here. And as a Hunter's Fury offloaded, dare I say, desperation. Brock on again in the 1 tag here. And it's a TP pivot, open sight, open access in through B. Valid, watchful eye. Barely missing with the bullets.
It's a 3v4, but G2 have Annihilation. They have a Paranoia. They're in a position to still win this round.
Ethan's going to pop off that null command. It's going to emanate out. NRG are in a very good spot to try and win this one. As you mentioned, Armageddon's just an attempt to slow down what NRG are cooking up. There's no other map control really for G2. So got to see if they can punch a hole through the wall and find a way out of it themselves. And that's why they're doubled up, close quarters, just cutting it up. Tied onto these angles, just trying to make sure that it's quirky enough that NRG potentially are ready for them. Valin! Almost not to be denied, but he's left it into the 1v1 in capable hands indeed. It's Trent against the world! And it's just pure utility that wins the day.
Oh, bro. A 4v3 advantage round again. I've seen too many of them at this point. There were a few like this on Lotus. At the beginning of the map especially, where NRG had the advantage. What is that?
That's how he gets the kill.
Yeah, well, what is that?
They're not playing a Sova. That's not a dart. That's just a spam in the right place.
Yeah, no, perplexed.
I mean, Trent looks perplexed at how he managed to kill Finesse there at the end. But I think Finesse, even if he had tried to force the fight, probably just didn't have the time to be able to win the round after that anyway. Trent's played that round wonderfully. And even with NRG having a good game plan at the start and the good trades off Mada, it just comes down to naught.
You try and sell a story of hope for NRG. You think, oh, Mada's going to be good. Every time he's gotten the op, he's maximum gotten 1 kill before getting punished. You think, Sam's going to have another one of those games, anchoring things down on the Omen, but he's been punished in most of these rounds as well. 7-1 to this point. And here's Jaws. Ult coming in, split towards A.
Conversion pass, there's no escaping that one, buddy. Yep, jumping in, that's low grab mode for you, Finesse. Straight back to the spectator seat, maybe you can come from that angle. Brook snips it out, he knows where Jorgamo is pathing out. It's going to be coming to his team, but it doesn't matter if you already know where it is, because Som in a difficult position to try and fight his way out of. Doesn't know which way to look in a spot like that. This is just a complete dismantling from G2. Picking apart the defensive plays and setup of NRG. Rapidly going out towards heaven. That's given up a kill with Jorg going down. Mada, quick dash off to the side. Attempt to cut it up. Now a bit more disciplined, tempered and instilled really from these G2 players. I love that engagement. Mada trying to make the most out of this particular spot, dropping down. Ethan's even finding another one. It's one of the best opportunities that NRG have had in a long while. Tap out, forcing these players out wide. And now for the close quarters engagement, they've got to know exactly where he is. And Trent, barely alive, shredder health to his name, yet still wins out that fight, and time has been bought with the salvos. Don't tell me he wins this, Brook! Barely on him for time!
Yeah, he's got no time!
Oh, the circle's already shrinking. What a disaster for NRG.
I hate the way that Ethan played that. I absolutely hate it. You see salvos coming out from wine, you know he's in his iPad. Swing him! Swing him! And Ethan's still jiggling the corner like he's worried about being killed by Trent. Like I understand at some point after you've lost 13-1 on map 1 and you're down 7-1, you're gonna lose some confidence, but you have to find it in those spots. Because that's the kind of round.
All they do is play post-plant.
But they shouldn't have been allowed to play post-plant in that spot. They already had the retake going. You can apply pressure there. You suppress Trent early. You know he's on his salvos. Swing him. Just swing him, bro. Just swing him. And even if you don't swing him early, swing him when you see the salvos flying through the air. Just swing him. 8-1. It's utterly brutal.
That round proves to me this game is over. I'm going to be honest, because it's like, that is like, if your confidence is that cooked, you need to get it back. It's been 2 rounds won in the last 2 hours of gameplay. And G2 is just, they're chilling. You see it in every reaction cam. They're feeling good. They're a step ahead. And thus far, both timeouts this series, or all 3, that is, that we've seen from NRG, G2 has had the perfect change out of them and has won the round.
If we roll it back to the beginning of the round, though, there's an example of Jorgamo getting huge value out of the waylay. The hinder and the conversion path, and then the saturate being thrown out to apply huge spread for hinder. Combine that with the paranoia, and he just had a free pick onto Finesse. There was nothing Finesse could do about that. So, huge amount of value there. I think sometimes it's just down to being Jorgamo. The fact that he gets crazy stats on this agent, but that was some waylay value.
Yeah, and NRG have been learning to respect, I think, these A main fights that be going through. G2's util, a little bit too good for that. Giving up access to the orb as well. Now 1 away from that no command. A bit of a pause being called here for G2, looking for some sort of reaction of NRG. They hear the drone being used to clear out through mid. The smokes are coming up though, and that means Paranoia knife out through the back as well. Som, good luck in this one, son. Puts down the anchoring smoke at least just in time. He's able to get that one down, and NRG just kind of biting from the sides, aren't they? Making it nice and difficult for G2 to get comfortable in this spot and position, but they do eventually clear out that pesky problem that was Som. Lay it down to the bottom. NRG just trying to flood their way straight back into this one. As that cloudburst fades, Mada already just a 3-piece, but dropped down at a moment's notice, and it leaves it all down to Finesse.
A 1v2 this time. And a bit more time to play with. The spike still yet to be planted.
Certainly more doable. But Leaf's been providing great artillery fire from A main this entire time. And they've got across. I mean, Leaf can essentially just bait the plant here and get the kill. Finesse trying to make sure that he isolates the 1v1s.
Just a stinger in hand, though, and dropped to low enough HP that it's trivial for Leaf at the end of the day. 9-1 here. And it really does feel like, I mean, we're just rolling out the red carpet, aren't we? G2, here's your invite to the Stage 1 playoffs.
And any other team, you're in a 1v2, 9-0 up. You expect them to maybe make a little mistake, give an opportunity away. No, G2, they're holding off on the plant. They're setting up a bait. They have the perfect crossfire, and they don't let anything slip away. They want to give Josh RT that stomp he asked for.
Back to it.
Gathered all up towards B main again. With the KO ult, with the Vice ult.
And it's really slapdash, really, from Ethan, I think, as well. There's a lot of util being used. That no command finally getting some usage. G2 have been slowed down into the choke point for now, but you're going to see it overlaying up with the ults. Now, they don't actually have a smoke, finally, one for CT, but out towards the back of the site, how are they going to be dealing with this player? Playmaker, Ethan, could potentially do a lot here from that spot. Oh, and he does indeed! Nailed his feet, classic right-click in play, even going for another attempt. Go with things, dash in through the back, it's pure chaos, it's pure anarchy, but NRG, they forge a path out of it anyway.
Well, there's a huge round from Ethan. Throws down his fragment grenade and manages to classic right-click one of the other players. That'll do the business, I suppose. This is the same kind of defensive setup where last time, Som teleported, used his ultimate to get into backside to reinforce Ethan. And I like that defensive protocol. This time he doesn't go for it, but they just leave Ethan completely alone and he gets the job done.
A chance for a third 2 here. No command available. G2's money a little imperfect. A couple of stingers coming up for them.
They won 9 rounds in a row and they don't have money.
How's that happen? Oh, there it is. Aggro play. Oh, the knives are going all over the bloody place. And hard committal onto the corner. Trent still gets a kill in the midst of it.
Maybe if G2 bought a couple less lattes, they'd have a purchase this round.
Yes. Stop going for the avocado toast, millennials.
Really not. Slight speed straight in through onto the site using the Dykes as a bit of coverage as well. Fire into the back, and that's an ult as well. Supplementing it. Reinforcements arriving, but it's Som essentially alone into this one. Damage done to Jorgamo, surely enough to try and claim that second kill, yet somehow Jorg finds it anyway. Squaring up to the fight, Leaf, he was eager to draw some blood out towards Market, even contemplating it. Shorty in hand! He can't keep getting away with this!
10-2.
He's giggling!
He's laughing at him.
Over their corpses!
Of course he is. He's giggling and kicking his feet under the table. I mean,
Trent nearly gets a double with a classic in main. And then they get 2 with the shorty.
Yes, okay. All right.
It's brutal. It is brutal. This is bullying. What you're watching today, this is bullying in Valorant.
And it's 10-2, and we're going to be going to the half. And listen, we're going to see, how does this get wrapped up? Any guesses? Whatever, we'll just go
Call
to the break.
bully hunters.
Go to the break.
We're going to Pearl.
I don't think
we're
about
going
that.
to Pearl! And 10-2 currently for G2 in the second map, and it's really the only one they need to convert as well for a lock into the Stage 1 playoffs. Very clear path here for G2, our most dominant team in Americas. And yeah, it's all giggles, it's all laughs, obviously quite jovial.
This is their chance to prove it. They couldn't take home the trophy in Bangkok, but they are still the best team in Americas. They want to show the rest of the field of competition that close game against MIBR was just that, one close match, and they are still undefeated here.
I'm sure they're not even thinking about qualifying for Stage 1 playoffs. I'm sure that was never even in doubt for them. They're looking purely towards winning again in Americas, making it to Toronto, winning in Toronto potentially.
Especially for Jonah P as a Canadian having the opportunity to try and do that.
Quick contact caught here. Jorgamo's going to get his time to shine. Not like he's been lacking it so far in this map. Now he's had to bide his time for now, but there it is. Bullets finally flying forwards. A bit of util to supplement. Doesn't matter if you're lit up behind the screen right now. That is overwhelming presence. It's an onslaught delivered up on a platter. G2, it's 11-2. And you're going to see this one sail off into the sunset, I think, at this point.
They're in the walls at this point. They knew that was a mid-fight, had the entire team ready to go, and just sent NRG packing.
Finesse even tries to get a fast timing through B main to, like, you know, backstab the players in mid, hoping that G2 are going to be distracted by the rest of his team.
No.
By the time he arrives, everyone on NRG has already died, and Jonah P is already going back to deal with him. This is brutal. There was a disgusting comment in the chat that was, there's as many casters as rounds that NRG have won. Which,
not quite one off, but we're getting there.
I mean, there's three others.
Threes. Okay, sorry, I wasn't considering the prior map.
You weren't thinking about the previous map as well.
Big picture.
No.
My bad. Yeah, that was 3.
All right, G2 better wrap this up. I don't know. Podcast might be too much for us.
NRG have forced here.
Yeah, they certainly have. Straight into the Owlor Jorgamo. Not much pushback from that one there. G2 are happy to play this one cautiously. Yes, you can close the door. Yes, you can get control of the site. They're very comfortable play retaking this spot. A lot of damage done to Jorgamo. He's got to be careful, cautious here. Maybe even anticipating. Lovely flash peek. Som was ready for that one, primed on top of it. Ethan, who was really setting this one up, but still, flash, well, it does go both ways there, so Jorgamo's going to be peeking straight through onto that smoke, and that's a huge connection, underhanded, everybody blind as absolutely anything, and this post-plant positioning is dire, it's atrocious. They've been completely cut out of the site. Full stick, full peace of mind, and 12 rounds for G2.
3 players for NRG holding over towards tree when the plant is not for them.
Take a minute.
I think they might be out of it mentally, a little, perhaps. But yeah, they go for the force buy, and it doesn't quite work for them. Really nice flash peek here. This is the kind of thing that I think they were missing on Lotus, but yeah, rough.
Yeah, they're literally just getting caged off. One player's working back through Cat, and each and every one of these guys is just trying to desperately race to the spike.
I think they were trying to get off-site to kind of relieve the pressure that all of the flash and dash engage from Jorg and Jonah was going to be applying.
The issue is that G2 is always so good at identifying where to pivot when they're going for these retakes, saving utility for that fight into tree.
This really could be it here for G2. Rebound at a flash. I don't think it even stretched far enough to hit into tree there. Matagon exploring up through mid.
I think that might have been a... Was that an old lineup that doesn't work with the flash changes coming through?
I'm not too sure.
I think I'm overthinking it.
I think I've got like 30 minutes on KO ever.
I mean, some of those KO lineups now will not work as well. Absolutely, because some of them will pop too early now.
It's a good opener.
It's a great shot.
Yeah. It's Mata. Beheading at
Trent, check his PC, please. Look at his face. We can't believe it.
Ah, buddy. Okay.
With an Aries.
Okay. Jorg's like, you know, I hit him 140. You could spam in the market, actually. You might be able to get a kill. And Trent's like, okay, all right, I'll do it. Now he's feeling the heat and the pressure, but it's being relieved immediately. That's Valin returning, ADS'd up, just having a field day here. It's like he's in the training range. See what kind of high score you can really get. 2 players against the world, backs against the wall here. Finesse is making the most of it. He's carved out a bit of a path into mid. Gonna be able to course without evacuation, but hold on to the heels. Finesse, hold on. This guy's woken up, he's a bit angry now.
You cannot let Trent win this 1v2. It's Finesse and Som.
He's catching it, surely.
And Finesse is holding.
That's a pixel angle, Finesse.
And a pre-fire.
Trying to send it for him. Trent still has options to really play spoiler.
Uh-oh, they're walking into each other.
Yeah, the collapse might be occurring. He just needs to bide his time and wait for the right moment here. Putting it up. Oh my, that's snappy. And now Trent, oh no, he's closed the door! He's closed the door! Oh, but he broke anyway from his own salvos! He's trying to isolate this fight out. This is it for all the marbles for the 13th round on the board. Finesse rolls back the years with that one.
The warrior that NRG needs. He hits an insane 4K to drop the lead down to 42. Oh my God, I mean, It's a great round for
Stinger
Finesse.
collateral.
It's a great round for Finesse.
Yeah, he does roll back the ears a little bit, but I think this game might still be over.
No, it's one round at a time, buddy.
It is one round at a time. It is.
But 9 of them on the attack side of Ascent with default comp.
We need to bring in another caster, by the way. They've got 4 rounds now.
That's true, yeah.
When do you want to hop in?
Where's the extra headset?
Yeah, we need 4. And then if they win another round, listen, at some point we're going to run out of people.
We're going to just start grabbing random people from the... Oh, you're working at LTA today, right?
Yeah.
You know this Valorant a little
Gets
bit.
into overtime or don't know.
One suppressed.
They've dropped G2 down onto an eco, so... You know, honestly, it is these kind of rounds where you often see...
Yep, almost every time, actually.
Yeah, team convert. Because sometimes the team just takes their foot off the gas, but I would assume that NRG is still going to be very focused in a round like this. Normally it's when the comeback's been going for a while.
Jojimo has a Bucky on Catwalk.
I've never seen him get a good clip with a Bucky, though.
No,
never
not on
Ascent.
Ascent.
No.
Not towards the A site either.
Never. Never. Flash up. Suppression as well. That drone's going to be catching onto Ethan. 45 seconds left. Now, if you play this too cautiously, you're going to run out of pivot options. You're going to be running into the close quarter. Weaponry that's being purchased. Brought up by G2. I'm getting worrying signs here.
The Bucky's still there.
I'm really quite concerned.
Uh-oh.
I'm really quite concerned. I'm really quite concerned. Oh, it's the bait. It's the bait. Oh my God, he saturates himself in the process. Pick it back up. Go on. Family heirloom. Pass it around. It's in the will. And out through main. Okay, this is steadily being cleaned up. With only 15 seconds left, they're lucky that there's no more bodies to really contest with onto the site. Could have been a bit more dangerous.
One enemy remaining.
I'm looking for the ultimate snowball here. Not quite seeing it, but Ethan is 1 away from getting his online. So maybe NRG can work something around that. But Jorg is going from a Bucky to an operator, so taking things into a slightly different direction. And with how slowly NRG played that attack round, if they do something similar, I think it's going to allow a lot of opportunities for Jorg to be taking those kind of peaks with the op. Where's he taking it?
Starting over towards A this round.
In a passive spot, though.
It's a bit harder to be proactive with the waylay when you're opping. You have to basically take your timing to place down that gate.
Deep down of NRG, looking to take A main control. Smoke is not going to be obstructing. That's where Jorg is. That's their own main smoke from NRG.
Yeah, because you see the defensive one that cuts you off and threatens that the defenders could be getting into wine. So then NRG smoke A main, which allows you to clear out wine, and it kind of helps you take full A control. So it is a bit weird, but that's the kind of smoke meta at the moment in A on Ascent.
But you also use one of your smokes, a second in mid here. So you kind of have to keep the round a bit slower, wait for that to come back online, as they will work into mid.
Reactive.
Yeah, so no command, flash rebounding, pop straight off here, Jonah P. Tucked tight to the corner, to the wall as well. Off his contact's probably going to be some level of presence on the rest of his team. Yet shots are missing, going wide. It's a mad dash and spray down attempt here. This is Ethan and Finesse doing a decent job dissecting at most of the site, but they're going into a different direction.
The ops here, Bren. Jojimo has been weighted in this entire round.
Where's he going? Skipping a hop, making all the noise into the world. They've slowed it down to the right moments, but you only have 20 seconds to work with here. And Jojimo with his op, as you mentioned. Wow, what a shot by Madder.
That's a blinder of a shot.
I'm going to see that one back again into the replay. Nasty work. And for G2, just looking to see if you can save some of these guns. It was a full investment from them.
Quite a nice round there from NRG, but looked a little dangerous. I like the fact that they pushed the B players back into a defensive protocol and then pivoted A. It was very difficult, I think, for any of the people on B to go and help Jorg. Even with 20 seconds on the clock, it's actually pretty tough for one waylay to be able to shut everything down on that side.
Last player standing.
One of those guns will fall for G2. Should mean they're going to have some rough weaponry going into this next one. For NRG thus far, it has just been success in the way that they've been wanting to play this game the entire series. These very slow attack side mid-round. This Leaf gets to keep his gun as well.
And there goes the operator too. Mada's actually going to invest in a new attack op. Even though he, picked that one up off the floor. But clearly wants that as part of the game plan. And there's that shot he hit to be able to open things up. Good awareness.
Josh RT feels the stomp he was asking for, starting to slip a little bit here. He's going to call G2's first time out of the series.
At 12-5. Yeah, I mean, okay, fair enough.
Yep. Got two of them left.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, you've still got plenty of timeouts, but you're headed into an eco round, so you're not looking to really make the adjustment for round 18. You're looking to make it for round 19, probably. But you can definitely have some kind of set plan here to throw NRG off. And I think some level of early round aggression, some fight towards mid, for example, could really pose a problem for the way that NRG have been playing.
I think as well, some kind of like aggression more into the mid round, back towards mid, could be pretty effective. You have a lot of ideas with that with this double initiator waylay composition. But whenever you're in a position like this, 7 rounds to the good, with only 1 more needed to close out, it's just a matter of waiting for your ults to come online. Get that one big snowball round, close things out with 3-4 ults, and lock the game up.
And that is going to be the next rifle round. Jorg is going to have his ult online. Trent's going to have his ult as well. Presumably, we're not going to see Jonah P use it before then either, so they're going to have a massive ultimate advantage by the time these next rifles come online in round 19.
Looks like Jaw's saving for an operator in this next round as well, keeping quite a few credits in the bank.
And a 4-player stack on A, with what looked there like a saturate lineup for an A reclear.
Looking for the fight. Any sort of cheeky idea you can call and cook up here when you're on the half by weaker money, of course, for G2. Now, NRG will be slow going. Operator in the hands of Mada. It's going to be essentially enforced. Can't really go quick off the back of it. Looking to pick apart some portion of the map control here. It's going to be a drone as well. It's going to be setting Mada onto some sightlines if he chooses to take it.
But this stack has still stayed quiet.
This is it. Side flick to the side. Bit of a reveal of the hands, to be honest, in terms of that one. And the, well, Dash just barely fading out. Mada was trying to make the most of this one. Still earns himself a kill in the process.
You see here that G2 are trying to reclear towards the extremity portion of this split. So they're looking to try to fight into SOM if that was an A split in A main.
NRG heading back towards B. G2 knows it with this reclear in main, and this is where the Vice util and the only hero rifle in G2's hands are waiting.
I'm really worried about this one. Valorant's got out as well for a quick reinforcement over towards the side. Mada, though, decapitates Leaf, takes him out. Center of lane, big reveal in through the back as well. Trent, surely no longer for this world, and it's a lovely quick scope. Put a cap onto the round overall for NRG. G2. Not too many more chances left into this one for them. Valen and Jorgamo gonna have to bide their time and look forwards to the next.
And if you were an NRG fan, you wanted to see Mada getting online. This rookie has been the bright spot in what has been a really rough year in Americas thus far for NRG. Proving his prowess that round. An opening kill with the op, shutting down that hero rifle that could have turned that round on its head as well.
He's online, but it feels like too little too late still. It's 12-6. It would have to be another 6 rounds of perfection in a row just to get it through to overtime. And this was perfection from Mada. He played, apart from one missed op shot, everything else was immaculate.
But this is the round that we were talking about now, where G2 is stacked up all but one of their ultimates. They have full weapons online. This is their best chance to close the game.
No contestation here from G2 early, not into main. Just a stray shot popped off here by Mada. Looking to gain control of this one, but a later knife sent flying and potentially the refire. Here it is, Salvo's into the flash, looking to hopefully catch a player, but NRG evacuate in time. Gearing themselves up to fight tooth for nail over this space once more. Stealth drone going to be broken arm again, primed. Which direction is this one going to be going into? See if this one is offloaded.
NRG again letting the clock drain down, and G2 with Jawjimo position deep in mid. He'll find a kill there onto Ethan.
God, was Ethan going for a jump spot there?
It looked like it potentially, just from the look of it.
Yeah,
map, we'll have to see.
That might have been a mad shot that George just hit on his old colleague from EG. That's going to make things a lot more difficult. And the time is starting to tick down. I think you've got to go into an A split here, but they've got to be so worried about the op still being in this area.
20 seconds.
And all of these ults are so good for either retake or plant denial.
Where are you going? 35 left. This peak needs to be perfect. Finesse lucky that he's still alive into that one.
30 seconds left.
Falling for the evacuation play. It's 100's Fury. This is desperation at its core from NRG. Survival is what they're counting on, and it's all over the bloody place. 20 seconds left. TP's all over the place now. It is a Som, not with a hard committal, just looking for that information and a paranoia to sweep forwards. This is the guy with the spike. Armageddon layering down in front of him. He's got the spike. He needs to plant this. It's in no man's land, and it's done. It's a wrap. It's curtains drop. Fade to black. G2 are going to playoffs no matter what.
What a way to end! Brook with 3, but pure consolation kills. We knew it was going to be difficult for NRG to navigate that round. Way too many ults in play, but the attack side calling just getting absolutely scrambled in that final moment. They couldn't figure out what the best call was. And a wry smile from Mata there. He doesn't perform badly in map 2, but they had no chance today.
They did not.
You can't look back at that as an NRG player or fan and think, well, you know, we had a shot, we just squandered it. You didn't have a hope.
No, they really didn't, and that's exactly what G2 wanted to show today. Josh RT wanted a stomp. They only let 7 rounds go across 2 maps, and they're the first team in Americas to clinch the playoffs here.
Wonderful work from G2 as per usual. Slipped ever so slightly, but always just really didn't feel out of their grasp, I think.
And we talk about Ascent and Jojo on this Waylay. It's another display of excellence from him. Nearly 20 kills to end that game.
19 and 13. He's kind of letting his KD slip.
Josh. I've seen your Waylay. I don't know if you want to be talking about his.
I mean, he was averaging a 2 KD on the Waylay on this map, and now, I mean, quick math, I don't know what that is, but like that's more like a 1.5, isn't it? So, not quite up to his own expectations, but...
No, but do not Google Sideshow Waylay.
266 ACS is not bad. It's not bad.
Okay, we're going to set it down to the floor. Elizabeth is standing by for that Verizon post-match interview.
Hey everyone, here with the Verizon post-match interview, and I'm here with Jajamo. What would you call that? Is that domination? Is that a stomp? What do you call it?
We could say it's a domination. I would give it domination, yeah.
Well, Josh RT told me that's like what he told you guys to do in his like pre-match speech. You know, getting kind of like showing the world that you know you've still got it, if you will. I don't think we ever doubted that you had it, to be fair. But that was some pretty insane stuff. What are your feelings after that match? To be like, I mean, that's such a basic question, but like that was an insane match.
It's a little bit jittery. I still want to kind of play still. It sounds crazy. So I was expecting a 3rd map from them, but yeah, I mean, it was a nice little domination, like Josh said.
Well, if you're in ranked, watch out. All right, next up, Trentathan. How are you? How do you feel about like such a dominant map coming in?
Feel good. Boys played good today.
Yeah. Simple as that. I love that from you. You have fun packing up. You go do your thing. Valen, my fragging IGL. Sup? How you doing? Chilling? How does it feel to lead those boys in such a dominant fashion? Yes, there was a little bit of a comeback in the beginning, but that was some impressive leading there, Valen.
I mean, I'm very grateful for it because my team is so good, honestly. People ask me like what's it like to play on this team, and it's just amazing. I love doing it, and being able to lead these guys just makes my life easy. Like I got the best players in the world right here. We actually had a problem of like going into these games a bit too loose because some of these games are not like as stressful, and today was like a test. Like guys, can we go into the closet today and with no fans and lock in like we would for a grand final? And I feel like we did, so I'm proud.
I feel like you passed with flying colors, Valen. Thank you so much, Jonah. You're queuing ranked? What are we doing over here? Well, talk to me. I mean, when you have such a dominant map, how do you not become overconfident in these situations?
Honestly, I don't know. We're a very humble team, and you know we always expect the worst. Even on Lotus 11-1, we're planning to lose piss around on attack. It sounds weird, but we're already thinking about what can go wrong. And I think that's just what we do and what makes us a great team.
Makes you the best team in America is arguably now one single leaf for last. You look at you just lounging, just chilling on the iBuyPower PC, just vibing. I mean, after such a dominant, you went 15 and 11. Damn, like how do you like? Just is that light work? Because we hear you. We hear you after the round sometimes, kind of like talking some smack.
That was like the freest game I've ever played. I don't know what they're doing, to be honest.
And that's what the post show is for. And guess who I'm kidnapping for the post show? Valen, where did you go? Oh, he's there. So I'm gonna go meet you guys at Match Point post show. See you guys there.
Thank you very much. Yes, we're just getting things sorted out. Thankfully, Jake's not too far away from us.
Get in here, brother.
Come and join us, man.
What's good, bro? Got here almost as quick as the match, bro. What's up with that?
I heard some people wanted to go home early, so I got them, you know.
Damn, bro. You sorted us out. You have now qualified for playoffs, man. So you're that one step.
Actually?
Yeah. After that
hell
win.
yeah.
There you go. I'd love to be the bearer of good news, guy. That makes me feel good. One more step to another crack at an international, man. How are you feeling?
How am I feeling? I'm very proud because we actually been struggling. I said in the interview after we won, like, dude, some of these games are not as like high pressure. Coming from a grand final, like we're used to like big stakes.
Yeah.
And so we've been starting kind of slow. Like it happened versus Furia, happened in our other match too, where we're just like not fully there. And I'm like, guys, how do we lock in harder? How do we go into a game that has no fans, very low stress environment, and we're playing like it's a grand final?
Yeah.
And that was the test today, and the boys played lights out. So I'm very proud of today.
I wanted to ask you a question to elaborate on that a little bit because Jogamo lately has just been out of this world, like 2023 championship vibes.
Yeah.
And like, he was throwing his body a lot for you guys, but now it looks like he's getting enabled a lot more. Have you guys found like the perfect middle ground? Is that what it's been?
Definitely. So we've kind of found that out in Bangkok.
Yeah.
He felt a bit uncomfortable on some of his pathing. He felt like stuff was flushed out on a macro level, but on an individual level for him, he felt a bit lost. And so we made that a big priority in these practices to make sure his life is so easy. You know exactly what you're doing. So when we go into the match, my boy is just focused on fragging out. And he does that well, so
that's the G2 way, dude. Saya, Tex, now you got Jaw. Like, oh, Icy, sorry, my bad, Icy, my bad, brother, my bad, brother.
That's crazy work, bro. Honestly,
yeah, yo, he caught it straight out of nowhere, bro. My bad.
Just going to the game as well against NRG, it's just how much is it easy for you to call because it almost seems you have 5 cerebral players, including yourself, that you just free flow depending on what chaos happens within the map. Do you have to call into like these 3v3 chaos when you're dead, or like it's a lot of stuff going on from like just team communication?
I would say our team comms are some of the best. So as the round is progressing, actually it feels like less calls come out of me. I'm very vocal in the pre-round and obviously a lot of mid-round situations, but when it gets scrappy, 3v3s, disruption plays, like we're calming that as a team because the group IQ level is so high. So it's kind of like having fail-safes within the team because I'm not a superhuman. Like I'm gonna have rough games. Sometimes I'm not gonna feel out the rounds as you would one game. And so I got, you know, backup guy 2, backup guy 3, backup guy all the way to close out the job. So it's praise to the whole team.
For sure. Your hair looks a lot less curly today. You didn't have to like stress out too much. On, you know, you have to like your take your curl. No, he always curls when he plays.
Honestly, bro, I just like I don't know. It's just a tick that I do. But I've been trying to not do it because I just look crazy. I have like 2 horns.
That's what I'm saying. Got the cable for, bro. You can just do that.
No, we talk in the back and we're like, when you do that little flick, we know you're locked in.
Oh yeah. He's thinking. He's thinking.
It's cranking up a new strat. All right,
oh man, we of course have an IGL here on the couch, and we want to put you on the spot right now and have you rank the top 5 IGLs in Americas. So what we have are a bunch of portraits here. I know you recognize the faces of your soon or already defeated foes. Okay. Do you have 5 there, or do you have like way more than that?
I got way.
I just picked the top 5. Honestly,
all right.
Yeah, there's so many of them. I think you're allowed to by default put yourself number 1.
Number 1?
Yeah, put it on the table.
Just like the finger, right? Just like the number 1.
Number 1.
Bam. Easy clap.
Valine.
All right. They got Rossi and King on here?
I mean, you never know. It depends on the week, you know, how they wake up.
I don't know. Apparently, Com's doing some silly.
I'll put John at 2.
I know John.
Okay.
John, love that. Let me. Little staggered. You know what I'm saying?
There we go. There we go.
You guys are looking at each other as well. That's nice.
Aww.
Damn, this is hard.
Right? There's some good.
I mean, if we're going just off calling,
yeah. Respect. Respect.
Did you feel like the calling made it difficult as well, like facing against a Finesse today? Like he had some good calls.
No, I'm not gonna lie. In the most respectful way, I feel like our game plan hard countered them so bad. Yeah. So like we were in their heads deep.
Yeah,
so.
for sure.
Oh man, this guy Uber's over here. Like, yo, what are you gonna talk about at that NRG podcast?
I gotta give my credit to Artzine because he stepped up big for that MIBR squad.
Nice.
Facts.
Damn, bro. I think.
What else have we got there? We got.
What about crew? What about crew with a
Verso at 5.
Okay,
yeah,
Verso,
okay.
yeah.
Okay.
I mean, this is my top 5.
He had a lot of nice things to say about you. We brought him on before the show.
Oh, really?
Obviously, we like highlighted you in like FNS, the calling and stuff. Yeah, like there's definitely mutual respect there for sure.
It's hard to rank top 5, but that's it. I think a lot of people are great on this list. So.
You mean it's hard to rank 2 to 4 with you number
I hope you guys
1?
don't take it personal.
Or 2 to 5, yeah.
So, Dre, what are you going to talk about in the NRG podcast this week, big fella?
No hablo inglés.
We're just trying to get paid, bro. I respect it.
Oh my God.
Yo.
All right, our Saturday is coming to a close, so let's take a quick look at the standings as of the end of today's play. With I tell you what, some map differentials just got blown the heck out. You know what I'm saying? G2 3-0 in that Omega group with a diff. I mean, a plus 33. That's pretty impressive. Crew as well, plus 20 on the other side of things here. So, anything stand out to you guys here?
I mean, C9 is still impressive for me. Valorant, I don't know what you think about C9 so far with Mitch coming in as an IGL. Do you think they're like a sleeper pick, an underdog, a dark horse?
Yeah, I think C9 is definitely one of those teams that just they have potential every match, and you don't know what you're gonna get.
Yeah.
If they're feeling good and they start with high confidence, that's like a confidence-based team in my opinion. You know, when we played them in Kickoff, we were able to shut them down early, which made the series kind of easier in our favor. But yeah, if those guys start hot, man, it's like they're so good at the snowball effect. So you can't underrate them. And it's actually one of those teams that I personally like get a little bit nervous playing because if they start off
you just don't know what you're gonna get.
You don't know what you're gonna get, and like they got some crazy players, man. Vic has been stepped up big time on that team. So shout out Vic, like shout out Net, like those guys are playing great. So. They're good, but we'll see what happens week 5.
I mean, we're going to have a chance to see what they throw down for us tomorrow at least. Furia versus Leviathan up first. What the heck is going on with Leviathan? You know what I mean? Rossi's not calling. No one's calling. Who's the duelist? I mean, Tex ain't doing it. King's doing it. Yeah.
Call for help, if anything.
But that second game, though.
Oh, yeah.
That's the banger. Who you got?
C9 MIBR.
C9 MIBR, yeah.
Yeah, right.
I mean, your boys down here. I'm just saying.
Damn, I'll go MIBR. Damn. I'm sorry, Mike. But I think MIBR is a team that's catching a lot of fire right now, and it seems like they're in that kind of honeymoon phase a bit, bringing in Verno, who's like stepping up big time, and they're just going to get better and better throughout. It's a hard game to call, but I'm going to go with them.
Yeah, it's going to be an absolute banger. We say the best for last, of course. Thanks, though, for watching us today here on Saturday. We'll be back on the couch tomorrow. But for now, here's the Samsung SSD Fast Replay, and we'll see you on the other side. And it's a close quarters battle. VCT Americas and all the insanity that follows starts right now. There might be an opportunity to catch some of these players. Not going to be there with Louise finding the openers, though.
Give him 3 more.
Just crazy.
The defuse should land just in the nick of time, I believe.
Point 2.
Louise finding value not just with his ear.
Pops his orb and dips out.
Hold on a second. Mazino has a little pocket to play with. Mazino!
13-6 for Crew on Icebox.
Always aggressive, always staying in packs.
That's crazy. Where did that even come from? Melser dodges the first flash, the second one.
They're pushing through.
They've got to find this kill, though. They understand that's where the pressure has to be alleviated, and they find success. The neural theft gonna connect. Oh, it's perfect.
He TPs across. They never expected that.
No, Louise getting 2. Mazino's gonna fall, make that 4. 13-6. The way of 2G.
I mean, they just dismantled this double senti comp.
TP away, and then Shy's here. They've seen this before.
They have one idea, but it's a great idea.
He goes into astral form. Shy is stuck. Oh, the gun barrel gives him away, and now a fight ensues. Backside. Melser, as the wall goes down, the kills erupt. Crew up 8.
Ooh, but the Nightfall, the Blood Smoke, 20 seconds left.
Flash. Left into 2v3. Very well done. Beautifully timed. He's gonna have to get another. The entire round. Silence does not relent. Sliding back out. Wow. A 3v3 left for it. Adverso and Melser trying to pull this apart on their own. And they do. That's how that ends.
Yeah, there's plenty of history here, though, to tap into. I mean, obviously, the big story that I think the desk was talking about, too, is just the clash of the IGLs.
This is where the danger lies. They do not know that Jorgamo crouched down into the corner. It's a 3-piece for him. It's a perfect setup on every single level for G2. 5 seconds left and a double peek forwards anyway. 4 seconds remaining. Barely getting onto it yet somehow. No! No way, man! Valin, he just carves out a path to success.
Where you at? Hey, you like that? Yeah, look away, boy.
They might have baited Mother in.
It's just this slow play. It's just baiting these players from NRG, hunting for any sort of mid-round information, and they're just falling, dropping like flies. 13-1 is the finish. G2 wrapping it up nice and quick. Mada getting some value out of this operator. He's been holding on to this one, taking pot shots as well. It's a stray spam. That's meant to punish Mada onto this angle and line. And
free flank is perfect from Giorgimo.
Seems to be that level of awareness potentially. No, Brock is just all over the place here, and he's none the wiser. None the wiser at all. Giorgimo.
He's a menace.
Squaring up to the fight. Leave. He's eager to draw some blood out towards Market, even contemplating it. Shorty in hand. He can't keep getting away with this.
10-2.
And it's done. It's a wrap. It's curtains drop. Fade to black. G2 are going to playoffs no matter what.
Ya estoy super easy, pa' ti no estoy busy, bebé como tú y sí.